He was a ghost in someone else's war. But now, the war bends to his will. From fighter prototypes to secret operations, from naval blueprints to political betrayal, his rise is no longer quiet. In the smoke-filled halls of military command, his voice now carries weight. They called him an officer, a tactician, a future architect of victory. But beneath the uniform, he's still the man from Los Angeles. And the game he's playing has only just begun. This is part 2 of From LA to 1939, The Rise of the Eagle of the Third Reich, narrated by Fanfiction Reader.
You're listening to Fanfiction Reader, where stories come alive through sound. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the tale.
Volume 1, First Battle in Poland, Chapter 51. Hard work to save money. On February 2, 1940, at the Naval Aviation Training Base in Kiel Port, Chen Dao, Galland, and other high-ranking naval aviation officers looked up at the sky, staring intently at two fighter jets engaged in a dogfight. Chen Dao stomped his foot and straightened his collar, dispelling the biting cold from his body. He lowered his head to look at the data in his hand, then looked up at the fighter jet in the air with bright yellow paint sprayed on its nose and tail. This Me-109T fighter jet was a carrier-based fighter modified from the German Air Force's active Me-109E fighter jet, armed with four 7.92mm NG-17 machine guns. The data show that the main improvement of the Me-109T fighter jet was the increase in wing area to improve lift. The wings were extended by 60 centimeters, and hinges were installed on the outside of the midsection machine guns, allowing them to fold upwards. When folded, the wingspan was only 4 meters, suitable for storage in aircraft carrier hangars. In addition, a landing hook was added to the belly of the aircraft in front of the tail wheel. Catapult attachment points were installed near the front wheel, and the corresponding structures were strengthened. The landing gear remained outward retracting, and its strength was enhanced to accommodate the faster landing speeds on aircraft carriers. Chen Dao's head was throbbing and his vision blurred from reading a section of aircraft data filled with various technical terms. He patiently opened the second document and began to examine the Me-109T's opponent. The Me-109T's opponent was an He-100D1 fighter jet. This aircraft was armed with a 20mm cannon mounted in the engine and two 7.92mm NG-17 machine guns on the wings. Its maximum speed at sea level was faster than the Me-109T's 530 km/h, and its range was one-third greater than the Me-109T's 660 km. The He-100 fighter jet lost to the Me-109 fighter jet in the competition for the German Air Force's main fighter. Henkel Company considered this a great humiliation, and with Chen Dao's arrangement, they finally had the opportunity to face their old rival again today. Henkel Company could be said to have put all its effort into it. The pilot of the He-100 fighter jet was infected by Henkel Company's enthusiasm, using all his skills to maneuver the aircraft in the air, chasing, rolling, and entangling with his opponent. The 20mm cannon in the nose and the 7.92mm machine guns on both wings continuously spewed fire snakes, attempting to shatter the opponent. Unfortunately, the blank ammunition equipped on the aircraft only produced countless large and small white smoke puffs in the air, causing no damage to the enemy aircraft. It seems the two aircraft are similar in agility, Chen Dao said to Galland beside him. It looks that way, but I'd have to fly both aircraft once to determine the difference, Galland said. You will have the opportunity. The two aircraft in the dogfight ran out of ammunition and finally ended the battle under the guidance of the ground control tower, landing one after another on the ground. After the two aircraft landed, another pair of Me-109T and He-100 fighter jets, already waiting at the airport, took off one after another. They were piloted by test pilots from the Navy Ordnance Bureau, and the second battle immediately began. Even the most exciting battle can become tiresome after watching it too much. Chen Dao stared at the He-100 fighter jet's data, pondering. It was already decided that the He-100 would become the naval aviation's land-based fighter. The FW-190 fighter jet was also expected to go into formal production this year, becoming the German Air Force's second main fighter. With the addition of the Me-109 fighter jet, Germany would then possess 3 types of fighter jets, steadily improving its ability to respond when facing enemy aircraft with complex models and diverse performances in the future. Looking at the Me-109T fighter jet in the air, Chen Dao couldn't help but think of another product from Messerschmitt Company, the jet aircraft Me-262. After Gallon communicated with the Air Force Ordnance Bureau, it was confirmed that the Air Force was investing in the research and development of this aircraft. It seems he only had two tasks at the moment. First, to increase aircraft production and train as many pilots as possible to quickly form the naval aviation's combat capability. Second, to closely monitor the research and development progress of the jet fighter and ensure this groundbreaking fighter was successfully developed as soon as possible. A harsh roar interrupted Chen Dao's thoughts. Chen Dao looked up and saw a giant aircraft slowly ascending, driven by 4 rapidly rotating propellers. Chen Dao took out the data for the Ju-89V2 experimental aircraft and read it carefully. We now have our own aircraft. I think we should contact the Air Force and ask them to send instructors from the 4th Aviation School as soon as possible to train my pilots. We cannot delay any longer, Leibniz said. Let Gallon handle this matter, Chen Dao said, then lowered his head to continue looking at the data. Goering didn't come to apologize to me, so I won't contact him first. Let's see who can outlast whom. On the training ground of the Hermann Goering Regiment HQ, the corpulent Goering stood beside the slender Manteuffel, pointing at 2 tanks he had never seen before and asking, "What model of tank is this? Why doesn't it have a turret? Is it equipped with a 105mm cannon? This is a new weapon developed by Skoda Works. Colonel Rosa named it the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4. It is equipped with a 105mm L28 cannon. Its task is to replace infantry guns. It has no turret because it is quicker to produce and costs less," Manteuffel said. Goering heard Manteuffel mention Chen Dao and asked calmly, "Has Heinz been back recently?" Manteuffel said, "No, we've only been in contact by phone and telegram recently. Sometimes I write to him." A hint of disappointment flashed in Goering's eyes, then he cheered up and continued to ask, "What models are those 2 tanks? Why don't they have turrets either?" "They are 4 tank destroyers. They are equipped with 75mm L60 cannons and are weapons used to replace 37mm anti-tank guns when encountering enemy tanks. If they don't encounter enemy tanks, they will also serve as infantry guns, assisting the paratroopers in destroying enemy bunkers and machine gun positions. Besides simplifying production, the absence of a turret also lowers their height, making them less exposed, and their frontal armor has also been strengthened." Goering listened distractedly to Manteuffel, then patted Manteufel's shoulder and said, "Naval aviation has just been established, and Heinz has been very busy recently and doesn't have time to come back, so you must fulfill the duties of commander for him. If you encounter any insoluble difficulties, contact me, and I will solve them for you." "Marshal, I will," Manteuffel said. After parting with Manteuffel, Goering twisted his rotund body toward the car, muttering with a frown, "Heinz, you really aren't coming back." A week later, on the 3rd floor of the Naval Aviation Headquarters, Chen Dao leaned over his desk, looking at the telegram in his hand, and softly read aloud, 4 pork hocks, 6 loaves of bread, and 6 cabbages, 42 carriages, and 2 small fishing rods are on their way home. 1/3 of the family members already have a sausage each. Chen Dao immediately wrote on a blank piece of paper, 4 4-number tanks, 6 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, 6 No. 4 tank destroyers, 42 251 Type half-tracks, 2 105mm self-propelled howitzers en route, and 1 battalion of M1 semi-automatic rifles. Chen Dao turned his head to look at the calendar on his desk, thinking that today was February 10th, and at the current pace, the re-equipment should be completed by the end of March. It's not easy to accumulate some family assets. Chen Dao still couldn't rest assured. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the number for Skoda Works. #52 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 52, Enlightenment from the Brother-in-Law on February 15th. After a series of tedious paperwork, the He-100 fighter jet finally received approval from Navy headquarters, officially becoming naval aviation's land-based fighter. On February 16th, the same day Henkel Company received the production license notification, they delivered 6 He-100D1 fighter jets, and another 4 were delivered the next day, bringing the total number of He-100D1 fighter jets under naval aviation to 12. This number was the entire quantity Henkel Company could currently provide, far short of naval aviation's order for 400. Ernst Henkel, the president of Henkel Company, immediately gathered all available personnel and debugged the production line, commencing a vigorous mass production campaign, leaving Henkel Company, which was operating at full throttle and ready for a big push, aside. Junkers Aircraft Manufacturing Company received news that their Ju-89 4-engine bomber had been internally designated as naval aviation's long-range reconnaissance aircraft and had received an initial order for 50 units. They enthusiastically cooperated with the Air Force Ordnance Bureau to conduct final debugging of the Ju-89, striving to pass tests and obtain production rights as soon as possible. 12 He-100D-1 fighter jets, 20 Me-109T carrier-based fighter jets, plus 40 trainer aircraft. Is this all the capital we currently have? Chen Dao asked Galland, who had come to report on the work. Galland nodded and said, 50 instructors from the Air Force's 4th Aviation School have already moved into our training base, and Junkers is currently debugging the production line for the Ju-87C carrier-based aircraft, with production expected to begin in April this year. What about the Ju-89? When will they finish testing? Chen Dao asked. The Ju-89 needs to wait for better weather for offshore live fire testing before it can be finalized, with production expected to begin in July or August, Galland replied. That's earlier than I thought, and it gives us ample time to train pilots, Chen Dao said. The most important thing now is pilot training. If we build the planes but have no pilots to fly them, they'll just sit in the warehouse gathering dust, and we'll be a huge laughingstock. That won't happen. Those planes can be used to train ground crew on aircraft maintenance, and besides, if the High Command needs our naval aviation to go into battle, I can personally lead the charge. Don't underestimate my skills, Galland said confidently. I believe in your strength, great hero. After seeing Galland off, Chen Dao put away the smile on his face, turned, and with his serious expression, bent over his desk to study the map of Europe. Chen Dao's right index finger slid from Luxembourg to southern Belgium, then entered France, passing through Sedan, turning northwest, and after sliding a long distance along the French-Belgian border, stopped at a port on the English Channel. Damned Dunkirk, how should I deal with you? Should I let the German Air Force wipe you off the map? Chen Dao said with a fierce glint in his eyes. A moment later, Chen Dao became disheartened again. Even without Dunkirk, there would be other ports like St. Kirk or Leclerc for them to escape. There's really no good solution. The British would not stand by and watch their expeditionary force be annihilated. The Royal Navy and Royal Air Force would definitely fight desperately to rescue their army brothers. Chen Dao stared at the map, deep in thought. The telephone on the desk suddenly rang, and Chen Dao picked it up casually, asking, "What is it?" "Commander, there's a man looking for you outside the base gate. He calls himself Count Fock. Let him in, bring him to my office." Chen Dao put down the phone, looked up at the door, and murmured to himself, "My eldest brother-in-law is here. Is it business he wants to discuss?" Count Fock was quickly brought into Chen Dao's office. After a warm embrace, the two sat down. Count Fock took a sip of coffee, put down his cup, and asked directly, "Did you and Herman have a fight?" "It was just a small disagreement between us," Chen Dao said after calculating for a while. "In another 4 months, by July, it will be fine. I will be home by then." Count Fock looked at Chen Dao in confusion, thinking to himself, a disagreement with a precise timeline? Remembering Goering's instructions before he left, Count Fock advised, if it's a small disagreement, why wait until July to go back? The 16th of next month is Ada's 2nd birthday. Are you going back to celebrate Ada's birthday? I'm really busy right now. The earliest I can return is July. I remember Ada's birthday very clearly, and I've already prepared her gift. I'll send it back before her birthday. Seeing that Count Fock was about to persuade him further, Chen Dao preemptively asked, "What big business have you concluded in Germany this time?" "Just a bearing processing deal." Count Fock smiled. "You didn't come to Kiel just to see me, did you?" Chen Dao asked with a smile. "I've hired 2 Dutch merchant ships. They will load 2 ships of scrap steel from Kiel and take them to the Far East." Chen Dao chuckled twice. "It seems our scrap steel business is growing bigger and bigger. That's worth celebrating." Count Fock licked his lips, hesitated slightly, and then said, "How is the performance of the M1929 anti-aircraft gun? Are you satisfied with it?" Chen Dao thought to himself that it was time to return the favor and honestly said, "Its performance is excellent. I am very satisfied. Please thank those warm-hearted Swedish compatriots for me." "It's good that you're satisfied," Count Fox said. "I also have another anti-aircraft gun with equally excellent performance, also a product of Bofors. Here's the product manual, see if you can use it." Chen Dao took the manual and after reading only 2 pages, looked up and said, "The German Air Force has already equipped this M3640mm L60 anti-aircraft gun, officially designated as the Flak 28 Bofors anti-aircraft gun. Our Navy has also equipped a batch, though the specific number is unclear." A look of disappointment appeared in Count Fox's eyes, and Chen Dao's heart softened at the sight. Then he suddenly remembered something. "I have a business proposition. Would you like to hear it?" Chen Dao asked. "What business?" Count Fox's spirits lifted. The Navy recently has several warships that are about to be officially commissioned, but I'm not very satisfied with their anti-aircraft firepower. Can you help me? Hines, please be more specific, Count Fox said. There's an American named Gatling who once developed a hand-cranked multi-barreled heavy machine gun. It suddenly occurred to me, could we imitate it to develop a multi-barreled 20mm anti-aircraft gun to enhance the anti-aircraft firepower of warships? Hand-cranked certainly won't do. We could try electric drive. I think I can have Bofors develop this weapon. Since it's a weapon with a prototype, I think research results will come out quickly. What if Bofors develops this weapon? Count Fox said. I will definitely purchase a large quantity, Chen Dao said. Good, Count Fox, trusting Chen Dao's credibility, immediately agreed. I have a business deal to discuss in Netherlands. When I return from Netherlands, I will immediately notify Bofors. You have so many ventures. What business are you discussing in Netherlands this time? Chen Dao asked with a smile. To import some oil from Shell Oil Company. #53 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 53. The Bandit Under Pressure. On March 2nd, Goering sat in his office, frowning as he looked at a battle plan in front of him, titled Operation Weserübung. Goering stared intently at the plan, but his mind had already drifted far away. This plan was actually formulated by Kädel, that sycophant. What does Kädel, that fellow who only says, yes, my Führer. Yes, my Führer, know? Why did the Führer let him and the people from Supreme Headquarters formulate this plan? He, the esteemed second-in-command of Germany, was completely unaware of this plan, becoming merely an executor. What did this mean? Was the Führer dissatisfied with his recent performance? Recalling his recent performance, Goering found that there had been no negligence in either the Air Force's readiness or weapon production, leaving no negative impression on the Führer. Why didn't the Führer consult him at all before formulating this plan? Goering couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. No, he absolutely could not let Kädel, that sycophant, climb over his head. The thought of Kädel, the chief of staff of Supreme Headquarters who only knew how to nod and bow, made Goering feel a wave of nausea. 2 days later, Goering, who had just attended a military meeting at the Prime Minister's office, returned to his office in a daze, slumping into his large office chair, recalling the scene in the Prime Minister's office with both shock and fear. If you oppose this plan again, you will not participate in subsequent military meetings. The Führer actually said that to me, and in front of Kädel and Brauchitsch and their group. How would he be able to face those people again? Thinking of the expressions of Kädel and Brauchitsch, who were secretly laughing at him at the time, Goering couldn't help but become angry out of embarrassment. This matter couldn't just be left alone. He had to regain his dignity. Goering suddenly remembered another meeting held at the Prime Minister's office. In that meeting, he and Heinz had jointly used a staggered strike method to severely provoke Brauchitsch and Halder. After the meeting, the Führer called him and Heinz into the lounge and praised them profusely. Although the Führer did not believe that Germany could defeat France in 8 weeks, what he valued was Heinz's unwavering belief in victory. Recalling the Führer's expression at the time, Goering was certain that the Führer was genuinely emotional. Then, thinking of the Führer's attitude towards him at today's meeting, Goering was very sure that the Führer was also genuinely emotional. If both were genuine emotions, why was the attitude towards him so different? Was it merely because Heinz had formulated an excellent battle plan? The more Goering compared the situations in the 2 meetings, the more he felt it made sense. In that meeting, Heinz not only proposed the plan but also maintained an unwavering belief in victory, that France could be defeated in 8 weeks. Looking at his own performance in today's meeting, he had done nothing but incessantly criticize Kädel's plan from beginning to end, without offering any feasible alternative. He was thoroughly like a defeatist. No wonder the Führer got angry with him. To regain his dignity, he had to come up with a plan superior to that one. Goering became even more annoyed. Why had he argued with Heinz? Now Heinz completely ignored him, and even Count Fox's persuasion was useless. His indirect attempt to use Ada's birthday as an excuse to get him back also failed. Did he really have to wait until July, as Heinz said, to see him? The attack on Norway must be launched by the end of April at the latest. He couldn't wait until July. He had to find a way to get Heinz to formulate a brand new plan for the attack on Norway, to regain his dignity in front of Kädel and the others, and to regain respect in front of the Führer. Thinking that he had actively driven Heinz away that day, and now he had to beg him, Goering felt his face flush. He simply couldn't bring himself to ask for help. After hesitating for a few minutes, Goering realized he really couldn't face Heinz directly. He gritted his teeth and pressed the doorbell, summoning his adjutant. Notify General Student, Inspector of Paratroopers, to come to my office. On March 5th, at the Naval Aviation Headquarters in Kiel Port, The first thing students said to Chen Dao was, "Thank you, you helped the paratroopers regain their honor." Seeing students salute him solemnly, Chen Dao quickly stood up straight and returned the salute. After inviting student to sit down, Chen Dao asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that? I've heard that at the meeting in the Prime Minister's office, you said that the 2 Air Force majors who crash-landed with the Yellow Plan in Belgium was a carefully planned strategic deception by Marshal Goering. This statement saved some face for us paratroopers, and I must thank you." The cloud of doubt in Chen Dao's heart grew heavier. What does this have to do with the paratroopers? Those 2 majors were from the 7th Parachute Division, student said awkwardly. Chen Dao suddenly understood, thinking, so that's how it is. The 7th Parachute Division's people leaked a secret, and a shocking one at that. Student would naturally be the first to bear responsibility. No wonder he thanked him. I'm also from the Air Force. It's my inescapable duty to uphold the honor of the Air Force. You don't need to thank me, Chen Dao said. Just as student was about to speak, there was a rapid knock on the door, and then Colonel Gallen pushed it open and entered. Seeing student, Colonel Gallen was momentarily surprised, then saluted student, and then looked at Chen Dao. After student returned the salute, seeing Colonel Gallen's anxious expression, he thought Colonel Gallen must have military secrets to discuss with Chen Dao, so he said, "I'll go outside for a smoke." To student's surprise, Colonel Gallen said, "General Student, please wait. I have something I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" Student wondered, what could naval aviation possibly need to ask him? "I just received a notice from Air Force headquarters. They want all the instructors temporarily assigned to us to return to the Air Force by the end of April." "All of them? None left?" Chen Dao asked. "Yes, none left." "Why?" "They said it's just a temporary return to carry out combat missions, and they'll come back after the missions are completed," Colonel Gallen explained. "Return to perform combat missions at the end of April?" Chen Dao bit his lip and pondered. What kind of mission would require the instructors from the flight school? "General Student, do you know what the mission is?" Colonel Galland asked. Student glanced at Colonel Galland, thinking, does this melon-faced colonel not know about confidentiality regulations? He's asking me so directly. Colonel Galland is also one of us in the Air Force, Chen Dao explained, and then asked, did Air Force headquarters say when these instructors would return? "I need a specific date." "May 15th, Colonel Galland said. "Returning on May 15th. Could their mission be?" Chen Dao looked at student. "Could their mission be to the Netherlands?" "It's possible," student said ambiguously. Chen Dao recalled that the Manstein-Rosen plan included a parachute occupation of the Netherlands, and thought to himself that these instructors might have been sent to carry out the mission of airdropping into the Netherlands, which is why they could return so quickly. Since they can return on May 15th, it doesn't matter. In the half-month they're gone, we can. Chen Dao's voice suddenly stopped as if someone had grabbed his throat. This is completely wrong. Chen Dao couldn't help but curse in front of Colonel Galland and student. This whole thing is wrong. Does the Air Force have no other pilots? Why send instructors to perform missions? Chen Dao asked. "I don't know." Colonel Galland shook his head. "I don't know either," student said, also shaking his head when Chen Dao looked at him. "What's going on? Has the Air Force really run so short of pilots that they have to use flight school instructors as fillers?" The more Chen Dao thought about it, the more he feared. The war had just begun, and Germany was already at the point of sending flight school instructors into battle. How would they fight in the future? Once instructors suffer heavy casualties, pilot training will inevitably be severely affected, which can be described as a short-sighted act of draining the pond to catch the fish for the German Air Force. Chen Dao's expression became solemn. He thought to himself that after he returned, he must ask Goering whose idea this was. It was so malicious. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed like a devious plot to cripple the German Air Force. Could there be British or French spies in the high command of the German Air Force? The more Chen Dao thought about it, the more he feared. "I'll handle this. You go back first," Chen Dao said to Colonel Galland with a grim face. After Colonel Galland left, Chen Dao asked, "What did you come for today?" "It wasn't just to thank me, was it?" Student took out a document from his black briefcase, placed it in front of Chen Dao, and concisely stated his purpose. Chen Dao pointed at himself in surprise and said, "You want me to formulate a plan to attack Norway, and it has to be better than this one." "Whose idea is this? Marshal Goering?" Student nodded. Chen Dao helplessly tapped his forehead with a clenched fist. "He thinks too highly of me. Since you were able to formulate the Manstein-Rosen plan for the attack on France, you will certainly be able to formulate a battle plan for the attack on Norway. The Marshal believes in your ability. I know nothing about Norway. How can I formulate a plan?" Chen Dao thought to himself that the battle plan for attacking France had the original Manstein plan that could be used as a copy. Now Goering actually wanted him to formulate a battle plan that was better than the original Operation Weserübung. Was this trying to force him to commit suicide? The Marshal will provide you with all the information you need as long as you can formulate the plan, students said. Chen Dao instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he suddenly remembered his grand plan and swallowed the refusal back down. I will try to formulate this plan, but I am very busy right now and cannot guarantee that the plan I formulate will necessarily be better than this one. So, tell him to order Air Force headquarters to also think of a way. We will each formulate a plan. In case I don't have inspiration and can't come up with a plan, he will have a backup, Chen Dao said. I will definitely convey your thoughts to the Marshal. How about this? First give me the information on Norway, as detailed as possible. When is this plan due? Chen Dao asked. By April 1st at the latest, students said. Today is March 5th, so we still have plenty of time, Chen Dao said with relief. After seeing student off, Chen Dao thought of the temporarily unsolvable Dunkirk, the devious plot used by the mastermind against the German Air Force, and then the need to come up with a brand new battle plan. He immediately felt the soul of Alexander the Great lewdly smiling and watching him. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Let's first take a look at the true nature of this Operation Weserübung plan. Chen Dao composed himself, braced himself, and began his research at the desk. #54 Volume 1, The First Battle in Poland Chapter 54, The Bandit Possessed by Clausewitz. For the next week, Galland and Leibniz found Chen Dao cooped up in his office every day, barely leaving except for meals and bathroom breaks. When Galland and Leibniz went to Chen Dao's office to report on their work, they found their commander's desk covered with a huge map of Northern Europe, strewn with various books and documents. Galland took the opportunity of reporting to glance at the books, noticing their disorganized variety. There were military theory books like On War and Command of the Air, as well as various secret documents bearing Air Force insignias. Galland even found a Norwegian travel brochure among them. Is Germany going to wage war on Norway? Galland wondered to himself. Seeing many of the documents marked confidential, Galland wisely kept his curiosity to himself, and he and Leibniz tacitly reduced the frequency of disturbing Chen Dao, unless it was for major, indecisive matters. After studying the Operation Weserübung plan sent by student and the secret information about Norway sent by Goering, Chen Dao finally gained a general understanding of the German High Command's intention to attack Norway. Norway is located in the northwest of the Scandinavian peninsula in northern Europe, bordering Sweden to the east, Finland and Russia to the northeast, and the Norwegian Sea to the west. Its coastline is 21,000 kilometers long, with many excellent natural harbors, making its strategic position extremely important. Since Germany has no direct access to the Atlantic Ocean and can only enter it by bypassing England via the North Sea, the powerful British Navy has always been a major concern for the German Navy. During World War I, England used its naval superiority to establish a strict blockade line across the narrow North Sea, from the Shetland Islands to the Norwegian coast, trapping the German fleet in its home ports, rendering it ineffective. After England declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939, the German Navy, based on historical experience and geographical facts, believed that to counter the superior British Navy, Germany must secure bases in Norway. This would allow them to break through England's blockade in the North Sea and gain unimpeded access to the Atlantic Ocean. German Navy Lieutenant General Wegener vividly described it. The German fleet in the North Sea was a knight without a horse. Now he should be mounted on the geographical saddle. This saddle referred to Norway. On October 10, 1939, Marshal Reeder, Commander-in-Chief of the German Navy, met with Hitler to express concern that Norway might open its ports to England, which would have strategically unfavorable consequences for Germany. He strongly urged Hitler to occupy Norway first, to serve as a naval base for operations against England, and also to secure the supply of Swedish iron ore. Of the 15 million tons of iron ore consumed annually by Germany, 11 million tons had to be imported from Sweden. In winter, this iron ore was transported by rail to the Norwegian port of Narvik and then shipped to Germany, with the entire route conveniently within Norwegian territorial waters. However, in Hitler's strategy, the primary goal was the conquest of Western Europe, so he preferred to maintain Norway's neutrality rather than undertake any military actions that might complicate matters. On December 16, 1939, Quisling, leader of the Norwegian National Unity Party and former Minister of Defense, visited Berlin and reported to Hitler that England was about to occupy Norway with the tacit consent of the Norwegian government. Quisling requested economic and military aid from Hitler to support a coup to overthrow the Norwegian government. After the coup, he would invite Germany to protect Norway, thereby preventing an English invasion. Hitler stated that he preferred to see Norway remain completely neutral, as would other parts of Scandinavia, because he did not wish to expand the battlefield. However, if the enemy intended to expand the war, he would take self-defense measures to counter this threat. He promised Quisling funds and assured him that the issue of military aid would be studied. However, England and France continued to threaten Norway's neutral status. As early as September 19, 1939, the English cabinet approved a plan proposed by Churchill, the First Lord of the Admiralty, to lay mines within Norwegian territorial waters, thereby cutting off Germany's sea supply route for Swedish iron ore. On January 6, 1940, the British government sent a note to the Norwegian government, declaring that the British fleet would not allow German merchant ships to use Norwegian waters. This increased Hitler's concerns about the security of his northern flank and strategic resources. On January 27, Hitler instructed the German Supreme Headquarters to draw up a comprehensive operational plan for the occupation of Norway if necessary. For this purpose, the German High Command established a campaign preparation staff consisting of one representative from each of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, which drafted the preliminary plan for the Norwegian campaign, codenamed Operation Weserübung. An incident on February 16, 1940, finally solidified Hitler's resolve to occupy Norway. On that day, a German warship, the Altmark, carrying British prisoners of war, was pursued by British warships and sought refuge in Norwegian waters. Churchill ordered the English ship to enter Norwegian waters, board the Altmark, and rescue the prisoners. 2 Norwegian gunboats were present at the time but did not react to the English ship's intrusion. Only afterwards did the Norwegian government protest to England. However, Hitler believed that the Norwegian government had willingly acted as England's accomplice, and this protest was merely a pretense to deceive him. Subsequently, Quisling fanned the flames, telling Hitler that the English ship's action was a prearranged plan between England and Norway, which further convinced Hitler. Thus, he resolved to act preemptively and quickly occupy Norway. Thus, under Hitler's command and executed by Kädel, Chief of Staff of the Supreme Headquarters, came the Operation Weserübung plan that made Göring so jealous. The plan indicated that German forces would launch simultaneous attacks on Denmark and Norway, landing and airdropping troops at important Norwegian ports such as Oslo, Kristiansand, Stavanger, Trondheim, and Narvik, then advancing inland to seize all of Norway. The Air Force would counter the English and French navies, but the German Navy was to avoid large-scale naval engagements with the British Royal Navy to preserve its strength. The German 21st Army, consisting of 7 divisions, commanded by General Nikolaus von Falkenhorst, was responsible for attacking Norway. The 31st Corps, consisting of 2 divisions and 1 brigade, commanded by General of Air Force Koppisch, was responsible for attacking Denmark, supported by 878 aircraft from the German 5th Air Fleet and 274 naval vessels of various sizes. In stark contrast to the powerful German forces, Denmark had only 2 army divisions, and Norway had only 6 understrength infantry divisions. In the German High Command's prognosis, the English and French reinforcements would be the main enemies of the German forces. Tragic Denmark, to be occupied merely because the German Air Force needed to use Danish airfields. Truly, weak nations have no human rights, Chen Dao sighed. Chen Dao then thought that on the day of the attack, the German Navy would dispatch a landing fleet consisting of 2 battle cruisers, 3 heavy cruisers, 7 light cruisers, 14 destroyers, 28 submarines, and several auxiliary vessels, carrying landing troops for amphibious assault. Chen Dao knew that these vessels represented almost the entire strength of the German Navy. When he consulted Reeder had stated that successfully occupying Norway would be worth even the loss of half their vessels. Even Marshal Reeder, whom Chen Dao had always considered a gentleman, had made such a ruthless decision, giving Chen Dao a deeper understanding of the importance of the Norwegian campaign. Chen Dao meticulously reviewed the Operation Weserübung plan 7 or 8 times, not missing any detail, and ultimately concluded that it was a model of coordinated Army, Navy, and Air Force operations, employing a surprise attack. Chen Dao was certain that, with the added benefit of the surprise attack, this plan would undoubtedly achieve a great victory. The more Chen Dao realized the excellence of the Operation Weserübung plan, the more he felt as if he was possessed by the soul of Alexander the Great, to the point that even his proud intelligence couldn't fully function. Under pressure, Chen Dao idly picked up Clausewitz's On War and casually flipped through it, hoping to find some inspiration. War is the maximum use of violence. That doesn't apply. War is not a short blow. That doesn't apply either. War is never an isolated act. That's a bit interesting, but also doesn't apply. The outcome of war is never absolute. With Hanfei around, the outcome of World War II certainly won't be absolute, but that doesn't apply now either. Chen Dao criticized On War from a high perspective as he flipped through the book. War is not merely a political act, but also a true political instrument, a continuation of political intercourse, a realization of political intercourse by other means. For political intention is the purpose, and war is the means. A means without a purpose is always inconceivable. Chen Dao's eyes lit up, thinking this sentence was quite interesting. From a military perspective, he alone certainly couldn't PK a group of staff officers from Supreme Headquarters. If he wanted to contend with such a group of outstanding talents and achieve victory, there could only be one way: to adopt Hanfei's dialectical theory of staggered attack, for example, by interpreting the Norwegian campaign from a political perspective. At this thought, Chen Dao felt instantly possessed by the spirit of Clausewitz. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the evil spirit of Alexander the Great retreated, and Chen Dao's intelligent mind reoccupied his brain, operating at full throttle. Flipping through the Operation Wasserubon plan once more, Chen Dao became even more certain that this plan viewed the problem solely from a military perspective, completely disregarding political factors. Since that was the case, his opportunity had arrived, and Chen Dao instantly felt incredibly calm. However, he decided to first consult Marshal Reader to see what he feared most in this campaign, and then prescribe the right remedy and formulate a plan. 55 Volume 1, The First Battle in Poland, Chapter 55, The Bandit Possessed by Clausewitz, Part 2. On the afternoon of March 10th, after Chen Dao finished his visit with Reader, he returned to his office to reanalyze the situation in Norway. From the information provided by Göring, the relationship between the people of Germany and Norway was quite harmonious. After World War I, under the sanctions of the victorious nations, especially France, prices in Germany soared and the people suffered. When the German people were experiencing their toughest times, the people of Norway extended a hand of friendship, taking in and raising a large number of German children, as many as 7,000. These children have now returned to Germany and grown into adults, many of whom are fervent National Socialist Party members. Chen Dao thought that Norway's total population was only over 3 million. Calculating by a family of 4, Norway had only 700,000 to 800,000 households. According to this proportion, one German child was fostered in every 100 Norwegian households. Unlike Poland and France, which were long-standing enemies, Germany was now occupying Norway purely for its own benefit. Not looking at this act from a political or military perspective, but solely from the simplest human perspective, this was absolutely an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf act. As a conscientious Hanfei, Chen Dao sighed from the bottom of his heart. One must be honest. One cannot be shameless to the point of having no bottom line. Damn it, Chen Dao then thought of that bizarre Quisling and cursed him inwardly. This person was purely the fighter jet among traitors. The information provided by Göring showed that Quisling had served in the military in his early years and held socialist ideas, later turning to nationalism. In 1931, when the Norwegian Farmers' Party formed a cabinet, Quisling served as Norway's Minister of Defense. He later withdrew from the cabinet and in 1933 founded the National Socialist and Anti-Semitic Party, the National Unity Party, and became its leader. However, the party received less than 1% of the votes in the general election. Until now, the party has always been an insignificant small party in Norway. Quisling more than once incited Hitler to provide money and equipment to support him in an armed seizure of power. What Chen Dao found most incredible was that Quisling actually actively incited Germany to occupy Norway, acting as an inside man to incorporate Norway into Germany's territory. Wang Jingwei, the great traitor, had not reached this level. The great traitor Wang Jingwei only chose to respond to Kano Fumimaro's surrender letter at the end of 1938, which was a year after important cities like Peiping, Tianjin, Nanjing, and Shanghai had fallen. Chen Dao thought to himself, compared to Quisling, this Norwegian traitor, the great traitor Wang Jingwei, was completely outclassed and ashamed in the realm of treason. He recalled how his family's hard-earned money had been swindled by a few American fraudsters. In a fit of rage, he picked up an AK, strapped on explosives, and embarked on the path of a Hanfei. This didn't mean he was an absolute villain. It was best to do less of such conscience-breaking things. Thinking of this, Chen Dao instantly lost all fighting spirit and no longer had the interest to participate in the Norwegian campaign. He turned his attention to studying how to annihilate the British Expeditionary Force. Chen Dao flipped through the calendar and found that it was already March 15th. Only half a month remained until the deadline given by Goering, and 55 days until May 10th, the day the France campaign was to be launched. However, the plan to annihilate the British Expeditionary Force still had no direction. Touching his sunken cheeks, Chen Dao thought to himself that he was, after all, a Han-Fei, and not good at high IQ activities like formulating operational plans. Should he give up? Chen Dao immediately shook his head to dispel the negative thoughts in his mind, telling himself that he, a Han-Fei, was not someone who gave up easily. As long as there was still time, he couldn't easily say goodbye. Cheering up, Chen Dao once again began to study the map of France. The telephone rang, interrupting Chen Dao's thoughts. Chen Dao, without lifting his head from the map, picked up the phone. It was student calling, asking about the progress of Chen Dao's Norway operational plan. Chen Dao had decided not to participate in the Norwegian campaign, so he prevaricated, saying, "You've given me too little information. I don't have enough intelligence here, so I haven't had any inspiration yet." Chen Dao's eyes darted around, and he immediately began to pass the buck. Does Air Force Headquarters have any good ideas for the Norwegian campaign? If you could hint at something, it might just spark my inspiration. They formulated 2 plans, but both were rejected by the Marshal. The Marshal is now placing all his hopes on you. You must hurry up, student urged. Student had also been under immense pressure recently. He bore the heavy responsibility of being the liaison, and Goering questioned him almost daily about the progress of the Norway plan's formulation. Goering was pressing hard, and Chen Dao was dragging his feet, leaving him, the liaison, in a difficult position. As a result, every time the phone rang, his heart tightened, fearing it was Goering's urging. Chen Dao was about to pass the buck back to Air Force Headquarters when student preemptively said, "Regarding Norway, we recently received some new intelligence. I've already sent someone to deliver it to you. You should receive it this afternoon. This intelligence might give you some inspiration." "Good, I'll wait for your intelligence," Chen Dao said. Upon hearing this, he thought to himself that he now had another excuse to continue using the delaying tactic, so he stopped passing the buck and readily agreed. Around 3 in the afternoon, students' subordinate indeed delivered a new piece of intelligence. Chen Dao knew from the first line of the intelligence that it had been intercepted by Goering's Research Institute. After Hitler became German Chancellor in 1933, Goering, under the guise of electronic research, established a research institute with only 4 people. He then used his power to allocate large sums of money to this institute annually to expand its staff and purchase advanced equipment. Hitler granted this research institute the power to eavesdrop on any phone call within Germany. From the latest political developments of various embassies in Germany to the daily price of eggs in the market, everything fell within the institute's research scope. Even all communication lines passing through German land and submarine cables in nearby waters were, without exception, targets of the institute's research. The intelligence Chen Dao saw was an intercepted telegram from the Finnish embassy in France to Helsinki, the capital of Finland. The telegram indicated that England and France would organize an expeditionary force to occupy Narvik port in northern Norway, blocking Germany's access to imported ore from Sweden. After occupying Narvik, England and France might undertake larger-scale landing operations to fully occupy Norway. After reading the intelligence, Chen Dao immediately felt the situation had become serious. Once Norway was occupied by England and France, Germany's northern defense line would be wide open. It was possible that Denmark and Sweden would also fully side with England and France as a result. The German Navy would also be completely blockaded within Germany, making entry and exit from the Atlantic Ocean even more dangerous. Rubbing his temples, Chen Dao stared at the telegram, deep in thought for a long time, then picked up the phone to contact student. "Who else knows about this intelligence?" Chen Dao asked. "Currently, only the Marshal and you know. I am only responsible for transferring the intelligence and do not know its contents," student said. "You must immediately confirm with him the exact number of people who know about this intelligence. Go to him now. I'll wait for your call," Chen Dao said. Even through the phone, student clearly sensed Chen Dao's urgency. Without another word, he hung up and went to confirm the number with Goering. Less than 10 minutes later, student called back, confirming that only Goering and Chen Dao knew the contents of the intelligence. "Tell the Marshal that before I go to see him, he is not to mention the contents of this intelligence to anyone. Remember, anyone," Chen Dao instructed. "I will inform the Marshal immediately," student said. Hanging up the phone, Chen Dao quickly picked up a pencil and began sketching on the map in a blank piece of paper. Half an hour later, Chen Dao stood up and stretched. England and France are going to attack Norway. This is truly excellent. The time has come to repay the Norwegian people's kindness. #56 Volume 1, The First Battle in Poland Chapter 56, The Bandit Possessed by Clausewitz Part 3. Chen Dao repeatedly reviewed the newly drafted operational plan, or rather, the concept, and nodded with satisfaction. The skeleton is already there. The remaining issue is for the Army, Navy, and Air Force to fill in the flesh. With this plan, Marshal Reader should be concerned with how to sink more British ships, and Goering can once again hold his head high. The only one who will be unhappy is probably Cadel, but his happiness doesn't matter. I'm not familiar with him. After a final check of the new operational concept, Chen Dao picked up his pen and wrote a string of German letters at the top of the blank paper. Operation Thanksgiving. Putting down the pen, Chen Dao picked up the phone and dialed student. You inform Marshal Goering to come to Kiel as soon as possible. Marshal Reader and I need to discuss a new operational plan with him, and you need to come too. The new plan is out? Student was both happy and worried. He was happy that he no longer had to endure Goering's daily phone calls. He was worried about whether little brother-in-law's plan would satisfy Goering. Yes, it was just formulated. Remember to tell him to notify Marshal Reader in advance before he departs. Also, in this battle, the German Navy and the German Air Force will be the main players. Chen Dao carefully instructed student, and after receiving student's affirmative reply, he hung up the phone. Goering's reaction speed was in absolute inverse proportion to his bulky physique. In less than 20 minutes, student called to say that Goering and he would arrive in Kiel by plane in 2 hours. Chen Dao checked his watch and arranged to meet them at the Navy headquarters conference room at 4 p.m. After more than 2 months, when Goering saw Chen Dao again, his heart was a mix of emotions like an overturned spice box, with regret, shame, and various other feelings surging forth. Seeing Chen Dao's sunken cheeks, his perfunctory salute, and his eyes that avoided any communication with him, a feeling of heartache instantly overwhelmed Goering's body and mind. After forcing himself to exchange pleasantries with Reader, Goering, Reader, and the others sat down at the conference table to listen to Chen Dao's explanation. Chen Dao walked to the Norway map that had already been hung at the front of the conference room and explained the plan to Goering and the others. Because it was only an operational concept and did not include operational details such as troop deployment, Chen Dao finished his explanation in about 10 minutes. I already heard General Rosen explain it once before you arrived, and I fully endorse this plan, Reader said. Goering nodded slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face, then slapped the table and held up a finger to Reader and Chen Dao. Now there's only one problem left, how to persuade the Führer to adopt our plan. I believe in the discernment of the Führer and Supreme Headquarters. This plan is clearly superior to Operation Weserübung, so they will certainly adopt it, Reader said. I think we should go see the Führer together and jointly recommend this plan to him. Otherwise, who knows what Cadel and Brauchitsch might do? You mean, Reader asked, puzzled. They might very well reject this plan out of self-interest. Cadel is the architect of Operation Weserübung. If his plan is rejected, do you think he'll be happy? Goering said. Reader subconsciously wanted to say that Goering's thoughts were too dark, but then he remembered that Chen Dao's plan could save the Navy from potentially significant casualties, so he tacitly agreed with Goering's view. We'll inform the Führer today and go to Berlin to see him tomorrow, Goering said. After the meeting, Chen Dao kept Goering and student behind. Goering excitedly thought that Chen Dao wanted to reconcile with him, but Chen Dao's first sentence cast a chill over Goering's heart. There is a spy in the high command of our Air Force headquarters, and this spy has already caused powerful destructive effects on the development of the Air Force. I think we need to find a way to expose him as soon as possible. Impossible! Goering sprang from his chair, his face ashen, and shouted. Student also changed his expression dramatically, then asked, Why do you say that? Do you have any evidence? Yes, where's the evidence? Goering pressed. Naval Aviation Headquarters received an order to have instructors from the 4th Air Force Flight School return to the Air Force by the end of April to participate in operations. I suspect they are going to participate in airborne operations against Netherlands. Is my guess correct or not? Chen Dao asked. We do have a plan for an airborne assault on Netherlands, but I don't know if the transport plane and glider pilots are instructors from the flight school, students said. I also don't know if they are going to participate in the airborne operation in Netherlands. I need to go back and ask General Kesselring of the 2nd Air Fleet, as that is his theater of operations. Even if these instructors are sent to participate in the Netherlands campaign, what's the problem? Goering said, the problem is very serious. The war has just begun, and we are already sending instructors to the battlefield. Since they are on the battlefield, there will definitely be casualties, and casualties will have an incalculable impact on pilot training. Once the war becomes protracted, our Air Force will definitely face the dilemma of having planes but no pilots, or only being able to send inadequately trained rookies into combat. Why? Because there aren't enough instructors to train them. I believe that sending instructors to the battlefield is absolutely a conspiracy against the Air Force, and we must investigate this matter now to confirm whether this is an individual action by the 2nd Air Fleet or if all air fleets are doing this. If all air fleets are doing this, then the problem is far more serious than I imagined, Chen Dao said. Wait, I remember now. After the Poland campaign began, Jeskenek suggested that the aviation schools be placed under the command of the various air fleets, with the aim of allowing the air fleets to maximize the number of pilots at critical moments. Could this be a conspiracy? Could he be a spy? Brewing asked. Jeskenek, Chief of Staff of the Air Force? Chen Dao immediately recalled Jeskenek's identity. Based on my understanding of the Chief of Staff, I don't believe he is a spy, students said. I don't believe he is a spy either, Goering said. Do spies write I am a spy on their faces? Chen Dao said. Even if he isn't a spy, he's definitely a short-sighted fellow. I think it's still necessary to conduct a secret investigation into him, because the nature of this matter is simply too egregious. All right, I'll have the Gestapo conduct a secret investigation into him when I get back, Goering said. Also, I will not release those instructors from the 4th Air Force Flight School, Chen Dao said. You'd best confirm right now whether the pilots executing the Airborne Netherlands plan are instructors from the flight school. If they truly are flight school instructors, I'd rather cancel the attack on Netherlands than lose those instructors. All right, I'll confirm it shortly, Goering said. After Goering finished speaking, he subtly nudged Student with his elbow. Student remembered what Goering had told him on the way to Kiel and opened his mouth to invite Heinz. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's have dinner together tonight. Chen Dao stared at Student, but subtly glanced at Goering out of the corner of his eye. He said without giving any face, I have very important matters to attend to tonight, so I won't be joining you. Another day. Watching Chen Dao's retreating back, Goering muttered in discouragement, he still won't forgive me. Hash 57 Volume 1, The First Battle in Poland Chapter 57. The Bandit Possessed by Clausewitz Roman 4 at 1:30 p.m. on March 16th. Goering and Reader arrived at the Prime Minister's office. With 2 of the 3 giants of the Wehrmacht visiting together, Hitler had to take it seriously, especially since they claimed to have an important operational plan to submit. Seeing Chen Dao following behind the 2, a faint hint of surprise flashed in Hitler's eyes. Hitler nodded to Chen Dao, then sat down in the chair in the center of the conference table, pointing to Kädel and Brauchitsch and others, and said to Goering and Reader, you are submitting a brand new operational plan for Norway. I believe it is necessary for the Supreme Headquarters and Army Headquarters to participate as well, so I called them here. Goering, eager to regain face in front of Kädel and Brauchitsch and others, naturally raised both hands in agreement. He feigned humility, saying, Marshal Reader and I have only put forward an operational concept. The details need to be refined by the Supreme Headquarters and implemented by the Army. Moreover, I also need the guidance of General Kädel and Field Marshal Brauchitsch. Now that everyone is here, shall we begin? With Hitler's consent, Chen Dao walked to the wall directly opposite Hitler in the conference room and, facing Hitler, said, Yesterday, the Air Force's Intelligence Department intercepted a telegram. The telegram was sent from the Finnish embassy in France to Helsinki, the capital of Finland. The content was that England and France were planning an operation to attack Norway. They will organize an expeditionary force to occupy Narvik port. After occupying Narvik, they might have even larger military operations to occupy the entire territory of Norway. Goering handed the prepared copies of the intelligence to Hitler and others, and the conference room immediately buzzed with discussion. I believe we should execute Operation Weserübung ahead of schedule and preemptively occupy Norway. Otherwise, if Norway is occupied by the British and French, the consequences will be unimaginable, Kädel said eagerly after reading the intelligence. General Kädel, I also know the importance of Norway, which is why we are having this meeting today. Don't be impatient. First, listen to General Rosen's explanation, Goering said with a smile to Kädel. First, listen to General Rosen explain the new plan, and then we will discuss it, Hitler said. Upon receiving Hitler's signal, Chen Dao continued, Marshal Goering attached great importance to this intelligence after obtaining it. He immediately sought out Marshal Reader to discuss countermeasures. After a day and night of research yesterday, this Operation Thanksgiving came about. Hitler glanced at Goering and Reader approvingly, thinking that regardless of the plan's content, at least their attitude was correct. Reader recalled the situation yesterday with a blank expression, thinking that Goering had indeed called him after dinner, and the two spent half an hour discussing how to persuade Hitler. Adding the meeting time during the day, it was only a total of 2 hours. Where did this phrase "after a day and night of research" come from? Thinking that he and Goering were temporarily in the same camp, and noticing Hitler's approving gaze, Reader did not expose it at the moment and simply continued to listen to Chen Dao explain the plan. Goering also felt Hitler's approving gaze, thinking that Heinz still cared about him after all, and did not forget to cheer him on at such a time. Should he put aside his pride and take the initiative to invite Heinz home? Kädel and Brauchich's gazes swept across Goering and Reader's faces simultaneously, and a common thought arose in their minds. When did their relationship become so good? Had the Air Force and Navy secretly joined forces? Chen Dao took in the reactions of everyone in the conference room but feigned ignorance, continuing, "The purpose of Operation Thanksgiving is to maximize Germany's interests and minimize casualties in the Norwegian campaign by leveraging the British and French actions to attack Norway, militarily speaking. From a political perspective, we want to turn Norway into our staunch ally, not an occupied territory. Moreover, we can also occupy the moral high ground. Operation Thanksgiving consists of 5 actions: shockwave action, German voice action, beach landing action, liberation action, and interception action." Operation Thanksgiving was merely an operational concept and did not include details. Chen Dao finished explaining it in about 20 minutes. "Finally, I want to remind everyone that Germany is a country full of chivalry, and German soldiers are also descendants of glorious Germanic knights. Now, the Norwegian people, who once nurtured thousands of German children, are about to suffer the ravages of war. We cannot stand idly by. We must let the Norwegian people know that the Germans are grateful, which is why this plan is called Operation Thanksgiving," Chen Dao said, returning to his seat. Hitler said, "Shockwave action and German voice action are completely fine, I agree. Liberation action and interception action are also fine. The key to this plan lies in the beach landing action. Can you guarantee that this action will be completed before the British and French occupy the entire territory of Norway? The Air Force is confident in completing the beach landing action, not to mention before England and France occupy the entire territory of Norway. Even if England and France have occupied the entire territory of Norway, the Air Force is confident in reoccupying, liberating Norway. Of course, whether the beach landing action can succeed also depends on whether the army has confidence," Goering said with a confident expression. Reader had secretly communicated with Goering last night, so he proactively offered to help. The Navy is also confident in assisting the Air Force and Army in completing the beach landing action. Brauchich was unexpectedly put on the spot by Goering and Reader, and immediately found himself in a difficult position. The Air Force commander and Navy commander had already solemnly declared their confidence in completing the beach landing action in front of the Fuhrer. Could he say that the army lacked confidence? How would the Fuhrer view him then? And how would he view the army? Brauchich was about to speak, steeling himself, when Hitler asked, "How long can our iron ore reserves last? How long will this campaign continue?" "The Norwegian campaign will end by early July at the latest," Chen Dao said. "Are you sure about this timing, and not longer?" "Don't underestimate the combat power of the British and French," Kädel added. "I am absolutely sure, because the France campaign will end by early July at the latest. After France is defeated and surrenders, the British will withdraw their expeditionary force from Norway to protect their homeland," Chen Dao said. Goering, eager to regain face in front of Kädel and Brauchich, simply went all out and said, "General Rosen is right. We can defeat France in at most 8 weeks. After France is defeated, the British and French expeditionary forces in Norway will definitely flee, so the Norwegian campaign will definitely end by early July." After Goering finished speaking, he did not look at Kädel's reaction, but turned to Hitler and said, "The iron ore reserves are very sufficient, enough to support the consumption during this period. Moreover, summer is approaching, and the ports on Sweden's eastern coast will thaw, allowing ore from the Gällivare iron mine in Sweden to be shipped directly from Sweden's eastern ports." Hitler lowered his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing this, Chen Dao decided to seize the opportunity to strike and dispel Hitler's doubts in one fell swoop. "Fuhrer, the risk of the beach landing action is far less than imagined." "Why do you say that?" Hitler said. "Because there is a Mr. Quisling in Norway who will help us," Chen Dao said. Chen Dao's words enlightened Hitler, and the doubts in Hitler's mind vanished. Brauchich noticed the change in Hitler's expression and quickly said, "The army is also confident in completing the beach landing action." Since all of you have confidence, I also have confidence, Hitler said, full of ambition. I look forward to seeing the British humiliated. I have another proposal regarding Netherlands, Chen Dao said. What proposal? Hitler asked. I suggest cancelling the Netherlands campaign and diverting the troops intended for the attack on Netherlands to Norway to ensure the smooth implementation of the Norwegian campaign. Netherlands is far less important than Norway. I object. Occupying Netherlands would allow Army Group B to outflank the enemy forces in Belgium from the north, Cadel said. Hitler looked at Göring. You once said that in a future war against England, the airfields in Netherlands would play a very important role. Now Heinz proposes to cancel the Netherlands campaign. Are you for or against it? I agree with his proposal. Compared to Netherlands, Norway is more important. As for those airfields, perhaps after the France campaign ends, England will negotiate peace with us, and these airfields will become completely meaningless, Göring said. If England does not negotiate peace with us, we can still conduct the Netherlands campaign after the France campaign and Norwegian campaign. The Dutch will at most hold out for 3 days against our attack, Chen Dao continued. Chen Dao suddenly remembered what his elder brother-in-law, Count Foch, had said, and a flash of inspiration instantly burst into his mind. From a political perspective, I believe a neutral Netherlands is more in line with our interests. Political perspective? Soldiers should stay away from politics, Cadel said. That's your opinion, don't force it on me, Chen Dao said. Why is a neutral Netherlands more in line with Germany's interests? I need your explanation, Hitler asked. If England does not negotiate peace with us, we will still be under the blockade of the British Royal Navy, unable to directly obtain the resources we desperately need, such as oil. Although we can purchase oil through neutral countries like Sweden, Spain, Turkey, and Romania, I believe it is far from enough. Therefore, we need Netherlands as a neutral country to purchase oil on our behalf. Why Netherlands, and not Italy, Yugoslavia, or other countries? The reason is simple. Because Netherlands has Shell Oil Company. Hitler suddenly realized. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I almost made a fatal mistake. I declare the Netherlands campaign cancelled. The 9th Panzer Division will be kept as a general reserve, and its deployment to France or Norway will be decided based on the battlefield situation. All other units will be transferred to the Norwegian theater to ensure victory in the Norwegian campaign. Also, immediately after the meeting, have the Intelligence Department send intelligence on Shell Oil Company to the Prime Minister's office. Cadel, you are responsible for refining the details of Operation Thanksgiving. Brauchitsch, you are responsible for adjusting the details of the Manstein-Rosen plan after the cancellation of the Netherlands campaign. Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I declare the meeting adjourned, Hitler said. Führer, I wish to speak, Chen Dao interrupted. Hash 58 Volume 1, The First Battle in Poland Chapter 58. The Bandit Possessed by Clausewitz v. What do you want to say? Hitler asked. Because the France campaign concerns Germany's fate and future, I repeatedly checked every detail of the battle plan. Yesterday, inspired by Operation Thanksgiving, I finally found a flaw in the Manstein-Rosen plan, Chen Dao said. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately became tense, and the excitement on Hitler's face brought by Operation Thanksgiving vanished. What flaw? Brauchitsch was the first to ask. Chen Dao stood up and walked to the map, picking up the pointer and saying, "This flaw does not affect our ability to defeat France, but it will affect our operations against England." Chen Dao pointed to the map on the wall with his pointer and said, according to the original plan, Army Group A will advance toward the English Channel after forcing a crossing of the Meuse River, joining Army Group B to annihilate the enemy forces operating in Belgium. The problem lies here. What's the problem with that? Hitler asked impatiently. As Army Group A advances toward the English Channel, they will inevitably perceive our intentions. What will they do? Chen Dao asked. They will break out to the south, but this action of theirs is already within our expectations. They will not succeed, Brauchitsch said confidently. I believe Army Group A can repel their breakout forces. It is precisely because we can repel their breakout forces that this flaw arises. You see, after their breakout fails to protect their exposed right flank to Army Group A, they will inevitably retreat west, all the way to the English Channel, and then be surrounded by Army Group A and Army Group B. I estimated that this encirclement will contain British, French, and Belgians, with enemy numbers between 400,000 and 600,000. So many enemies crammed into such a small encirclement, if they focus on defensive combat, they will have enough troops to build dense defensive lines. Moreover, this area is in the Air Canal region of Belgium, with many waterways and swamps, and this terrain is precisely the terrain armored forces least want to see. Are you afraid that the armored forces will suffer too heavy losses when annihilating them, affecting the next stage of operations? This is indeed a matter worth considering. Your reminder is very important, Hitler said. Kadel and Brauchitsch showed thoughtful expressions on their faces, and Brauchitsch said, "We can use infantry as the main force, supplemented by the air force, to eliminate them. I believe in the strength of the army, but that is not the key issue. The key issue is that this area backs onto the English Channel, with ports like Dunkirk, Ostend, and Zeebrugge. The enemy forces might retreat to one of these ports and then escape under the cover of the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force." Beyond Chen Dao's expectation, the noisy sounds he had imagined did not appear. Instead, an eerie silence filled the conference room. Chen Dao keenly felt the immense pressure contained within the stillness. Goering's eyes darted around a few times, then he broke the silence with a joyful expression. "I agree with Heinz. The enemy forces, especially the British, will definitely escape by sea." Reader said, "I also agree with General Rosen's assessment." Kadel and Brauchitsch did not speak. Chen Dao saw from their expressions that they also tacitly agreed his judgment was correct. "I agree with your assessment. How should we solve this problem?" Hitler asked, staring at Chen Dao. "Let the Air Force eliminate those enemies and also the ships coming to pick them up. I guarantee not a single enemy will escape. In 3 days at most, the Air Force will eliminate all of them on the shore," Goering said. Hearing Goering's words, Chen Dao's chest and back were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He thought, no wonder Goering was so excited just now. It turns out he was planning to claim credit. Chen Dao calmly looked at Goering and mercilessly poured a bucket of cold water over him. "I once considered using the Air Force to eliminate these enemies, but the effectiveness of the Air Force is highly constrained by weather factors. Whether it's rainy weather or after dark, the Air Force is almost unable to operate, and even if it can, its combat effectiveness cannot be fully utilized. We cannot guarantee the weather in the English Channel during the campaign, so we cannot entrust this task to the Air Force." Goering was startled, thinking, "Did I misjudge? Is Heinz not creating an opportunity for the Air Force to gain merit?" Chen Dao turned to Kadel and Brauchitsch and said, "As long as the enemy forces leave a rearguard of about 100,000 troops to desperately fight a delaying action using the terrain, they can buy enough time for the main force to retreat. Therefore, relying on the army to complete the task of annihilating the enemy is also not feasible." Hearing Chen Dao's words, Goering's mind instantly found balance, and Hitler's brows furrowed even tighter. "According to you, are we just to watch them escape?" Hitler asked. "Of course not. From a political perspective, we must annihilate all these enemies, especially the British Expeditionary Force. Only by annihilating them will we have enough leverage in future negotiations to force England to accept peace. If England does not accept our goodwill, annihilating the British Expeditionary Force will also reduce the pressure on our subsequent operations." Fortunately, when Marshal Goering and Marshal Reeder discussed Operation Thanksgiving yesterday, it gave me some inspiration, and I came up with a way to solve this problem, Chen Dao said. Hitler's tightly furrowed brows relaxed considerably, and he urged, "Speak quickly." "My plan is like this." Chen Dao drew an arc from north to south on the map with his pointer. "After completing this step, we will then, based on the enemy's troop deployment, do this," Chen Dao said, drawing 2 more arcs from east to west on the map. Brauchitsch listened to Chen Dao finish his thoughts, then immediately asked, "After the first step of the plan is completed, what if the Allied forces' deployment is different from what you envisioned? I have also prepared some small tricks that can make the Allied forces adjust their deployment according to our vision, but these tricks still need to be kept secret. However, I must say, Clausewitz said that war, whether viewed from its objective or subjective nature, is akin to gambling. We are gambling that the Allied forces' deployment will align with our vision. Even if the Allied forces' deployment does not align with our vision, it doesn't matter. At least the outcome of my plan, once executed, will not be worse than the original plan," Chen Dao said. He is right. War is gambling by nature, and his plan has a very high success rate. And as he said, compared to the original Manstein-Rosen plan, his plan will not be worse and the risk is smaller. Field Marshal Brauchitsch, after you return, immediately revise the Manstein-Rosen plan according to General Rosen's concept, Hitler said. "But no buts, execute the order." At that moment, in Chen Dao's eyes, the furor exuded overwhelming aura. Leaving the Prime Minister's office, Chen Dao thought that the expected verbal sparring did not occur today, mainly due to Hitler's decisiveness. It seemed Hitler had some real ability to reach the position of furor. However, things have 2 sides. What if Hitler decides on a bad idea in the future and resolutely decides to implement it? He couldn't exactly hold a gun to his head and force him to change his mind. Thinking of this dilemma, Chen Dao's mood became heavy again. Marshal Reader, it's dinner time now, let's have dinner together. Heinz, you come along too, Goering invited. Your Excellency, Marshal, I advise you to go find General Jeskinek immediately and tell him that the instructors of the 4th Air School will not be returning before the France campaign. Chen Dao tactfully refused. Reader also politely declined Goering's invitation, stating that he would return to Kiel with Chen Dao. A hint of disappointment flashed across Goering's face, and then he realized that Chen Dao was reminding him to quickly investigate Jeskinek. If Air Force Chief of Staff Jeskinek was indeed a spy, it would be the biggest scandal since the founding of the German Air Force. A layer of frost settled on Goering's face. You better not be a spy, or I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Hash 59 Volume 1. The First Battle of Poland Chapter 59. The eve of the battle at 10 a.m. on March 17th. Reader convened a Navy operational meeting in the Navy headquarters conference room in Kiel. Although the details of Operation Thanksgiving were not yet complete, Reader, relying on his years of command experience, issued 2 combat readiness orders. The submarine force commanded by Major General Dönitz was to immediately establish a warning line near England to closely monitor the movements of the British Royal Navy Home Fleet. The German High Seas Fleet headquarters was to immediately formulate an operational plan to intercept British supply convoys on the routes from England to the Norwegian ports of Narvik, Trondheim, Bergen, and Stavanger. After issuing the orders, Reader said, in the original Operation Weserübung plan, my biggest concern was that after escorting the army to complete the landing operation, our retreat would be cut off by the British Royal Navy, especially the destroyer fleet heading to Narvik. To secure this strategic location in Norway, I was even mentally prepared to lose half of our combat vessels in the Norwegian campaign. But now, my biggest concern is how to sink more British ships in the Norwegian campaign to earn more merits for the German Navy. Here, I want to thank General Rosen. Operation Thanksgiving, which he personally formulated, transformed the German Navy from prey into a hunter, gaining the initiative in the campaign. I am proud to have such an outstanding subordinate as you. Thank you. With a joyful mood, Chen Dao returned to the Naval Aviation Headquarters. He sent for Galland and Leibniz, and Chen Dao said, I expect to leave for a period at the end of March. After I leave, you two will be fully responsible for the work of naval aviation. There are 3 key areas of work. First, supervising the construction of the Zeppelin aircraft carrier. Second, pilot training, which is the most important task. And third, urging the Junkers Company to complete the testing of the Ju-89 4-engine bomber as soon as possible. Where are you going? Galland asked curiously. Norway. I'm going to conduct a close-range investigation into the combat effectiveness of the British and French, Chen Dao said. Without investigation, there is no right to slaughter. We will soon go to war with France. Obtaining a first-hand combat effectiveness report on the British and French in Norway will make the operations of the troops I command in France smoother and can also reduce casualties. Therefore, I must go. Leibniz saw that Chen Dao had made up his mind and swallowed his words of dissuasion. You must pay attention to safety and not get too close to the front line. Chen Dao thought, how can I conduct an investigation and obtain first-hand information if I don't get too close to the front line? Then he thought that Leibniz was, after all, concerned about him, so Chen Dao perfunctorily nodded and said, Don't worry, I'm not going alone. I'll bring a unit to protect my safety. After all, I don't want to die young. After assigning tasks to Galland and Leibniz, Chen Dao called for Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence along with his 4 orderlies. Starting today, you will go to the training ground every day for physical and combat training. In as little as 5 days, or at most half a month, you will follow me into battle. Captain Lawrence excitedly asked, Commander, are we going to France? The destination is temporarily confidential, Chen Dao said with a smile, keeping them in suspense. Then he instructed Captain Lawrence, they have all participated in the Poland campaign. You are the only one among us who hasn't participated in actual combat. These next few days, you should learn more combat experience from them. I think this will be beneficial to your life safety. A blush rose on Captain Lawrence's pale face and he said confidently, Commander, don't worry, I won't drag you down. At noon on March 18th, a plane from Oslo, the capital of Norway, arrived in Berlin. Stepping off the plane, the passenger from Norway got into a sedan already waiting at the airport and appeared at the Prime Minister's office less than an hour later. The visitor was Vidkun Quisling, leader of the Norwegian National Unity Party and former Minister of Defense. 2 days later, at the same airport, Quisling joyfully boarded the same plane and flew back to Oslo in high spirits. That afternoon, the refined Operation Thanksgiving, after being signed by Hitler, was distributed to the Army, Navy, and Air Force headquarters. When Chen Dao received the plan, he was practicing marksmanship with Captain Bod and others at the training ground. Since becoming the naval aviation commander, Chen Dao had spent most of his time in an office chair and was exceptionally out of shape. With the idea that it's never too late to sharpen the spear, Chen Dao consciously joined the training team before the battle. Quickly scanning Operation Thanksgiving, Chen Dao's gaze fixed on the implementation date of the plan, March 31st, leaving exactly 10 days for preparation. After 4 days of intense training, on March 25th, Chen Dao led 6 subordinates into a military vehicle bound for Hamburg. On the afternoon of March 25th, 1940, Hamburg Square Hotel was a chaotic scene. The entrance was crowded with Wehrmacht cars, and Air Force officers successively entered the hotel located between Damter Station and Alster Lake. Weeks ago, this place had become the headquarters of the newly formed 5th Air Fleet of the German Air Force. The 5th Air Fleet was a new air fleet established by the German Air Force to deal with the Norwegian campaign. Its commander was General Stumpf, and it commanded the 10th Air Corps led by Lieutenant General Jaesler and the War Zone Air Transport Wing led by Colonel Gables. After the Netherlands campaign was cancelled, the 5th Air Fleet's establishment also included the full strength of the 7th Parachute Division and the 22nd Air Landing Division. Not only that, but Goering, fearing that the 5th Air Fleet would be short-handed, assigned Stumpf an additional battalion-sized unit named the Air Force Headquarters War Zone Investigation Group. Chen Dao's arrival marked the official full manning of this War Zone Investigation Group. In a military camp in the southeastern suburbs of Hamburg, Chen Dao met with Manteuffel, who had arrived yesterday. After exchanging pleasantries, Manteuffel handed the War Zone Investigation Group's organizational chart to Chen Dao. Chen Dao carefully examined it under the light: a tank company with 22 Panzerroman 4G tanks, an armored grenadier company with 21 251 type half-track vehicles, a Sturmgeschützroman 4 platoon with 4 Sturmgeschützroman 4, and a quartermaster company. There were also armored reconnaissance, engineer, anti-aircraft, maintenance, and communications platoons directly under the battalion headquarters. Seeing this organizational chart, Chen Dao couldn't help but tear up, thinking that Hanfei had finally upgraded his equipment. Manteuffel asked informally, "Are you going to Norway to investigate or to fight?" Investigating while fighting, Chen Dao said, "I will try to return and meet you before May 1st. During this time, you must seize the time to train. We don't have much time left," Chen Dao instructed. "I will seize it, and you must also pay attention to safety," Manteuffel said. After seeing Manteuffel off, Chen Dao asked Major Schumacher, the deputy commander of the War Zone Investigation Group, "Where is my special vehicle?" Schumacher hurriedly led Chen Dao to 2 251 type half-track vehicles. Chen Dao pointed to one of the half-tracks and laughed. "Skoda can actually mount a KWK-40 tank gun on it. I really underestimated them." The 2 special vehicles Chen Dao initially received were a 251-10 type half-track equipped with a 37mm anti-tank gun and a 251-1 type armored personnel carrier. A mere 37mm anti-tank gun and MG-34 machine gun naturally could not satisfy Chen Dao's demand for firepower. Under Chen Dao's order to maximize firepower, the Skoda Works modified that 251-10 type half-track, forcefully mounting a KWK 4075 mmL 48 tank gun used by the Panzerroman 4G onto the roof of the driver's compartment. And that 251-1 type half-track was fitted with an 81mm mortar and renamed the 251-2 type self-propelled mortar carrier. Looking at these 2 modified half-tracks, Chen Dao nodded in satisfaction and casually pulled a piece of paper from his chest pocket, handing it to Major Schumacher. "These are the names I gave these 2 vehicles. Spray the first line of text on this vehicle and the second line of text on that vehicle," Chen Dao said. "Colonel, there's also a 251-1 type half-track responsible for transporting ammunition for you over there. Does it need a name?" Of course, Chen Dao took out a pen and filled in 3 large characters on the paper. Major Schumacher looked at the paper and found that out of the 11 characters on it, he only recognized the 2 Arabic numerals 1. The remaining 9 mysterious square characters were completely unrecognizable, immediately giving him a feeling of unfathomable profundity. The next morning, Chen Dao looked at the 3 half-tracks parked side by side in front of his door and thought, with the help of Hanfei 1, Hanfei 2, and Hummer, Hanfei can definitely teach the British and French invading forces a good lesson in Norway, letting them know how to write the strokes of the character people person. #60 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 60. Operation Shockwave. Aalborg is a historic city. It is located in the center of the Jutland Peninsula in Denmark, on the southern bank of the Limfjord. Aalborg is a vital transportation hub situated on the main route between Western Europe and Scandinavia with well-developed sea, land, and air transport. It has road and railway bridges spanning the Limfjord, as well as an airport with direct flights to Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, and Oslo, the capital of Norway. At dawn on March 31, 1940, Thor, a guard at Aalborg Airport, yawned as he walked out of his dormitory. The Nordic region in March was still bitterly cold, and Thor couldn't help but shiver a few times. He braced himself and strode toward the airport's guard duty room. Pulling open the door of the duty room, Thor rushed in, bringing a gust of cold wind with him. "Close the door quickly. Are you trying to freeze me to death?" As soon as Thor entered, Loki, who was dozing at the table, straightened up as if shocked by electricity and yelled at Thor, "Move aside. This bed is mine now." Thor knew his old partner's temper and completely ignored Loki's shouts, pushing Loki's shoulder to send him back to the dormitory to sleep. Loki stood up, put on his hat, and groggily pushed the door open to leave, signaling the completion of the shift change at the Aalborg Airport guard duty room. Thor sat down in the chair and slumped onto the table, pulling his hat over his face to block the light, and began his duty. Buzz a noise came faintly, waking Thor from his deep sleep. Thor raised his head, eyes hazy, and muttered, "Who is flying a plane at night? So inconsiderate." He lay back down on the table, turned his head, and faced the light bulb with the back of his head, re-entering his dream. In the sky above Aalborg Airport, 40 to 50 pristine white parachutes swayed gracefully as they descended to the ground. Upon landing, agile figures leapt up from beneath the white parachutes, shed the cumbersome parachutes, and rushed toward the weapon bags that had landed almost simultaneously with them. After obtaining their weapons, those figures saw that the airport was still quiet, with no gunfire or alarms, so they boldly charged toward the airport. A large hand removed the hat from Thor's face, then patted Thor's shoulder. "Don't joke with me." Thor awoke from a dream of wielding Mjolnir and battling frost giants, glaring at the troublemaker who had shattered his heroic dream. However, what he saw was a dark, hollow gun barrel. The gun barrel pressed against Thor's forehead, and the biting coldness from the barrel penetrated Thor's brow. Thor instantly awoke from his infinitely imaginative dream, reverting to immortal, and obediently raised his hands. At dawn on March 31, 1940, a parachute platoon of the 7th Parachute Division occupied Aalborg Airport in Denmark without firing a shot. An hour later, the 159th Infantry Regiment landed at the airport by transport plane. Meanwhile, other personnel from the 4th Parachute Company of the 7th Parachute Division parachuted near the Vordingborg Bridge, which connects Zealand and Falster. When the paratroopers landed, there was no gunfire or alarms on the ground, only silence. Seeing this, the paratroopers of the 4th Company did not open their airdropped weapon crates, but engaged in combat only with their personal pistols, disarming the bridge's defensive detachment in a few minutes. A squad of paratroopers quickly rushed onto the bridge using captured bicycles. The bridge guards surrendered without firing a shot. The paratroopers captured the 3.5-kilometer-long bridge intact. After controlling this vital transportation route, the German attacking forces, who had landed on Gozer Island, advanced unimpeded into the Danish interior, entering Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, in one fell swoop. After the German army eliminated a few loyal royal guards who resisted with weapons, King Christian X of Denmark, with tears in his eyes, ordered the Danish army to lay down their arms and surrender. This was only 4 hours after the Aalborg airborne operation. Denmark's surrender signified the complete success of shockwave action, the first step of Operation Thanksgiving. In Berlin, the capital of Germany, in the Prime Minister's office, Hitler showed no excitement on his face when he received news of Denmark's surrender and the capture of King Christian X of Denmark's entire family. After calmly eating breakfast, Hitler said to his adjutant, Major Ruhr, "Order the navy to proceed as planned." "Führer, all items are ready. Can we depart now?" asked Major Ruhr. "We depart to Cliff Castle," Hitler said. Cliff Castle, located in Münster-Mayfeld in western Germany, was Hitler's newly selected temporary headquarters for the Ministry of Defense, where Hitler would command the France campaign. At Air Force headquarters, Göring, Milch, Jeskenek, and others had not slept all night, intently awaiting reports from shockwave action. Upon receiving news of Denmark's surrender, Göring smiled and glanced at the quietly cheering Jeskenek, then ordered, "Immediately command the 5th Air Fleet to transfer to Aalborg Airport, and also quickly submit the list of officers and soldiers who performed meritorious service in shockwave action." A staff officer immediately went to convey Göring's order. Goering then said to Milch and others, the Foreign Ministry of England and France will certainly condemn us. Ribbentrop and Goebbels will have another headache. Milch said disdainfully, they will only condemn, but they won't commit even one infantryman or one aircraft in Denmark. We should simply suggest that England and France rename their foreign ministry to the Ministry of Condemnation. That name would better match their work. Goering laughed heartily. Ribbentrop certainly won't agree with your suggestion. What does the renaming of the Foreign Ministry of England and France have to do with the German Foreign Ministry? Milch asked, puzzled. According to your logic, it won't be long before the German Foreign Ministry becomes the Ministry of Condemnation, and Ribbentrop will become the Minister of Condemnation. Of course, he won't agree, Goering said. Jeskenek walked over to Goering after taking a call and said, Marshal, I just received a phone call from the Prime Minister's office informing me that the Führer has ordered us to move to Cliff Castle. It's finally renovated. I've been waiting for a long time. I can finally see Brauchitsch and Halder living in pigsties, Goering said, with a look of infinite longing on his face. How can they live in pigsties? Are there not enough houses there? Jeskenek asked curiously. Of course not. The Führer designated a row of pigsties for Dr. Todt to convert into temporary offices for the army headquarters. Dr. Todt quietly told me this. Haha, Goering laughed loudly as he walked out of Air Force headquarters. Hamburg. Chen Dao had just finished breakfast when Major Schumacher informed him of Denmark's surrender. I only learned that we attacked Denmark before I ate breakfast, and now the Danes have surrendered. Can I say that we defeated Denmark in just one breakfast's time? Major Schumacher quipped. Absolutely, Chen Dao said. #61 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 61. The shockwave operation causes 10:30 a.m., March 31, 1940, London, 10 Downing Street, the residence of the British Prime Minister. Winston Churchill, the British First Lord of the Admiralty, entered the meeting room expressionlessly, a cigar clenched between his teeth. After exchanging pleasantries with Major General Dunt, the Secretary of State for War, and Marshal Dowding, the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force, who had already arrived, Churchill sat down to await Prime Minister Chamberlain's arrival. Chamberlain did not keep them waiting. Less than 5 minutes later, he sat in the central chair of the meeting room and declared the meeting open. The Germans have occupied Denmark. You must all be aware of this news. How should we respond to the current situation? Chamberlain finished speaking, pulled a plastic pill bottle from his pocket, poured out 2 white pills, and swallowed them with warm water. He then stared at those present, awaiting their reactions. It seems the Prime Minister's stomach ailment has worsened again, everyone present thought in unison. Major General Dunt, the Secretary of State for War, said, according to intelligence provided by MI6 agents deployed in Germany, the Germans have amassed a large force in Rostock and Hamburg, reportedly as many as 400,000 men. Approximately 200,000 tons of German merchant ships have assembled in Chesson and Swinemund. Their next target is clear, Norway. Chamberlain put away the pill bottle and said with a weak voice, I also believe it's Norway. What should we do? Continue with Operation Catherine? Not just Operation Catherine, but the Royal Navy operation must also be executed immediately. We cannot delay any longer. Churchill, seeing Chamberlain glance at the cigar in his hand, gracefully extinguished it in the ashtray. The French have already stated they do not wish to undertake any action that would provoke German retaliation, so the Royal Navy operation can only be postponed indefinitely. However, Operation Wilfred can be executed. As for Operation Catherine, the 2 infantry divisions we originally planned for it have already been transferred to France. Now, at most, I can provide 11 battalions for its execution, and we must secure French support, said Major General Dunt, the Secretary of State for War. The Germans could attack France at any moment. The main force of the Air Force, especially bombers, has already been stationed in France. The Air Force does not have enough aircraft to execute Operation Catherine, said Marshal Dowding, the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force. The lovely French. Churchill's tone was full of mockery. As early as after the outbreak of the Poland campaign in 1939, Churchill proposed Operation Wilfred, suggesting that the British and French navies should lay mines along the Norwegian coast, especially near Narvik, to increase the risk for German maritime transport. If necessary, after the summer thaw, mines should also be laid outside the port of Luleå in Sweden to prevent German merchant ships from importing iron ore from Sweden. In January 1940, Churchill again proposed Royal Navy operation, suggesting that France, leveraging its geographical advantage in the upper Rhine River, should deploy a large number of mines in the Rhine River, which would then drift downstream into Germany. Simultaneously, the British and French air forces were to dispatch aircraft to drop mines into canals within Germany, comprehensively disrupting German inland waterway transport. In late January 1940, the British Supreme War Council decided that England would send 2 infantry divisions and France 1 infantry division to land at Narvik port in Norway, under the pretext of entering Finland via northern Norway to assist Finland in resisting Soviet aggression. Of course, this was merely a high-sounding official reason. England's true objective was to use this as an excuse to occupy Narvik and cut off Germany's winter iron ore supply route. If necessary, the British-French Allied forces would even invade Sweden and occupy the Gällivare iron mine. The codename for this operation was Operation Catherine. However, in the presence of the enthusiastic and romantic French, any military operation requiring high efficiency should be renamed Snail Operation. Why a snail and not a turtle? Because the French love to eat snails. Regarding Operation Wilfred, the French response was agreement in principle, but with the execution date pending. Regarding Royal Navy operation, after nearly 2 months of wrangling, the French finally agreed to its execution. Just as the British were impatiently transporting various types of mines to France, bad news arrived: a change in French leadership, and Prime Minister Daladier stepped down. After Paul Reynaud succeeded him as Prime Minister, he announced that the Royal Navy operation would be postponed indefinitely. The reason given was that France would not undertake any irrational military actions to avoid provoking German retaliation. And the most tragic was Operation Catherine. The French directly rejected the British proposal, stating that France needed every infantry division to resist a potential invasion and could not spare any troops for Operation Catherine. Then, on March 13, more bad news arrived. Finland and the Soviet Union made peace, and the pretext for executing Operation Catherine was gone. From autumn 1939 to March 31, 1940, a full 5 months, England and France failed to undertake any joint military action, and the only news they received was the fall of Denmark. All of this was because of the French, the enthusiastic and romantic French. Could it truly be, as that German major whose name I've forgotten said, that the French can only win battles one led by a lowly like Joan of Arc or a Corsican like Napoleon? There's a famous saying in military circles: your enemy knows you best. This saying indeed holds true. The Germans, France's perennial rivals, truly understand the French best. Even an unknown German major can see through the French. Recalling the various dealings with the French over these 5 months, Churchill became increasingly certain that the German major, whose name he had forgotten, was correct. The last French soldier died in the Napoleonic era, and only Casanovas remain now. If French soldiers could be half as efficient as they are when seducing women, how wonderful this world would be. Chamberlain's voice interrupted Churchill's internal musings. This afternoon I will go to Paris to discuss military cooperation with the French. You will come with me? Especially at a time like this, we must unite the French. I will do my utmost to persuade the French to accept our proposals, Churchill said. However, now that the Finns have made peace with the Soviet, we must also consider the impact our actions against Norway will have on world opinion and our own reputation. Otherwise, our actions could put us in a very passive position in the eyes of world opinion, Chamberlain said. Churchill instinctively reached for a cigar to light it, then remembered Chamberlain was present and put the cigar back down, saying, "We have risen to fight in accordance with the principles of the League of Nations Covenant to help the victims of German aggression. Attacking Norway is technically a violation of international law, but as long as we do not commit any inhumane acts in Norway, we absolutely must not lose the goodwill of neutral nations. It will also not have an adverse effect on the United States, the most important of the neutral nations. We have reason to believe that they will handle this issue in the most skillful way to help us, and they are very resourceful and experienced. The final judge is our own conscience. We are engaged in war to re-establish the rule of law and protect the freedom of small nations. If we fail, it will mean the world will face an era of barbaric tyranny, a fatal threat not only to ourselves but to the independent survival of every small nation in Europe. In the name of the League of Nations Covenant, and as the practical agents of the League and all it represents, we must for a brief period discard certain conventions of the law we seek to strengthen and reassert. When we are fighting for the rights and freedom of small nations, they should not shackle our hands and feet. In times of great emergency, the letter of the law should not be used to impede the actions of those who protect and enforce the law. If the German aggressor can freely tear up all laws on the one hand, thereby enjoying one advantage, and on the other hand, exploit our internal respect for the law to enjoy another advantage, that is neither just nor reasonable. We should not use legality as our standard, but rather humanity. Now we must face the current situation. For the attack on Norway, for all of this, history will make a just judgment. Major General Dunt, the Secretary of State for War, seeing Churchill passionately deliver his righteous speech, lowered his eyelids, focusing his gaze inwards, and silently analyzed Churchill's impassioned rhetoric. Finally, he couldn't help but mentally draw a sympathetic cross for Chamberlain. Churchill's lengthy discourse offered no constructive suggestions and could not resolve the public opinion pressure caused by the attack on Norway. Watching Chamberlain nod repeatedly at the eloquent Churchill, Dunt thought to himself, "It seems the Prime Minister is willing to take the blame for this." At 4 p.m. on March 31, the plane carrying Chamberlain and Churchill arrived in Paris. Before their departure, as Goering had anticipated, the foreign ministry of both England and France transformed into a ministry of condemnation, assembling various grand, luminous, and righteous phrases to strongly condemn Germany's aggression against Denmark. Dr. Goebbels, the German propaganda minister, fought back, claiming that the German army entered Denmark to protect it from aggression by England and France. Countless diplomatic pronouncements flew across East and West via radio and newspapers, colliding in the cold night sky to produce countless invisible sparks, foreshadowing an impending major war. On April 2, Chamberlain and Churchill returned to London, bringing with them two pieces of news. The bad news was that the French still disagreed with the Royal Navy operation, fearing it would provoke German retaliation. The good news was that the French agreed to send the Alpine Infantry Regiment to participate in Operation Catherine to occupy Narvik and would continue to send more troops into Norway. On the afternoon of April 3, the British Army's 24th Guards Brigade, led by Major General Maxey, began boarding ships. At 4 a.m. on April 4, HMS Furious, HMS Warspite, and 9 destroyers of the British Royal Navy sailed from Scapa Bay, majestically heading towards Norway. #62 Volume 1, First Battle with Poland, Chapter 62. Norway and Shake at 10:30 a.m. on April 4, 1940, at the end of Karl Johans Gate, the main street of Oslo, the capital of Norway. King Haakon Roman VII of Norway was listening to a report from General Luge, the commander-in-chief of the Norwegian Armed Forces, in his palace. Yesterday, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., German planes were again spotted over the four cities of Oslo, Bergen, Stavanger, and Kristiansand, totaling 17 sorties. Counting these numbers, since April 1, the number of German planes that have intruded into our airspace has reached 54 sorties. After these 3 days of observation, we can now confirm that they are German FW-200C aircraft. These planes were originally passenger aircraft, but were later converted by the Germans into long-range reconnaissance aircraft. It is clear that they are here to reconnoiter our army's deployment intelligence. Continue to monitor, but maintain restraint. Do not open fire on them, and do not give the Germans an excuse to attack us. I will resolve this issue through the Foreign Ministry, said Prime Minister Nygaardsvold of Norway. Haakon Roman VII nodded in agreement with Nygaardsvold's suggestion, then asked, "Are there any new intelligence reports?" The Germans have indeed amassed a large number of troops in the two ports of Hamburg and Rostock. The specific number is unknown, General Luge said. Haakon Roman VII's expression became more severe, and he turned to Nygaardsvold and said, "We must prepare for war. We cannot do nothing." Nygaardsvold's expression was equally serious. "Then let's prepare for war, but the preparations must be carried out in secret and must not cause panic among the people, so as to avoid social unrest. We also cannot let the Germans discover it, so they don't use it as an excuse to launch an attack." "I will ensure secrecy," General Luge said. After General Luge left, Nygaardsvold said to Haakon Roman VII, "Your Majesty, the gold from the National Treasury and the secret documents from the Foreign Ministry have all been loaded onto trucks. Once Germany declares war on us, Oslo will be the front line. For your safety, you must leave Oslo immediately after the war breaks out, and those trucks will leave with you." "If war really breaks out, where should I go?" Sweden? Haakon Roman VII asked with a dejected expression. "Sweden is just one option, but I do not recommend going to Sweden because the Swedes are not capable of helping us resist aggression," Nygaardsvold said. "Yes, the Swedes are not capable of helping us fight the Germans, and perhaps they won't even let me cross the border," Haakon Roman VII said. "The number of German soldiers is greater than our entire national population, so the Swedes certainly won't provoke them. The most suitable retreat is to England. After the war breaks out, you should retreat north with the royal family members in those trucks, and then contact the British to rescue us. England is currently at war with the Germans, and they certainly won't stand by and watch the Germans expand their sphere of influence. Moreover, the British have sufficient strength to help us, even in the worst-case scenario. The British have the ability to help us restore our nation, Nigeswald said. All right, if that day truly comes, you must leave the main members of the government and leave with me, Håkon Roman 7 said. 1:40 p.m. on April 4, 1940, Narvik, Northern Norway. Colonel Sunlo, the commander of the Narvik garrison and the commanding officer of the Norwegian Royal Army's 5th Infantry Brigade, was reading a book in his office. The book he was reading was an English edition of War and Peace. This book was mailed to him by an old friend named Quisling, and he had just received it today. An ordinary skilled reader can read 10 lines at a glance, but Colonel Sunlo was a master among masters. At a speed of 10 pages per glance, he finished half of the brick-thick War and Peace in just over 10 seconds. Finally, on page 518 of War and Peace, Colonel Sunlo found the bookmark he had long been anticipating. Although he had already agreed with his old friend that the English version represented pounds and the German version represented imperial marks, Colonel Sunlo, adhering to his soldiers' inherent caution, carefully checked the value unit of the bookmark. After confirming it was indeed pounds, a slight smile finally appeared on Colonel Sunlo's tense face. According to the exchange rate between pounds and Norwegian kroner, Colonel Sunlo quickly calculated the value of that bookmark in his head, then carefully placed the bookmark, worth 100,000 Norwegian kroner, back into the book. After locking War and Peace in his drawer, Colonel Sunlo picked up the telegram he had just received from his desk. The telegram was sent from Oslo, ordering the 5th Infantry Brigade to secretly go into first-level combat readiness. Colonel Sunlo's face showed a scornful smile. Nigeswald was only now thinking of going into first-level combat readiness. If this were wartime, with such a slow reaction speed, how many innocent Norwegian soldiers would be killed by the enemy caught off guard? How many innocent Norwegian soldiers would fight the enemy in a predicament of lacking food and ammunition? It seems the nickname Woodenhead really suits that old fellow Nigeswald. He truly is hopelessly dull. Fortunately, he had his old friend Quisling, allowing him to keep abreast of the latest developments in the situation and avoid being caught off guard in the war. Thinking of the combat preparations he had secretly carried out since the end of last month, at the reminder of his old friend, Colonel Sunlo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. From this first-level combat readiness order from Oslo, it seemed his risk was not in vain. The situation had indeed reached a critical point. Knock, 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 and knock on the door interrupted Colonel Sunlo's thoughts. His adjutant pushed the door open and said, "Major Crespo and Captain Hanst are here. Please let them in," Colonel Sunlo said, rising to greet them at the door. Narvik port was home to 2 armored ships, 2 frigates, and 2 submarines of the Royal Norwegian Navy. Major Crespo was the captain of the armored ship Eidsvold, and Captain Hanst was the captain of the armored ship Norge. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Colonel Sunlo handed them the combat readiness order and said, "I just received a telegram from headquarters, ordering us to go into first-level combat readiness." After reading the telegram, Major Crespo's usually serious expression became even more serious. "Who is the enemy?" Major Crespo asked pointedly. "The Germans, I guess it's the Germans. On March 31, the Germans just occupied Denmark, and today we received a combat readiness order. Besides the Germans, I can't think of any other enemy," Colonel Sunlo said earnestly. "I also think it's the Germans," Captain Hanst said. "I share that view. What should we do?" Major Crespo asked. "My view is that Narvik is over 1,000 kilometers from Oslo, and even further from Germany, so German planes cannot reach us here. The German army might come here, but I believe the German army will not come by land, but rather by sea with their navy, so it's our navy that will engage the Germans first," Major Crespo said. "Correct. I invited you here to discuss how to resist the possible invasion. I have already sent a reply to headquarters. In the telegram I said this: even if I am crushed to pieces, I will protect every sacred inch of Narvik from invasion. I sincerely hope that you can fight alongside me to jointly defend our sacred homeland. Either the invaders will be crushed to pieces, or I will be crushed to pieces," Major Crespo said righteously. "From today onwards, I will live on the ship. As long as the combat readiness order is not lifted, I will not leave the ship for a single day," Captain Hanst said with integrity. "As the Supreme Commander here, I thank you for your support. Let's discuss the details of the operation. First, we need to deploy those naval mines at the entrance of Ufot Fjord," Colonel Sunlo said. #63 Volume 1 First Battle in Poland Chapter 63 Boiling Viking Blood at 6:10 a.m. on April 6, 1940, 40 nautical miles southwest of the entrance to Vestfjord in northern Norway, a periscope silently emerged from the water and turned due east. 10 meters underwater, inside the German Navy's U-31 submarine, Captain Wagner, with his hat askew, pressed himself against the periscope to observe the battle situation on the surface. Who was discovered? U-38 or U-25? Captain Wagner saw the fluctuating flashes of fire on the dark sea and couldn't help but worry about his comrades. To monitor the movements of the British Navy, Dönitz, commander of the German submarine force, dispatched 25 submarines for reconnaissance missions. U-31, commanded by Captain Wagner, along with U-38 and U-25, were assigned to patrol near Narvik. When a naval battle erupted on the nearby sea, Captain Wagner's first thought was that his comrades had been exposed. About 10 minutes later, the hydrophone operator reported that the explosions on the surface had ceased. Captain Wagner immediately ordered the submarine to submerge to a depth of 50 meters, with all crew members maintaining silence. At the same time, the periscope was retracted and the hydrophone operator solely monitored the movements on the surface. On the British destroyer Cossack and Eskimo, bright beams from searchlights swept continuously across the undulating waves, finally settling on several bodies floating aimlessly with the sea. After a radio wave, in the command room of the British Royal Navy's HMS Warspite, Lord Cork learned that an unidentified submarine had been sunk. After 2 orders, the Eskimo and Cossack destroyers, having just achieved success, turned around and began searching the nearby waters, attempting to find other hidden threats in the area. Almost simultaneously, the Bedouin and British destroyer Hero and the fleet accelerated away, their bows pointing northeast, heading straight for Vestfjord. They would assume the role of pioneers. Southwest of Narvik City, Colonel Sunlow walked out of his bedroom, rubbing his eyes, and asked his adjutant, Captain Cresta, "What is it?" The Navy forwarded a telegram. U-7 submarine discovered a fleet of unidentified nationality, located 40 nautical miles southwest of the Vestfjord entrance, with at least 2 capital ships, Captain Cresta replied. Hearing Captain Cresta mention unidentified nationality, a sharp gleam flashed in Colonel Sunlow's eyes, and he quickly ordered, "Pass on my command. All personnel prepare for battle according to the original plan. Have U-7 continue to monitor that fleet and report the latest intelligence to me at any time." Attended by his orderly, Colonel Sunlow quickly dressed and walked out of his room, heading straight for his command room. After sailing 40 nautical miles and passing through Vestfjord, Lord Cork ordered the fleet to stop at the junction of Vestfjord and Ufot Fjord. Looking at the brightening sky, and considering that the sunken submarine was likely a Norwegian submarine, and recalling the radio waves it sent before being discovered, Lord Cork believed that the Norwegian defenders in Narvik might already be prepared for battle, waiting for his fleet to enter the fjord and fall into their trap. Prudence is not cowardice but a virtue, and Lord Cork issued 2 orders with this attitude. Not long after, on the Warspite battleship, a seaplane was catapulted into the air, then shook its wings and flew toward Ufot Fjord. The Bedouin destroyer and British destroyer Hero cautiously sailed towards Ufot Fjord to check if the fjord entrance was safe. Approximately 15 minutes later, the seaplane sent a telegram, reporting that 2 warships were hidden behind rocks at a bend in Ufot Fjord. The British destroyer Hero also reported discovering naval mines at the entrance of Ufot Fjord. Lord Cork breathed a sigh of relief and, with a smile, issued 2 new combat orders. The Bedouin and British destroyer Hero transformed into sappers, rushing into the minefield, using all available weapons on board to fire at the mines, detonating them. While the Bedouin destroyer and British destroyer Hero were painstakingly clearing mines, in the middle of Vestfjord, the enraged HMS Furious, on high alert, received orders to quickly adjust its bow to face the wind. 12 Ferry Barracuda dive bombers successively took off, converged in the air, and aggressively headed towards Ufot Fjord. Guided by the seaplane, the bomber group quickly found the 2 ironclads, and a one-sided slaughter immediately began. Looking at the ill-intentioned flock of skuas, Major Crespo put down his binoculars and shouted in terror to the first officer, "It's the British. They are the British. Quickly send a telegram to shore. The enemy is the British." The first officer stood stunned. For the past 2 days, the Narvik garrison had been racking their brains discussing how to deal with the Germans. Why was the captain suddenly shouting that the enemy was the British? A blue circle with a red center, that's the Royal Air Force's insignia. I can't be mistaken. Send the telegram quickly. Major Crespo pushed the first officer, who then reacted and went to execute the order. Facing the diving skua flock, the 2 210mm main guns and 6 150mm secondary guns on the HNO MS Eidsvoll ironclad were useless. The sailors had no anti-aircraft guns and could only pull out a dozen rifles from the ship's hold to fire into the air. The firepower of a dozen bolt-action rifles was barely better than nothing and could not pose a threat to the roaring Skua flock. Two 500-pound aerial bombs successively struck the bow deck of the HMS Eidsvold, and the nearby HMS Norge was not spared either. Its bow and stern decks were successively hit by 3 bombs, with flames and smoke rising into the sky, engulfing the 2 old ironclads. Inside Narvik port, Colonel Sun Lo climbed to the 3rd-floor rooftop of the command center, picked up his binoculars, and looked toward the fjord, clearly seeing the towering black smoke rising from the 2 ironclads after the skuas had dived. Colonel Major Crespo sent a telegram. "It's the British attacking us." Captain Crest rushed to Colonel Sun Lo's side and shouted, "The British? Could they be mistaken?" Colonel Sun Lo asked with surprise. "I don't believe Major Crespo would mistake the enemy," Captain Cresta said. "Could it really be the British?" "We boom." A violent explosion interrupted Colonel Sun Lo's words. Sun Lo quickly raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. "My God, its ammunition depot exploded. It's the HMS Norge. It's sunk. Order 2 escort ships to rescue the sailors in the water. Act quickly. The sailors won't last long in this temperature of seawater before freezing to death. You must act fast," Colonel Sun Lo shouted. "I need to send a telegram to Oslo. The British have declared war on us," Colonel Sun Lo yelled as he ran down from the rooftop. Colonel Sun Lo and his adjutant had just left the rooftop when the stern of the HMS Eidsvold ironclad rose high out of the water, then let out a piercing creaking sound before breaking into and sinking into the icy seawater, leaving only 2 huge whirlpools. At 11:40 a.m. on April 6, 1940, 40 years later, the HMS Eidsvold and HMS Norge, 2 Norwegian ironclads built in England in 1900, were successively sunk by the British Royal Navy, signaling the official beginning of the British invasion of Norway. In southern Norway, in Oslo, 1,000 miles from Narvik, Håkon Roman VII, who had just received a call from General Luge, spread his hands and asked Nygesvold, "How could it be the British? Is Colonel Sun Lo mistaken? Perhaps the Germans are impersonating them. They are capable of such things," Nygesvold said with a grim face. "We must immediately summon the British ambassador, confirm the truth of this matter with him, and then expose the Germans' mask," Nygesvold continued. The telephone suddenly rang. Håkon Roman VII picked up the phone, listened for a few seconds, then said, "Please let him in." Putting down the phone, Håkon Roman VII said to Nygesvold, "The British ambassador requests an audience." The British ambassador requesting an audience at this moment? An ominous premonition arose in Nygesvold's heart. While Håkon Roman VII and Nygesvold were meeting the British ambassador, over 1,000 Gisling elements rushed onto various main roads in Oslo, shouting, "Extra! Extra! England declares war on Norway! Narvik is in distress! The 5th Infantry Brigade is fighting the invaders!" They then distributed free copies of printed tabloids to passers-by. In less than 2 hours, the news of the British invasion of Norway reached every citizen in Oslo. At the same time, similar scenes appeared on the streets of Bergen, Norway's 2nd-largest city, and Trondheim, its 3rd-largest city. Under the manipulation of Quisling, the news of the British invasion of Norway spread like a plague across the land of Norway. Håkon Roman VII was at this time unaware of the news outside. He angrily slammed the diplomatic note onto the table, trembling as he said, "The British army came as friends to help the Norwegian people resist the German invasion. What a joke! Is what the British are doing what a friend should do. This is *** naked aggression." The distraught Nygesvold soothed Håkon Roman VII for a few moments, then said, "We must ask General Luge to come and inquire what we should do." "You are right, we must ask General Luge," Håkon Roman VII said. 20 minutes later, General Luge arrived at the royal palace. To the inquiries of Håkon Roman VII and Nygesvold, General Luge's answer was concise: "We fight." At 2:00 p.m. on April 6, 1940, King Håkon Roman VII of Norway issued a proclamation to all compatriots via radio, calling on all Norwegian people to unite and resist the British invasion. At 3:00 p.m. that same afternoon, the French ambassador to Norway visited Håkon Roman VII, informing him that France would also enter Norway as a friend to assist the Norwegian people in defending against Germany. After dismissing the French ambassador, Håkon Roman VII again issued a war mobilization, calling on the Norwegian people to resist the British invaders and their French accomplices. In less than 2 hours, 2 successive war mobilizations spread throughout Norway, and the long-dormant Viking blood in the bones of the Norwegians completely boiled over. #64 Volume 1, The First Battle in Poland Chapter 64, the second step of the Gratitude Plan. The voice of Germany Håkon Roman 7 war mobilization could not prevent the British from attacking Narvik. The second round of bombing by the HMS Furious's carrier-based aircraft destroyed the Rennes and Havn's coastal artillery batteries. Without these two coastal batteries, Narvik had no heavy firepower left to stop the British landing. At 2:00 p.m. on April 6, the British destroyer Bedouin and the British destroyer Hero finally cleared a path through the minefield and entered Ufot Fjord, only to be ambushed by the Norwegian Royal Navy submarine U-8, which was lying in wait at the fjord entrance. The British destroyer Hero, leading the British Royal Navy, was hit by torpedoes on its port bow and amidships. The nearly 2,000-ton hull was instantly blown to pieces. The U-8 submarine was thus exposed and sunk by British destroyer depth charges. After confirming that Ufot Fjord was safe, Lord Cork ordered the Warspite to enter Ufot Fjord, turn its hull sideways, and its 8 twin-mounted 380mm naval guns began shelling the Norwegian army positions onshore. In addition to the 2 destroyers protecting the HMS Furious, the other 6 British destroyers also joined the shelling. Colonel Sunlow's 5th Infantry Brigade had only one 75mm mountain artillery battalion, which was no match for the British Royal Navy's large-caliber naval guns. They had no choice but to abandon their outer positions and hastily retreat beyond the range of the British naval guns. At 3:50 p.m. on April 6th, a company of the British Army's 21st Guards Brigade entered the undefended urban area of Narvik and raised the British flag, officially declaring the fall of Narvik. Colonel Sunlow led the 5th Infantry Brigade to retreat to Elfos town, south of Narvik, and immediately reported the battle situation to General Luge in Oslo. Almost simultaneously receiving the bad news of Narvik's fall, Håkon Roman 7 Palace was filled with gloom. The Quisling partisans, who had been ready for action, rushed out of their homes and flooded the main streets of major cities like Oslo, Bergen, and Trondheim. Newspapers with the news of Narvik's fall were distributed for free to passers-by. A day later, the news of Narvik's fall spread throughout Norway's major cities and quickly extended to the countryside. Confirming that England had entered a state of war with Norway, the German Foreign Ministry, shaking off its decline of the past week, transformed into a condemnation department, as Göring had predicted, and launched a defiant counterattack. Germany strongly condemns the blatant invasion of sovereign states by England and France, which tramples on international conventions. We express our condolences and sincere sympathy to the Norwegian military and civilians who have been killed or wounded by this act of banditry. Facts prove that compromise and concession cannot solve problems in the face of aggressors, and dialogue and peaceful means are even less fundamental solutions. Germany is willing to support the great and strong Norwegian people in fighting the aggressors to the end. German propaganda minister Goebbels, not to be outdone, took out his prepared speech and led the propaganda ministry to transform into a protest department, issuing a solemn protest against the shameless actions of England and France. Regarding the shameless actions of England and France in declaring war without provocation, Germany will unhesitatingly stand by the Norwegian people, issuing a solemn protest and making solemn representations to the aggressors. I reiterate here that no high-sounding excuse can cover up the fact of England and France's aggression against Norway. Narvik, since ancient times, has been sacred and inseparable territory of Norway. England's illegal occupation is a colonial act that openly tramples on international law. Norway is a sovereign nation with a long history, not a colony to be arbitrarily bullied. Germany solemnly demands that England immediately cease this colonial act of using violence. If England does not heed this advice and persists, Germany will unhesitatingly stand with the Norwegian people and use military means to resolve the dispute. The English Channel could not block the righteous voices from Germany's condemnation department and protest department. Chamberlain, as the Prime Minister of England, naturally bore the brunt, being verbally assaulted and battered by countless mouth cannons from across the Channel. To make matters worse, his own backyard caught fire. On April 7th, at an emergency meeting of the British House of Commons in Westminster Palace, London, members of Parliament strongly criticised Chamberlain's military actions as a mad move that disgraced the British government in the eyes of world opinion. Some members even proposed a vote of no confidence in the Chamberlain government, with over 100 members immediately indicating they would vote against it. Although the members' emotions were eventually calmed, Chamberlain clearly knew that his position as Prime Minister was precarious. The only thing that comforted Chamberlain was the solace from King George VI of England. Thinking of WWII's words, "Please take good care of yourself and try to get more rest in this critical moment," Chamberlain felt his stomach no longer hurt as much. Leaving Westminster Palace, Chamberlain immediately returned to 10 Downing Street to hold a war council to discuss the next operational plan. At the strong suggestion of First Lord of the Admiralty Churchill, the meeting resulted in 2 resolutions. First, under no circumstances should troops be withdrawn from Norway, otherwise England would become a complete international laughingstock, especially after an initial victory. Second, it was necessary to quickly coordinate with France to send troops to occupy all of Norway, creating a fait accompli in order to salvage some face. On the morning of April 8th, a voice from the west coast of the Atlantic Ocean invigorated Chamberlain. The United States government sincerely calls upon the belligerents to act in a humanitarian spirit during combat, ensuring minimal harm to civilians, especially women, children, and the elderly. This was clearly acquiescence to England's actions. Chamberlain, Churchill, and others immediately understood the unspoken meaning from the United States. Since the United States, the most important neutral country for England, had already stated its position, there was no need to pay attention to the voices of other small countries. On the afternoon of April 8th, the large troop transport SS Arama and the oil tanker SS Oil Pioneer, escorted by 4 destroyers, sailed towards Narvik. They would deliver the remaining troops and heavy equipment to the 21st Guards Infantry Brigade, while also replenishing fuel. At 8:00 p.m. on April 8th, Churchill submitted Plan R4 to Chamberlain, which involved landings in Trondheim, Bergen, and Stavanger, and then occupying all of Norway. It was approved by Chamberlain that same day. At 9:10 a.m. on April 10th, HMS Glorious and HMS Rodney, leading 5 cruisers and 7 destroyers, suddenly appeared off the coast of Bergen Port, Norway's second largest city. Dozens of tons of bombs were dropped by the Great Gull bombers taking off from HMS Glorious onto the coastal batteries near Bergen Port, destroying Bergen Port's shore guns. After confirming the danger was cleared, infantry of the British Army's 185th Infantry Brigade immediately landed in Bergen with the support of Royal Navy naval guns. At 12:40 p.m. on April 10th, Bergen fell. On the same day, the French Alpine Regiment, supported by a Dunker-class battlecruiser and 6 destroyers, occupied Stavanger, a port city in southwestern Norway. The military actions of England and France once again aroused the indignation of Germany's Condemnation Department and Protest Department. Callous-mouthed cannons were mercilessly fired at England across the English Channel. Before Germany's shelling of England had even ceased, on April 11th, HMS Renown, leading 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers and 2 troop transports, appeared in the waters off Trondheim. The main force of the Norwegian 4th Infantry Brigade, originally stationed in Trondheim, had moved north to reinforce Narvik, leaving only 1 infantry battalion to defend the Trondheim area. With the artillery support of the British Royal Navy, the infantry of the British Army's 146th Infantry Brigade quickly routed the Norwegian defenders. Trondheim, Norway's 3rd largest city, fell, and the land communication lines of the Norwegian 5th Infantry Brigade and the main force of the 4th Infantry Brigade in the Narvik area were cut, leaving them in the precarious situation of being caught between the British invading forces in Narvik and Trondheim, under a north-south pincer attack. At 3:00 p.m. on April 11th, in the cliff castle of Münstereifel in western Germany, Hitler paced anxiously around the room. Have Kurt Brauer meet Håkon Roman 7 again to show our sincerity. Have the Brandenburg Regiment and Quisling closely monitor enemy movements in Bergen and Stavanger and report to me daily, Hitler commanded. The entire Norwegian army has less than 20,000 men. How long can they resist? Now, the fall of all of Norway is only a matter of time. Why haven't the Norwegians asked us for help? Hitler shouted, waving his hand wildly. Hitler abruptly stopped and stared at Göring and Ketil, saying, "We cannot let the British and French occupy all of Norway. We must take action. We cannot wait any longer." Göring was the first to object. "We absolutely cannot act now. Otherwise these 10 days of waiting will have been in vain, and all the propaganda offensives will be useless. Under the eyes of the whole world, our national image will fall to the same level as the British or even lower. Wait a few more days. Perhaps Oslo is now sending a telegram to the Norwegian minister asking him to request our aid. Just bear with it for a few more days." General Jodl, chief of operations of the Supreme Headquarters, said, "Oslo is still in Norwegian hands. The situation is not as severe as you imagine. As long as Oslo remains, even if the British and French occupy all other Norwegian territory, it will be useless. I believe we should proceed according to the original plan now. I can only wait one more day, at most one more day, Hitler shouted. No sooner had Hitler finished speaking than his adjutant, Major Ruhr, pushed open the door and reported to Hitler, Führer, Minister Ribbentrop from the Foreign Ministry just called. The Norwegian minister is requesting to see you. Hitler and Göring exchanged glances, their eyes full of anticipation, and Hitler said, I hope it's good news. It's definitely good news, Göring said. 65 Volume 1 First Battle in Poland Chapter 65 Departure and Chance Encounter at 7:00 p.m. on April 11th, southeast of Hamburg, at the German Air Force War Zone Investigation Group Camp. Chen Dao received the marching order from Major Schumacher, and his hanging heart finally settled. He thought that the most crucial part of the Norwegian campaign had finally been successfully implemented, and Germany was about to achieve a great victory that would bring both fame and profit. Should we hold a celebration banquet before we depart to celebrate the victory of the Norwegian campaign? Chen Dao suddenly asked a puzzling question. Our battle hasn't even begun. Is it appropriate to hold a celebration banquet now? Major Schumacher replied, as long as our commander isn't an idiot, the Norwegian campaign is a guaranteed victory. Is the Führer an idiot? Chen Dao asked. Major Schumacher was startled and quickly denied, of course the Führer isn't an idiot. Correct. Because the Führer isn't an idiot, the Norwegian campaign is a guaranteed victory for us. The moment the Norwegians invited us to assist them, the British-French Allied forces had already lost this campaign. I think it would be good to hold the celebration banquet in advance, before we suffer any combat casualties, to ensure no one misses it, Chen Dao said. Hearing the phrase no one will miss it, Major Schumacher's smile gradually faded, and he then said, we are boarding the ship at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Then let's just give out some gifts and keep it simple. Consider this a lesson learned. In the future, we should hold celebration banquets in advance before setting out, to ensure as few people as possible miss it, Chen Dao said. I agree with giving out gifts, but where are the gifts? It's already dark, and there's no time to buy them in Hamburg. I'll take care of the gifts. You inform the cooks to make tomorrow morning's meal more lavish, Chen Dao said. At 7:30 a.m. on April 11th, Chen Dao stood with his hands behind his back on a military camp's parade ground after breakfast. The soldiers of the War Zone Investigation Group, under the command of their officers, stood in formation, fully armed. After Major Schumacher had the formation ready, he invited Chen Dao to speak, but Chen Dao's order was to stand by. The officers and soldiers of the War Zone Investigation Group, led by Chen Dao, stood silently on the parade ground. No one spoke, no one coughed. There was only silence. The roar of car engines broke the silence of the parade ground as two Opel trucks drove swiftly into the parade ground and stopped beside the formation. A young man wearing a peaked cap jumped out of the leading Opel truck, walked to Chen Dao with a piece of paper, took off his hat, bowed to Chen Dao, and handed him the paper and pen. Chen Dao glanced at it and then signed his name. After unloading the trucks and sending them away, Chen Dao began to speak. I have a friend who sells cigarettes. His surname is Rumsma. Mester Rumsma heard that we are going to help the Norwegian people who are suffering deeply, and he voluntarily donated a truckload of cigarettes and a truckload of candy to us, which are these boxes you see. Chen Dao pointed to the boxes piled like small mountains on the parade ground and continued, when we go to Norway this time, we are going to fight alongside the Norwegian people against the British-French Allied forces, and we are going to be friends with the Norwegian people. When you encounter a Norwegian soldier, offer him a cigarette. When you meet a Norwegian child, give him 2 fruit candies. These gestures can quickly bridge the distance between us and the Norwegian people. Do not be stingy with these cigarettes and candies, because my friend, Mr. Rumsma, is a very generous gentleman, and these are merely the first batch of supplies he has given us. Before you receive these supplies, I want to emphasize one thing. As a righteous army, once we set foot on Norwegian soil, we represent not only the German Air Force, nor merely German soldiers, but truly Germany. If anyone does anything in Norway that harms the honor of Germany, you had better pray I don't find out. After Chen Dao finished speaking, he signaled Major Schumacher to distribute the supplies. The soldiers used bayonets to break the seals on the boxes and began distributing the supplies. Major Schumacher walked up to Chen Dao with a carton of cigarettes, turning the packaging box in his hands, and said, Cosmos brand cigarettes, is this a new product? I've never heard of this brand before. Chen Dao smiled and said, this brand is indeed a new product. Give it a try. Major Schumacher tore open the packaging, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took out one and handed it to Chen Dao, then lit one himself and began to savor the taste of the cigarette. The taste is very similar to Etika, Major Schumacher said after taking 2 puffs. Chen Dao smiled, thinking that Cosmos brand cigarettes were simply a knockoff of Etika brand cigarettes with different packaging. So of course the taste would be identical. In the original historical timeline, after the United States entered the war, American Camel brand cigarettes spread worldwide with American soldiers, becoming a globally renowned brand. Chen Dao harbored a deep-seated hatred for the United States, and driven by this intense animosity, Chen Dao, in collaboration with tobacco magnate Ruthless, counterfeited Germany's famous cigarette brand Etika, creating the Cosmos brand cigarettes that Major Schumacher now held. He also planned to establish Cosmos brand as the designated tobacco supplier for the German army, intending to compete with Camel brand cigarettes in the future and prevent Camel brand from monopolizing the market. Major Schumacher did not yet know that he had become the first consumer of the later famous Cosmos brand cigarettes. After confirming that every officer and soldier of the War Zone Investigation Group had received a carton of cigarettes and 2 packs of fruit candies, Major Schumacher reported to Chen Dao and then gave the order to depart. At berth 9 of Hamburg port, the soldiers of the War Zone Investigation Group ascended the gangplank onto the ship in an orderly fashion. Chen Dao boarded the Munich merchant ship and discovered that the War Zone Investigation Group was not the only guest on this merchant ship. After the Norwegian War broke out on April 6th, the heavy equipment of the War Zone Investigation Group, such as tanks, Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, and armored vehicles, had already been loaded onto the Munich freighter. Today, a group of soldiers in colorful military uniforms boarded the Munich before the War Zone Investigation Group, and the Panzer Roman 4G and Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 fixed on the deck immediately became the center of attention. That group of soldiers was looking at the Panzer Roman 4G, but the owners of the Panzer Roman 4G were looking at them. Chen Dao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the colorful military uniforms on those people. Camouflage uniforms? They were actually wearing camouflage uniforms. Chen Dao exclaimed in his heart. He had actually forgotten about a divine item like camouflage uniforms. It was a truly unforgivable sin. Such a monstrous crime could only be atoned for by being dragged to the execution ground and shot for 5 minutes. Were camouflage uniforms invented by Germans? That's truly enlightening. Chen Dao walked toward those people, while examining the seemingly primitive camouflage uniforms. Standing beside the major with the highest rank among them, Chen Dao saw the major's distinctive SS and 4-star collar tabs, immediately recognizing the identity of this group, the Armed SS. #66 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 66, The Third Step of the Gratitude Plan, Beach Operation Attention. An SS captain recognized Chen Dao's colonel rank and immediately shouted. All the SS present stood tall and straight, and a crisp click of heels echoed in Chen Dao's ears. They saluted in a hurry, but managed to maintain uniform movements. A dozen people standing at attention only produced one sound of colliding heels, which showed that these people had definitely received strict training. Chen Dao drew a conclusion from a simple attention movement. At ease, Chen Dao said. The SS officers and soldiers relaxed their bodies and looked at Chen Dao. I am Colonel Heinz von Rosen, commander of the German Air Force's Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment, and also a fellow passenger on this ship with you, Chen Dao said with a smile, looking at the SS major, then asked, Major, are you going to introduce yourself to me? I am Major Wackler, battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, Führer Regiment, Armed SS Special Mobile Division. It's a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Rosen, Major Wackler said. It's a pleasure to meet you, Major Wackler. Chen Dao took out a box of Cosmos brand cigarettes from his left chest pocket, offered one to Major Wackler, and took one for himself. Then he handed the cigarette box to an SS captain, motioning him to distribute cigarettes to the SS present. Major Wackler took out his lighter to light Chen Dao's cigarette, secretly observing Chen Dao, thinking that Colonel Rosen seemed to be under 30, which was a bit too young. Since this regiment was named after Marshal Göring, the Air Force commander, its commander would not be incompetent. Colonel Rosen must have his unique qualities. While lighting his own cigarette, Major Wackler's gaze swept over the Panzer Roman 4G tanks and Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, thinking that he had dealt with the army a lot, including armored divisions, and the army definitely did not have these 2 types of equipment. Were they the Air Force's secret weapons? If they could get the support of these powerful weapons in the battle in Norway, his subordinates would definitely suffer far fewer casualties. It seemed necessary for him to get closer to Colonel Rosen and inquire about his destination. Coincidentally, Chen Dao was also deep in thought at this time. It was too late to change uniforms now. After the France campaign, the plan to change to camouflage uniforms must be put on the agenda immediately. Camouflage uniforms, though seemingly simple, are actually very complex, requiring adjustments to the pattern and color of the clothing according to different seasons and combat environments. This problem cannot be solved by himself on a whim. It requires real experts. Since the armed SS dared to use camouflage uniforms, they must have conducted thorough investigations and research, and there must be a team of experts supporting them. If their help could be obtained, it should achieve twice the result with half the effort for the future uniform change of the Hermann Göring Regiment. Chen Dao also thought of his plan for the great unity of Germany's 3.5 military branches. Now, with himself as the link, the unity of the German Air Force and the German Navy was just around the corner. Why not take this opportunity today, using Major Weibler as an entry point to infiltrate the SS and strive to unite the SS as soon as possible? After making their respective decisions, Chen Dao and Major Weibler, one with intent and the other with interest, quickly became very close in less than the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Chen Dao learned from Major Weibler that the commander of the Armed SS Special Mobile Division was Lieutenant General Paul Hauser, and the division's original mission was to attack Netherlands. After the Netherlands campaign was cancelled, they were transferred to Hamburg to prepare for the Norwegian campaign. Compared to Chen Dao, Major Weibler's excitement was more intense. After asking Chen Dao, Major Weibler finally knew the official names of the Panzerroman 4G tanks and Sturmgeschützroman 4, and confirmed that they were indeed the German Air Force's secret weapons. Chen Dao also revealed a piece of news that greatly surprised Major Weibler. The War Zone Investigation Group led by Chen Dao had no fixed investigation location. Wherever there was a battle, they might appear, and all operations were arranged by Colonel Rosen, completely unrestrained by the Norwegian campaign headquarters. Upon learning this news, Major Weibler became even more solicitous, wishing he could kidnap Chen Dao to his battlefield. As the two were chatting animatedly, Major Schumacher hurried to find Chen Dao. The captain just told me they received orders for the Munich to divert to Kristiansand. An SS lieutenant also found Major Weibler, conveying the news of the change in landing location and the combat mission. Colonel Rosen, I just received orders that my troops will land in Kristiansand and then go to Stavanger. Would you and your subordinates be willing to go to Stavanger for a war zone investigation? Major Weibler asked. Meeting Major Weibler's anxious gaze, Chen Dao nodded indifferently. Yes. Happiness came so simply. Major Weibler excitedly extended his hand to Chen Dao and said, on behalf of the Führer Regiment and the Armed SS Special Mobile Division, I welcome your participation. Colonel Rosen, you will be our most distinguished guest. Shaking Major Weibler's big hand, Chen Dao smiled and said, I remember that the French occupy Stavanger. Please also assist me in completing the investigation of the French. We will do our best, please rest assured, Major Weibler said. At 11 p.m. on April 12, 1940, the merchant ship Munich slowly sailed into Kristiansand, Norway's fifth largest port city. After lowering the gangway, Chen Dao and Major Weibler led their subordinates to disembark in turn, stepping onto the solid concrete ground of the pier. Chen Dao checked his watch, 11:20 p.m. Meanwhile, in Oslo, the capital of Norway, officers and soldiers of the German Army's 3rd Mountain Division were doing the same thing. Their arrival declared that the German army had landed in Norway without firing a single shot, and also declared the complete success of Operation Thanksgiving's third step, the beach landing. Chen Dao ordered Major Schubert to lead his subordinates to cooperate with the dockworkers in unloading heavy equipment, while he followed Major Weibler to an office on the pier. In the office, after Major Weibler's introduction, Chen Dao met Lieutenant Colonel Kepler, the commander of the Führer Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Kepler was a bald man with glasses, and Chen Dao estimated his age to be between 40 and 50. Lieutenant Colonel Kepler politely welcomed Chen Dao's arrival. Major Weibler had just mentioned Chen Dao's heavy equipment to Lieutenant Colonel Kepler, and outside the window, a grinding metallic friction sound could be heard. After glancing at the shaking glass of the office window, Lieutenant Colonel Kepler picked up his hat and placed it on his bald head, then walked outside with Chen Dao. Seeing the long gun barrel on the Panzerroman 4G tank and the thick 105 mm howitzer on the Sturmgeschützroman 4, Lieutenant Colonel Kepler's face showed a shocked expression. On April 13. The War Zone Investigation Group led by Chen Dao rested for a day in Kristiansand while waiting for the Armed SS Führer Regiment to assemble. After reporting to the Norwegian campaign headquarters in Oslo, at 8 a.m. on April 14, the War Zone Investigation Group boarded a train to Egersund, 50 kilometers south of Stavanger. After Stavanger fell, the remnants of the Norwegian 3rd Infantry Brigade built a new defense line in Egersund to prevent the French from attacking Kristiansand. At 2 p.m. on April 14, the War Zone Investigation Group led by Chen Dao arrived in Egersund. That night, the armed SS Führer Regiment arrived in 2 separate trains. At 8 a.m. on April 15, after breakfast, Chen Dao and Kepler went to the headquarters of the Norwegian 3rd Infantry Brigade to attend a combat meeting. After exchanging greetings, Colonel Eisen, the commander of the 3rd Brigade, motioned for a young man in civilian clothes, in his 20s, to introduce himself. The young man spoke in fluent German. "I am Lieutenant Wolf of the German Military Intelligence Services Brandenburg Forces, and I have brought the latest intelligence on the French forces in the Stavanger area." #67 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 67, Liberation of Stavanger. I left Stavanger on April 13. When I left, there were at least 5 French battalions and 2 tank units in the Stavanger area. One tank unit was equipped with Renault FT-17 tanks, and the other tank unit had an unknown model. "This is what it looks like," Lieutenant Wolf said, handing several blank papers to Chen Dao. There were 6 blank papers in total. The top right corner of the first 3 papers was marked with FT-17. Chen Dao didn't even look at them and passed them to Lieutenant Colonel Kepler while he carefully identified the 3 tanks marked with an X letter. The 3 papers showed the front, side, and rear views of the unknown tank model. After carefully identifying it for a few minutes, Chen Dao found it increasingly familiar, and finally, he recalled the tank's model from his long-sealed memory. H-35. "This is France's H-35 tank," Chen Dao said, pointing to the blank paper. "Although I don't know its specific parameters, I can guarantee that our 37mm anti-tank gun can penetrate it." Lieutenant Colonel Kepler couldn't help but feel awe, thinking that Colonel Rosen, who was nearly 20 years his junior, indeed had some capability. No wonder he could hold such a high position at a young age. He himself didn't recognize the H-35 tank. Not only couldn't he recognize it, but he had never even heard of it. Chen Dao saw Lieutenant Wolf taking back the 3 blank papers from his hand and remarking them with H-35 in the top right corner. He secretly chuckled, thinking how fortunate it was that he still had an impression of the low-tier French vehicles in the World of Tanks game, which he could use to build his image as an expert. "How many of them are there?" Major Kepler asked a crucial question. "The number of both types of tanks does not exceed 20, with a total not exceeding 40, Lieutenant Wolf said. "Are there any warships in their port?" Colonel Eisen asked. "Not in the port, but I can't be sure about the open sea," Lieutenant Wolf said. "My troops were defeated by the French naval guns back then. Those large-caliber naval guns were too terrifying. They simply couldn't be countered with courage alone," Colonel Eisen said with lingering fear. A Norwegian lieutenant suddenly burst into the operations room and handed a telegram to Colonel Eisen. After reading the telegram, Colonel Eisen said, "The French have occupied Klepp Town and Klepp-Yong Town, with a total force of approximately 3 battalions. No tanks were found." Colonel Eisen pointed to the 2 towns on the map and said, "Look, these 2 towns are about 20 kilometers south of Stavanger, and they, along with here." Colonel Eisen's finger moved to the upper right. "Sandnes City. They block all roads leading to Stavanger." "How many enemies are in Sandnes City?" Chen Dao asked. "At least 2 battalions, Colonel Eisen said. Lieutenant Wolf said that when he left Stavanger, the enemy had 5 battalions. Now, in the 3 towns surrounding Stavanger, the enemy's strength is already 5 battalions, which means the enemy has reinforced Stavanger," Chen Dao said. "I still have comrades lurking in Stavanger City. I have contacted them via radio, and I think news will come out soon," Lieutenant Wolf said. "Colonel Eisen, how many troops can you provide us?" Chen Dao asked. 2 understrength infantry battalions, 1 bicycle reconnaissance company, and 14 75mm field guns, Colonel Eisen said. "Adding our 4 battalions, we have a total of 6 battalions. I think we should fight a battle and recapture Klepp Town or Klepp-Yong Town," Chen Dao said. "The enemy's new reinforcements are unknown. I think we should build a defensive line in Bruna Town, south of Klepp Town, and launch an attack after the entire division arrives," Lieutenant Colonel Kepler said. Chen Dao's gaze lingered on several points on the map for a few moments, then he said, "I agree with you. How about you reinforce me with Major Wagler's 3rd Battalion, and I'll go to Bruna Town to set up defenses first." Lieutenant Colonel Kepler nodded in agreement. After consulting Colonel Eisen, the 3 reached a consensus, and Chen Dao immediately led his troops towards Bruna Town. Bruna Town is located 30 kilometers northwest of Egersund and 5 kilometers southeast of Klepp Town. Chen Dao's troops were fully armored, and Major Wagler's troops were fully motorized. The two units arrived at Bruna town in less than 2 hours and met up with a bicycle reconnaissance company stationed there. Chen Dao specifically took Lieutenant Wolf with him when he left. After questioning him along the way, Chen Dao finally learned the true nature of the Brandenburg Forces. The official name of the Brandenburg Forces was the 800th Special Mission Training and Construction Squadron. Its headquarters were located in Brandenburg, an old city in Prussia, and thus the organization was known as the Brandenburg Forces. The establishment of the Brandenburg Forces can be traced back to General Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck during World War I. During World War I, he was the commander of the German East Africa Colonial Forces. General Vorbeck's forces at their peak numbered no more than 14,000 men, while his enemies numbered 160,000. His small force was clearly outnumbered. In this situation, Lettow-Vorbeck successfully used guerrilla tactics and special tactics, tying down a large number of British troops who could have otherwise been used on the European front. This experience had a profound impact on one of his junior officers, Captain Theodor von Hippel. After World War I, he was assigned to Section Roman II of German military intelligence, and it was he who founded the later Brandenburg Forces. Hippel not only gained inspiration from his old superior, but he also had a special longing for the heroic deeds that emerged during wartime. He drew lessons from successful examples of irregular warfare in other countries and firmly believed that irregular warfare could have a huge impact. His idea was for a small number of elite personnel to form small teams to clear the way for regular troops. Before an offensive, or even before a formal declaration of war, these small teams could penetrate deep behind enemy lines to capture bridges, narrow passages on roads, and key communication facilities. They could also spread false intelligence, blow up supply depots, and attack enemy headquarters. In short, they aimed to cause immense chaos with very few people. Although Lieutenant Wolf strictly adhered to secrecy regulations and only selectively revealed some publicly available information, Chen Dao still understood the underlying implications. That night, Chen Dao chastised himself in his Hanfei diary. This Hanfei forgetting camouflage uniforms can still be explained as a great man being forgetful, but to forget even a superdivine item like special forces is definitely a sign of low IQ card balance. After the France campaign ends, this Hanfei must quickly recharge his IQ and absolutely not make such low-level mistakes again. On the night of April 15th, Lieutenant General Paul Hauser, commander of the SS Special Mobile Division and the Germany Motorized Infantry Regiment arrived in Edgersand. At 10:20 a.m. on April 16th, when Lieutenant General Paul Hauser and Lieutenant Colonel Kepler led the remaining forces of the Führer Regiment to Bruna town, they did not see the powerful weapons Kepler had mentioned. Not only did Hauser not see those powerful weapons, but he also didn't see Chen Dao and Major Wagler. Captain Bai, whom Chen Dao had specifically left behind, walked up to Hauser and respectfully said, "General Hauser, Colonel Rosen has ordered me to invite you to Klepp town. He hopes to have lunch with you there." "You occupied Klepp town?" Hauser asked in surprise. Not only Klepp town, Klepp-Young town should also have returned to the embrace of the Norwegian people by now, Captain Bai said proudly. #68 Volume 1. First Battle of Poland Chapter 68, Liberation of Stavanger Part 2. The Opel Olympia car Hauser was riding in came to a screeching halt as it passed south of Klepp town. Hauser got out of the car and stood beside Lieutenant Colonel Kepler on the roadside. The south and west parts of Klepp town were now in ruins, with nearly a third of the houses in the town reduced to rubble. Several damaged wooden houses in the town were engulfed in raging flames, and black smoke billowed skyward, obscuring the sky. Hauser pointed at the mottled, huge shell craters on the ground and the broken walls in the town, asking in horror, "Are these all caused by those secret weapons you mention?" Lieutenant Colonel Kepler was a veteran who had participated in World War I, and he could tell at a glance that a tragic battle had just taken place here. Taking off his hat and wiping the sweat from his bald head, Kepler replied, "The maximum caliber of their artillery is 105 mm. I can confirm that. But these shell craters, a power of a 105 mm howitzer can't leave such large shell craters, and neither can a 150 mm. Hauser was also a veteran officer, well aware of the destructive power of various caliber artillery. "I know, it would take at least shells of 200 mm caliber or more to cause this kind of damage," Kepler said. "Perhaps Colonel Rosen's unit still hides more powerful secret weapons. Possibly, I must find those secret weapons and see how many secrets the Air Force is hiding," Hauser said, walking into the town, and Kepler hurriedly followed behind. As soon as the two entered the town, they saw a knee-high severed leg exposed under a pile of rubble on their right, with a steel helmet lying face up beside the severed leg. Hauser stared at the severed leg, clad in gray trousers and gaiters, for a while, then looked at the steel helmet, which resembled a German firefighter's helmet, and shook his head, saying, "Poor French." Lieutenant Colonel Kepler swallowed, his heart growing more curious about Chen Dao's secret weapons. He had personally seen Chen Dao off and watched Chen Dao's troops embark on the road to Bruna, and he had seen all the equipment of the Air Force's War Zone Investigation Group with his own eyes. No weapon could cause such extensive damage. What could it be? They walked unimpeded to the central square of Klepp town, where a platoon of Norwegian soldiers, armed with machine guns and bayonet-fixed rifles, were guarding a group of French prisoners of war. There were over 400 French prisoners of war, standing or squatting in the square, huddling together for warmth, looking dejected. A German WWII Kubelwagen drove into the square from the road east of the town. Seeing the officer who jumped out of the Kubelwagen, Kepler waved and called out, "Major Wagler." Major Wagler, seeing the commander and colonel arrive, quickly walked up to them and saluted. "Yesterday, our plan was for you and Colonel Rosen to lead your subordinates to defend Bruna town, but now it's like this. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Lieutenant Colonel Kepler asked. "Let's go to the command post to talk. It's a bit cold here," Major Wagler invited. In a complete two-story building in the east of the town, Major Wagler invited the two to sit down. After the orderly served hot coffee, Major Wagler explained what had happened. Yesterday, Major Wagler and Chen Dao arrived in Bruna town before noon. After joining up with the Norwegian Bicycle Reconnaissance Company stationed there, they had a simple lunch and then followed the Norwegian scouts to reconnoiter the enemy. Klepp town is about 5 kilometers northwest of Bruna town, and Klepp town is about 5 kilometers to the northeast. This distance is nothing for a 251 type half-track with a maximum speed of 55 kilometers per hour. By 3 in the afternoon, both had finished their reconnaissance and returned to Bruna town. After reconnaissance, the two could now confirm that there were approximately 2 battalions of French troops stationed in Klepp town and 1 battalion of French troops in Klepp town, all infantry. With Lieutenant Wolf translating, Chen Dao had a long talk with Captain Malmar, the commander of the Norwegian Bicycle Reconnaissance Company. After the long talk, Chen Dao mysteriously pulled Major Wagler aside and shared an idea he had. "You want to attack those 2 towns tomorrow morning? I don't object, but I think we should discuss it with Lieutenant Colonel Kepler," Major Wagler said. "Captain Malnar just said that almost all the residents in those 2 towns have fled, which is an opportunity for us. With our strength, we can easily take these 2 towns. Why should we wait for Lieutenant Colonel Kepler's main force? Do you want more people to share the military merits?" Chen Dao said. "What kind of opportunity is it that the residents have fled?" Major Wagler asked, puzzled. "Because I have a plan. With this plan, we can easily wipe out those 3 battalions of French troops, and it's very likely with 0 casualties. However, this plan must be executed only if there are no large numbers of civilians in the town," Chen Dao said. After Chen Dao explained his plan in detail, Major Wagler slapped the table boldly and said, "I didn't come to Norway for sightseeing, I'm in." "Good, I'll go make arrangements now," Chen Dao said. "As for Lieutenant Colonel Kepler, you don't have to worry. Remember a war maxim, the victor is above reproach." The two then found Captain Malmar. Upon hearing that they were going to war with the French, Captain Malmar agreed without hesitation to join Chen Dao's unit. At 4:30 a.m. on April 16th, after a hearty breakfast, Chen Dao and Major Wagler led their subordinates to Klepp town. Captain Malmar personally led a platoon of scouts to guide Major Wagler's 3rd Battalion. They didn't travel by vehicle but instead used the cover of night to leave the road and walk through the fields west of Klepp town, circling to the north of the town, and then setting up defensive positions. Chen Dao, meanwhile, led his subordinates to form an attacking formation south of the town, charging ferociously towards Klepp town. Although southern Norway had entered spring in April, the night temperature could still drop to around 0 degrees Celsius. Most of the French infantry stayed overnight in the houses of Klepp town, with only a few sentries assigned to guard duty around the town. Chen Dao's unit was discovered by French sentries not long after leaving Bruna town. In the quiet early morning, the noise from over 20 Panzer Roman 4G tanks traveled too far. The French reacted quickly. They were immediately awakened from their sleep and then, under the command of their officers, set up machine guns and anti-tank guns, preparing to resist the German attack from the south of the town. However, Chen Dao's unit stopped about 2 kilometers south of the town until the sky began to lighten. Upon receiving Major Wagler's notification that the flanking maneuver was in position, Chen Dao casually snapped his fingers at his adjutant, Captain Lawrence of the Navy. Captain Lawrence then sent out a merciless radio wave via a 251-3 type communications vehicle. The radio wave flew 5 kilometers toward the southwest coast of Norway, plunging into 2 mountain-sized figures on the sea surface. Guided by the radio wave, on the German Navy battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, a total of 6 triple-barreled 283mm naval guns adjusted their muzzles to point northeast. After a ground-shaking roar, the muzzles of 18 naval guns spewed blinding hellfire, and 18 283mm shells spun through 5 kilometers of sea and then 9 kilometers of land, crashing down on the French troops in Klepp town with a furious gale. The first salvo from the 18 naval guns wiped out most of the French positions west and south of Klepp town. After 2 salvos, the French positions in both areas were completely obliterated. After 3 salvos, the artillery fire began to extend into the town. After destroying a third of the houses in the town, the French troops inside were terrified and fled madly toward the eastern and northern parts of the town. French officers waved their revolvers, firing into the sky in an attempt to salvage the collapsing situation, but it was utterly futile. Seeing the brutal artillery fire still extending into the town, the officers, carrying their pistols, resolutely joined the ranks of the fleeing. The French troops fleeing to the east of the town fortunately escaped Major Wagler's ambush, while those fleeing to the north of the town ran wildly in the open field, crashing headlong into the armed SS ambush. In the sparsely vegetated, open field, there was nowhere for them to hide. Except for a few stubborn resistors who were killed, most of the French routed troops, running around like headless chickens, raised their hands and surrendered their weapons to the armed SS. After confirming with Major Wagler that no new French soldiers had escaped from the town, Chen Dao immediately ordered the naval guns to cease fire. Without firing a single shot, Chen Dao led the war zone investigation group slowly into Klepp town. 20 minutes later, Major Wagler led his subordinates, escorting over 400 French prisoners, to rendezvous. After the two met, they briefly discussed and decided to strike while the iron was hot, turning their attack towards Klepp town. Klepp town is located 2 kilometers east of Klepp town, also within the range of the naval guns. Leaving Captain Molnar's infantry platoon and one of Major Wagler's companies to garrison Klepp town, Chen Dao then launched the attack on Klepp town. Under the bombardment of the naval guns, the French troops in Klepp town fared even worse. The fleeing French from Klepp town successfully spread panic among them. The first round of naval artillery shells had barely landed west of the town when French troops frantically fled from the town, subsequently running straight into the waiting German troops outside the town. After Major Wagler finished recounting the zero-casualty liberation of the 2 towns, Hauser said, "As soon as Colonel Rosen returns, please ask him to see me immediately. I am eager to meet this famous person." "Famous person? Is Colonel Rosen famous?" Major Wagler asked, puzzled. "Doesn't the name Heinz von Rosen sound familiar to you?" Lieutenant Colonel Kepler asked, staring at his subordinate with a look of disappointment. "Somewhat familiar. Who is he?" 8 weeks to wipe out France. Do you remember now?" Lieutenant Colonel Kepler couldn't help but prompt. "I've told you many times to read military magazines more often and learn from the deeds of those war heroes, but you never listen. If you read military magazines more often, how could you not recognize him?" Major Wagler suddenly realized, so he's Major Rosen, who published that 8-week divine theory. "I can't believe I didn't recognize him." Major Wagler then remembered something and said to Hauser, "General, I'm afraid you won't be able to see Colonel Rosen today." "What?" Hauser asked. He said that once the armored forces break through the enemy's defenses, they must launch an assault deep into the enemy's territory to expand the results of the battle. So he is leading his subordinates to Stavanger. #69 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 69, Liberation of Stavanger Part 3. Colonel Rosen also said he regrets not being able to have lunch with you in Klepp town and asks for your forgiveness. Major Wagler said, "I'm sorry, I broke my promise again," a voice said. Major Wagler looked up and saw Chen Dao. Seeing Hauser's Lieutenant General epaulets, Chen Dao immediately guessed Hauser's identity and saluted him. "Hello, General Hauser." "Colonel Rosen, I finally meet you," Hauser said, returning the salute and extending his right hand to Chen Dao. After shaking hands and exchanging a few pleasantries with Hauser, Chen Dao sat down at the table, pointed to the map, and said, "I encountered a large number of French troops moving south and had to return. Their strength exceeds a regiment, and they have tanks. My reconnaissance platoon is monitoring them." Hauser asked seriously, "How far are they from us?" "About 15 kilometers by road. closer in a straight line on the map, Chen Dao said. Major Schumacher and Lieutenant Wolf burst in, bringing a chill with them. They walked to the table, saluted Hauser, and said, "The enemy consists of 2 regiments, moving south along 2 roads." Lieutenant Wolf said, "My comrade sent me a telegram. The French reinforcements are an infantry division, and they all left Stavanger this morning, heading south. The tank units have also left the city. Now there are only some medical personnel, military police, and quartermasters maintaining order in the urban area. We now have the Führer Regiment and the Deutschland Regiment, plus the Norwegian troops and the War Zone Investigation Group, for a total strength of 3 regiments. The Germania Infantry Regiment will arrive tonight, and at the latest by tomorrow night, the entire division's strength will be assembled. This will give us the strength of 1 division and another regiment, so we won't be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In fact, we'll have a slight advantage," Hauser said. "We are increasing our forces, and the French are also increasing theirs. Who knows how many French troops there will be by tomorrow night? 2 divisions? 3 divisions?" Chen Dao said. "No, the French don't have our efficiency," Lieutenant Wolf said. "Ever since the French landed in Stavanger, whenever the weather permits, Air Force bombers will bomb the sea near Stavanger. On the day Norway requested our help, our bombers even flew to Stavanger port to bomb French ships. They no longer dare to reinforce Stavanger during the day. All transport work is carried out at night, so it certainly won't be as efficient as ours," Lieutenant Wolf continued. "So that's how it is," Chen Dao said, pointing to the map. "The pathetic French guarding a Sola airport that's so close but unable to use it. France's mainland is a full 1,500 kilometers from Stavanger. Their planes can't fly that far, and they don't have aircraft carriers for transport, which saves us a lot of trouble. Even if their planes could reach Stavanger, they couldn't land. Sola Airport has been completely destroyed by our bombing and cannot be used for a short time unless a large number of engineers are used for reconstruction," Lieutenant Wolf said. "Our mission is to retake Stavanger and Sola Airport," Hauser said, drawing a circle with his finger around the Stavanger area in the southwestern corner of Norway. "With Sola Airport, our Air Force can completely control air superiority in southwestern Norway, suppressing all enemy movements in the region in one fell swoop, and our future operations will be much easier. I know the importance of Sola Airport, and I'm very anxious, but I think the weather seems to be changing today. If the weather becomes very bad, we won't get Air Force support, and the French will definitely take the opportunity to send in massive reinforcements. Therefore, I believe we must quickly eliminate this French infantry division and capture Stavanger before French reinforcements arrive," Chen Dao said. Everyone discussed for a while, but no conclusion was reached. Chen Dao finally said, "I think it's easy for us to defeat them, but difficult to annihilate them. I participated in the street fighting in Kutno during the Poland campaign, and it was very brutal. To encircle and annihilate a Polish infantry division in a city center, we used 2 armored divisions, 2 infantry divisions, and a paratrooper division. Kutno is a small city with a population of just over 30,000. Stavanger is much larger than Kutno, with a population of over 90,000. If we only rout them in open battle, their remnants will escape back to Stavanger, which will increase the difficulty of our street fighting. Therefore, we must aim for annihilation and try to eliminate their effective strength in open battle. Can we seek the help of Navy naval guns again, just like this morning? The power of Navy naval guns is not something simple field fortifications can resist," Major Wackler said. "Yes, but Navy naval guns can only help us rout them, not annihilate them, so we must come up with a good plan," Chen Dao said. Hauser looked at his watch and then said, "The enemy is getting closer to us. I think we should retreat now, lure the enemy away from Stavanger, and then find a way to annihilate them." Chen Dao and the others saw the great enemy before them and couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so they had to agree with Hauser's suggestion. Abandoning the newly occupied Klepp town and Kleppjon town, the German troops, escorted prisoners, retreated to Brunna town. Because there were not enough transport vehicles, Colonel Eisen could only lead his subordinates on foot. When Chen Dao and Hauser led their troops back to Brunna town, Colonel Eisen's troops had just arrived. After the 2 forces met, Hauser, as the supreme commander, began to assign tasks. He arranged the Deutschland Regiment, the Führer Regiment, and Colonel Eisen's troops in a line from west to east for defense. The Deutschland Regiment and the Führer Regiment each sent 2 battalions, plus Colonel Eisen's 2 infantry battalions, totaling 6 battalions, to the front line, constructing defensive positions on a 10-kilometer front from the coast in the west to Mount Lafar in the east. The 3rd Battalion of the Deutschland Regiment, the 3rd Battalion of the Führer Regiment, and the Norwegian Army's Bicycle Reconnaissance Company were kept as reserves by their respective units, while the War Zone Investigation Group led by Chen Dao was kept as the General Reserve by Hauser. That night, Hauser's Germania Motorized Infantry Regiment arrived at Egersund by train, then traveled by truck and armored vehicle overnight to the Brunna area to rendezvous with Hauser. While the German army was building defensive fortifications overnight, about 5 kilometers north of Brunna town, Major General Danglars, commander of the French Army's 7th Infantry Division, was ordering his subordinates to do the same. On April 15th, Danglars received a telegram from the Alpine Infantry Regiment stating that the regiment had occupied Klepp town and Klepp-Young town. Danglars was overjoyed and immediately ordered the regiment to stand by and await reinforcements. In the early morning of April 16th, Danglars was woken from his sleep by his adjutant and informed that the Alpine regiment was being shelled by German heavy artillery, and their position was about to fall. By the time Danglars arrived at the communication room fully dressed, the Alpine regiment had already lost contact. Although Danglars was terrified by the annihilation of the Alpine regiment, under the strict order from French Army headquarters to expand the depth of the landing zone, he still led the main force of the 7th Infantry Division south from Stavanger as originally planned. Shortly after leaving Stavanger, the reconnaissance battalion sent a report that the Germans had already occupied Klepp town and Klepp-Young town. When the 7th Infantry Regiment, the vanguard of the 7th Infantry Division, could see the two small towns through their binoculars, the reconnaissance battalion sent another report that the Germans had retreated to Brunna town, and Klepp town and Klepp-Young town were only filled with dead bodies and French casualties. After questioning the reconnaissance battalion and learning that the Germans were constructing defensive positions along the Brunna town line, Danglars felt relieved and ordered his troops to reoccupy Klepp town and Klepp-Young town. After leading the division headquarters into Klepp-Young town, Danglars immediately ordered the 7th and 21st Infantry Regiments to construct defensive positions in the southern part of the town, on a front extending from the coast in the west to the western shore of Fallendersen Lake in the east. The 25th Infantry Regiment, serving as the division's rearguard, was sent to the north shore of Fallendersen Lake to construct a defensive line stretching from the north shore of Fallendersen Lake southwards to Sanders City. The 2 battalions of the French Foreign Legion's 13th Brigade, originally defending Sanders City, were used by Danglars as a general reserve. Fallendersen Lake was beginning to thaw at this time and could perfectly serve as part of the defensive line, so Danglars was not at all worried that the German army would launch a surprise attack from the lake. After arranging the deployment areas for each unit and visiting the wounded soldiers in the field hospital, Danglars and his staff began to ponder a very serious question. What weapons did the Germans use to leave so many huge shell craters in the 2 small towns? If the 7th Infantry Division were to be hit by those weapons, how long could they resist? While Danglars was frowning, Chen Dao and Hauser were also brainstorming how to annihilate the opposing French Infantry Division in a single-field battle, preventing them from escaping back to Stavanger. #70 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 70, Liberation of Stavanger Part 4. On the morning of April 17, after breakfast, Danglars, accompanied by his staff, rode his beloved white horse, Alice, to inspect the positions of the various infantry regiments. A single night was enough for the infantry of the French 7th Infantry Division to construct a continuous defensive line. Seeing the well-placed light and heavy machine guns, anti-tank guns, and the barbed wire being erected by the engineers, Danglars nodded with satisfaction, expressing his appreciation for the efficiency of his subordinates. After inspecting the positions of the 25th Infantry Regiment on the north bank of Fallendersen Lake, Danglars said with satisfaction to Colonel Morsefu, the commander of the 25th Infantry Regiment, "Based on my experience in trench warfare, I believe the enemy would need at least 2 regiments to break through your defenses. You've done a good job." Colonel Morsefu pointed to the gloomy sky and said, "In this weather, the German Air Force cannot be deployed. With just infantry, even if the Germans send 3 regiments, they won't be able to break through our positions, unless they have a large number of tanks. Even if they have a large number of tanks, they won't succeed. Don't forget, we also have tanks," Danglars said with a smile. After inspecting 2 artillery positions that had already been constructed, it was already 11 a.m. when Danglars returned to Klepp-Young town. After inquiring with the duty staff, Danglars learned that the new supply convoy had departed from Brest port in southwestern France and was expected to arrive in 2 days. A faster convoy had already passed through the English Channel and entered the North Sea, and would arrive in Stavanger tomorrow at noon. Danglars walked to the window, looked at the gray sky outside, and prayed, God bless, may this good weather last for a few more days. As expected, the weather has changed. The enemy will definitely send a large number of reinforcements. We must speed up our operations. Has the artillery regiment arrived? Chen Dao asked. They have already departed from Egersun and are expected to arrive in an hour and a half. They will be able to make it for the battle at 3 p.m., Hauser said. Navy headquarters has informed me that a French supply convoy has entered the North Sea. They will find a way to intercept this French convoy to prevent them from arriving on time. After Chen Dao finished speaking, he turned to Lieutenant Wolf and asked, "What was the situation in Stavanger City yesterday?" "No French warships entered Stavanger last night," Lieutenant Wolf said. "Excellent, we will proceed according to the original plan. We must take Stavanger by nightfall tomorrow at the latest," Chen Dao said. As soon as Chen Dao finished speaking, Major Schumacher entered the room and said to Chen Dao and Hauser, "I have surveyed the terrain. The terrain at both locations is suitable for armored unit operations. The eastern part is slightly worse, but it doesn't affect the performance of the tanks. All right then, order the troops to take their positions. We will launch the attack precisely at 3 p.m., Chen Dao said. Half an hour later, Chen Dao, riding Hanfei 1, arrived 2 kilometers west of Brunatown, where he rendezvoused with the main force of the War Zone Investigation Group behind the Führer Regiment's defensive line. At 2:20 p.m. on April 17, the German Navy's Lutzow armored ship, Blücher heavy cruiser, and Anden light cruiser arrived 3 kilometers offshore southwest of the Deutschland Regiment's defensive line and made contact with Colonel Steiner, the commander of the Deutschland Regiment. At 2:40 p.m., the SS Artillery Regiment was in position and made contact with Kepler, the commander of the Führer Regiment, and Chen Dao. Chen Dao looked at his watch, then said to the rosy-cheeked Captain Lawrence, 10-minute countdown, then we will launch the attack. Seeing Captain Lawrence's face instantly turn pale, Chen Dao said, "Do you want another drink?" "No need, sir. I participated in yesterday morning's battle. I'm not a rookie anymore." Captain Lawrence said he didn't need it, but his hands uncooperatively fumbled in his right pocket for a silver flask, unscrewed the cap, and took a gulp. "Last time we engaged the French, it was with naval guns. We resolved the battle without firing a single shot. This time is different. We don't have naval gun support. We have to charge the French face-to-face against their machine guns, artillery, landmines, and anti-tank guns. Do you know, a machine gun bullet flying over your head will go like this," Captain Boss said, clenching his fist, then suddenly opening his fingers wide, making an explosion gesture. "Your steel helmet won't stop it at all," Captain Boss said with a sinister laugh to Captain Lawrence. Hearing Captain Boss' words, the 2 blushes that had risen on Captain Lawrence's cheeks from drinking immediately dissipated, and he reverted to his pale face. "Don't always scare him. Who knows, this rookie might even save your old bird's life someday. It's almost time. Let's go watch the show." After Chen Dao finished speaking, he jumped out of the rear hatch of Hanfei 1, ran to a Panzer Roman 4G, nimbly climbed onto the tank, and stood on the turret, looking north. Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence also climbed onto the tank's engine compartment, holding binoculars, ready to observe the battle. Exactly at 3 p.m., a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted from the artillery positions behind the Führer Regiment. 36 105mm howitzers and 12 150mm howitzers fired simultaneously, signaling the start of the battle. On the sea, the Lutzow armored ships 4 150mm secondary guns, the Blücher heavy cruisers 4 150mm secondary guns, and the Anden light cruisers 8 150mm main guns opened fire one after another, shelling the opposing French positions under the guidance of the Deutschland Regiment. Through his binoculars, Chen Dao saw countless white miniature mushroom clouds continuously rising from the French positions. In less than 10 minutes, the shelled French positions were completely covered in white smoke. Another 10 minutes passed, and 24 155mm shells, carried by a gust of wind, landed on the Führer Regiment's positions, kicking up countless amounts of dirt and dust. After 20 minutes of shelling, the French finally couldn't hold back and began to return fire. The artillery of both sides clashed, raining countless shells down on each other as if they were free. The place where Chen Dao stood was a full kilometer away from the Führer Regiment's positions, so he wasn't worried about being hit by shells. He turned his head to the west, observing the Deutschland Regiment's positions instead. After Chen Dao's binoculars circled a few times, he finally found the target he was looking for. "So this is an observation balloon. It's troublesome and dangerous, but it's the only thing we can get into the sky right now," Chen Dao murmured to himself. Behind the Deutschland Regiment's positions, several Norwegian soldiers were slowly turning a winch, releasing the steel cable from it. At the other end of the steel cable, an observation balloon slowly ascended into the sky, carried by atmospheric buoyancy, 200 meters, 300 meters. When the steel cable was released to 500 meters, the Norwegian soldiers stopped and immediately secured the winch. In the wicker basket suspended below the observation balloon, the artillery observer steadied himself and picked up his binoculars, looking north. There was no sun in the sky, only dense clouds, and the land was also shrouded in a gray gloom. In this gloom, the muzzle flashes from the French heavy artillery regiment's 155 mm howitzers when they fired were so dazzling. About 10 minutes later, an electric wave flew toward the sea. Upon receiving this wave, on the Lutzow armored ship, the 6 283 mm main guns, which had been poised for action, adjusted their muzzles to aim northeast. The Blucher heavy cruiser was not to be outdone. Its 12 210 mm main guns also shifted their muzzles, pointing toward their long-awaited targets. A moment later, the artillery observer high in the sky saw a dozen huge fireballs suddenly erupt from the French artillery positions. On the Führer regiment's positions, the flashes and roars of French shells landing suddenly diminished, then disappeared without a trace. Upon receiving news that the French artillery positions had been annihilated, Chen Dao jumped onto his Hanfei 1, then shouted into the wireless microphone, "War Zone Investigation Group, attack." #71 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 71, Liberation of Stavanger V-22 tanks spearheaded the advance, followed closely by 251 Type half-tracks. Chen Dao's Hanfei 1 and a Hanfei 2 brought up the rear of the War Zone Investigation Group. Following Chen Dao were 2 infantry companies from the 3rd Battalion of the Führer Regiment. They hunched over, taking small, quick steps behind Chen Dao's half-track, charging toward the French positions. After crossing the Führer Regiment's trenches and traversing over 1,000 meters of no-man's land, when the French positions became visible to the naked eye, a fierce gust of wind roared down from the sky, landing amidst the advancing German forces. "Get down!" Experienced officers shrieked in agony, then took the lead in diving to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Over 30 75 mm artillery shells exploded in succession, unleashing countless bloody storms within the accompanying infantry formations. Some inexperienced new recruits who were slow to take cover, and some infantrymen who had already taken cover but were too close to the shell impact points, were torn apart by the merciless artillery, with severed limbs flying into the sky from time to time, and the screams and cries of the wounded soldiers echoed in a continuous cacophony. The moment the shells landed, Chen Dao hunched down in the vehicle, his neck retracted, his mouth agape, listening to the continuous explosions outside the vehicle and the clanging sounds of shrapnel hitting the vehicle. He continuously prayed, "Please don't let the shells land inside the vehicle. Please don't let the shells land inside the vehicle." After repeating this more than 10 times, Chen Dao suddenly cursed in his heart, "Which bastard designed this half-track? It's an open top. Damn it." After crouching in the vehicle for a while, Chen Dao suddenly heard Major Schumacher's voice in his radio headset, "Prepare to engage the enemy." Chen Dao stood up, cautiously poking out half his head to look behind him, and found that the French artillery had targeted the infantry following behind, with all shells falling among the infantry formations behind Hanfei 1, pinning them down. As the tracks turned, Hanfei 1 moved further and further away from the shell impact points. Chen Dao clapped Captain Lawrence, who was also crouching in the vehicle, and then shouted to the paratrooper sergeant, "Beethoven, prepare for battle." The 3 immediately stood up behind the KWK-40 tank gun at the front of the vehicle. Chen Dao took out his binoculars to act as observer, Captain Lawrence acted as gunner, and Sergeant Beethoven, whom Chen Dao called Beethoven, picked up a high-explosive shell and took over the loader's duty. Lying on the left side of the tank gun, Chen Dao saw that directly ahead of the formation, the German tank forces were getting closer and closer to the German artillery's impact points. 400 meters, 300 meters. Just as the German tanks charged to within 200 meters of the shell impact points, the SS artillery regiment's artillery fire seamlessly extended deeper into the French positions. The rear hatches of the half-tracks opened one by one, and the paratroopers hidden inside agilely slipped out of the vehicles, then, rifles in hand, followed behind the half-tracks, jogging toward the French positions. Chen Dao had just finished watching the paratroopers jump out of the half-track when he heard Major Schumacher shout in his headset, "Enemy tanks spotted 500 meters ahead. Tank company prepare to engage. Paratrooper company suppress infantry in the trenches." Upon receiving the order, the paratroopers either used the half-tracks or lay on the ground, using the terrain for cover to fire at the French positions. The M1 semi-automatic rifles in the paratroopers' hands, combined with the MG-34 machine guns and 37mm anti-tank guns on the half-tracks, completely suppressed the French forces in the trenches. French soldiers could only crouch in the trenches, listening to bullets whizzing over their heads, letting the splashing dirt fall on them, completely daring not to look up. Based on the SS artillery regiment's shell impact points and the direction of Chen Dao's armored unit attack, the prepared Danglars immediately determined the main direction of the German offensive. He dispatched his only two tank companies, the 342nd and 343rd Independent Tank Companies, to prepare a counterattack against the German tanks. The H-35 tank's front armor was only 30 mm thick, like paper in front of the KWK-40 tank gun. At a distance of 500 meters, the rotating 75 mm steel-cored armor-piercing shell easily tore through the H-35's front armor, penetrating into the H-35's hull. The first volley from the Panzerroman 4G tank company destroyed 8 H-35 tanks, with 3 H-35s exploding and 2 having their fuel tanks ignited, flames raging on their hulls, and black smoke columns rising into the sky. The 7 surviving H-35 tanks quickly returned fire, but at 500 meters, most of their shells missed. 2 37mm L-21 tank gun shells luckily hit, but were deflected by the Panzerroman 4G's 50mm front armor. After the German tank company's second volley, no French tanks were able to move. Only 15 piles of scrap metal remained on the battlefield. Chen Dao had spotted the French tanks before receiving Major Schumacher's order. Putting down his binoculars, Chen Dao picked up an entrenching tool and tapped the roof of the vehicle 3 times, and the half-track immediately stopped. Enemy tanks ahead, H-35 type, load armor-piercing rounds quick, Chen Dao shouted. Sergeant Beethoven immediately picked up an armor-piercing shell, awaiting Captain Lawrence's command. Aimed, Captain Lawrence shouted. Sergeant Beethoven then shoved the shell into the breech. With a loud boom, the Hanfei-1's hull shuddered, and the shell spun out of the muzzle miss. Ada! Chen Dao saw the tank was unharmed and shouted with a frown. A minute later, the second shell flew out, but only hit a pile of scrap metal. Before Chen Dao fired his second shot, the H-35 tank he was targeting suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke, followed by a violent explosion that blew its turret into the air. It had detonated. Damn it, I didn't even get a single kill, Chen Dao muttered angrily, picking up his entrenching tool and tapping the roof of the vehicle twice. Hanfei-1 then continued to move forward. At this moment, Chen Dao suddenly saw figures in camouflage running past both sides of Hanfei-1, catching up with the tank company ahead. It was the armed SS. Chen Dao turned his head to look behind the vehicle and saw that the French artillery fire had ceased. The French 7th Infantry Division had 2 artillery regiments. In the previous artillery duel, the artillery regiment equipped with 155 mm howitzers exposed its position and was destroyed by German naval guns. The light artillery regiment, equipped with 36 75 mm howitzers, did not fire due to insufficient range and thus escaped destruction. After Chen Dao's forces launched their attack, Danglars ordered the light artillery regiment to open fire. They successfully suppressed the Führer regiment's infantry but were exposed in doing so, and subsequently destroyed by German naval guns. Only then did the Führer regiment's infantry gain freedom of movement and, led by their officers, caught up. After defeating the French tank company's counterattack, Major Schumacher ordered a continued advance. Following behind the tanks and half-tracks, the infantry covered 200 meters in a single charge. Non-commissioned officers and officers swept their MP-38 submachine guns back and forth in the trenches, riddling any French soldiers attempting to resist with bullets, while the remaining French either slipped away through communication trenches or raised their hands in surrender. Seeing the infantry successfully occupy the first French position, Chen Dao had not yet had time to blame himself for not achieving a kill when he suddenly heard Major Schumacher shout over the radio. French tanks spotted ahead, 600 meters. Tank company prepare to engage. P.S. Starting next week, if the single-day recommendation votes reach 300, I will update 3 chapters the next day to thank everyone. I want to try to get on the history category recommendation list. Please help me out. Thank you. #72 Volume 1. First Battle of Poland Chapter 72. Liberation of Stavanger. Upon hearing Major Schumacher's report, Chen Dao's spirits lifted. He quickly picked up his binoculars and looked north, and through the dim light, he indeed saw a group of tanks approaching in the distance. The French tanks in front belonged to the French 343rd Independent Tank Company. Compared to the recently annihilated 342nd Independent Tank Company, their station was farther away, and the FT-17 tanks equipped by this company had a pathetic maximum road speed of only 16 km per hour, which is why they arrived late after the 342nd Independent Tank Company was annihilated. Ding, ding, ding. Chen Dao's engineers shovel-tapped the roof of the driver's compartment 3 more times, and Hanfei 1 stopped. Captain Lawrence aimed with full concentration, silently chanting to himself, "I can hit it, I can hit it," then waved his left hand. Sergeant Beethoven, seeing this, shoved the armor-piercing shell into the breech and immediately fired. After a loud bang, Chen Dao and Captain Lawrence cheered in unison. They both saw black smoke coming from the FT-17 tank, which then burst into flames. Compared to the H-35 tanks, the FT-17 tanks performed even worse. The War Zone Investigation Group's tank company's first volley destroyed 11 FT-17 tanks. The remaining 8, seeing the unfavorable situation, tried to escape, but unfortunately, they couldn't outrun the flying shells and were reduced to scrap metal after the German tank company's second volley. The second brief tank battle ended. Chen Dao, seeing more and more armed SS infantry running past him and charging into the French positions, notified Major Schumacher to stop advancing as planned and instead support the infantry in attacking the French positions on both flanks to expand the breakthrough. Chen Dao looked back at the rear of the vehicle, where a large, dark mass of armed SS infantry was rushing towards him. They were reinforcements sent by Lieutenant Colonel Kepler of the Führer Regiment. Chen Dao then looked to his right. On Hanfei 2, about 15 meters away, Captain Ba was directing 2 machine gunners, sweeping the French positions ahead with the MG-34 machine gun on the front of the vehicle. The battle here was no longer in suspense. Chen Dao gazed toward the coast, wondering how the battle there was progressing. Along an approximately 8-kilometer front line, from the west coast to the western shore of Fallendersen Lake, the German forces launched a full-scale offensive. There were 2 key breakthrough points. One was the combat zone where Chen Dao's War Zone Investigation Group was located, and the other was near the coast, the combat zone of the Deutschland Regiment's 1st Battalion. After the attack order was given, the Deutschland Regiment's 1st Battalion and 2nd Battalion each sent out a company of infantry to launch the assault. About 200 meters behind them, all 4 companies of the Deutschland Regiment's 3rd Battalion advanced, sweeping majestically toward the positions of the French 7th Infantry Regiment. As the main assault force, the 1st Company, commanded by Captain Huber played by reader Qin Bing Hanzu, was reinforced by 4 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4. Captain Huber, accompanied by 2 orderlies, bent low and slowly approached the French positions, hiding behind a Sturmgeschütz Roman 4. Captain Huber occasionally peered out from behind the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 to observe the movements in the French positions ahead, but all he saw were countless rising flames and white smoke. The French positioned opposite were still under bombardment from German naval guns. Under such brutal artillery fire, how many people could have survived in the French positions opposite? Captain Huber wondered. Captain Huber looked left and right. Except for a few subordinates hiding behind the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, most of his subordinates faithfully carried out his orders, maintaining wide distances between individuals and combat teams, almost all exceeding 10 meters. This spacing should prevent heavy casualties when facing intense enemy fire. The distance to the French positions grew shorter. At Captain Huber's command, 2 red signal flares flew into the sky. A moment later, the German naval guns ceased firing, and the French positions opposite fell silent. Toot, toot, toot. Captain Huber blew 2 short and 1 long whistle. Hearing the whistle, the 1st Company's infantry quickened their charge. Captain Huber underestimated the resilience and courage of the French opposite. After confirming that the German shelling had stopped, the surviving French, led by their officers and NCOs, left their shelters, re-established light and heavy machine guns, set up mortars and infantry guns, and waited for the Germans to come to them. Behind the French positions, Colonel Fernand, commander of the 7th Infantry Regiment, sent a company through communication trenches to the forward positions to replenish the losses sustained during the bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh. Captain Huber clearly heard the whistling of shells. French shells fell one after another, followed by 75 mm infantry gun shells. German infantry instantly dropped, not struck, but instinctively prone to avoid the shells. Seeing his subordinates' quick reactions, Captain Huber felt relieved. After participating in the Poland campaign, their reactions to crises were much faster. Enduring the French shells and suffering a dozen casualties, the 1st Company's infantry steadily approached the French positions. When they were 150 meters away, a row of steel helmets suddenly appeared from the seemingly empty French positions, along with countless gleaming gun muzzles. Tat tat tat, The machine gunners' Hotchkiss light and heavy machine guns were the first to spew flames, followed by the ping of scattered rifle fire. Facing the sudden, concentrated firepower, without needing orders, the armed SS infantry instinctively dropped to the ground one after another to avoid the French bullets. Captain Huber noticed that the Sturmgeschützroman 4 in front of him juddered and stopped. A moment later, a loud boom came from the front of the vehicle the Sturmgeschützroman 4 had fired. The roar of the Sturmgeschützroman 4 and the violently shaking vehicle made Captain Huber truly feel the terror of this steel beast. Moving his body and putting nearly a meter of distance between himself and the Sturmgeschützroman 4, Captain Huber quietly poked his head out to observe the movements in the French positioned opposite again. As soon as he poked his head out, Captain Huber saw a spray of dirt sizzle, sizzle, sizzle flying towards him from the ground about a meter to the left of the Sturmgeschützroman 4. Captain Huber quickly pulled his body back. A volley of machine gun bullets clanged against the left side of the Sturmgeschützroman 4, striking out countless sparks. Before Captain Huber could congratulate himself on his narrow escape, he heard a dull thud above his head. Captain Huber felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. His vision went black, accompanied by countless golden stars, and Captain Huber slumped to the ground. The two orderlies quickly helped Captain Huber up and pulled him behind the Sturmgeschützroman 4 to hide him. It took a good while of shaking his head and pouring half a canteen of cold water over it before Captain Huber regained consciousness. An orderly handed Captain Huber a metal lung. Captain Huber took it and saw it was a deformed shell, about 20 millimeters in caliber. On the open ground, the Sturmgeschützroman 4 massive size had long attracted the attention of the French. Anti-tank guns and anti-tank rifles quickly aimed at them. A 25mm anti-tank shell bounced off the Sturmgeschützroman 4's sturdy front armor, flew into the air, tumbled down, and landed squarely on Captain Huber's head. Shoving the deformed shell into his pocket, Captain Huber then put on his steel helmet, which now had a hole in it, stood up, and said to the two orderlies, "It's time." Fired the signal flares. Seeing the two green signal flares fly into the sky, the first company's officers and soldiers clearly understood their meaning. They each lay on the ground, covering their ears and opening their mouths wide, awaiting the impending inferno. Soon after, the naval guns on the Lutzow, Blucher, and Emden, which had been waiting, roared again. 283mm, 210mm, and 150mm shells continuously rained down on the French positions. Amidst the explosions, dirt, steel helmets, gun parts, and incomplete limbs flew into the air one after another. This time, they should all be wiped out. Captain Huber thought silently, seeing the horrific scene in the French positions. This bombardment only lasted 20 minutes. As soon as the last shell landed, Captain Huber was the first to charge out from behind the Sturmgeschützroman 4, blowing his whistle as he rushed toward the French positions. Hearing the whistle, the armed SS soldiers leaped up from the ground and followed their company commander in the charge. In just a few tens of seconds, Captain Huber covered the less than 200-meter distance. After crossing several large shell craters, Captain Huber reached a section of French trench. After shooting dead 3 French soldiers who were disoriented by the shelling with his submachine gun, Captain Huber jumped into the trench after some radio communication. Chen Dao learned that the attack on the western coast had also achieved a breakthrough, which put his mind at ease. Looking at the quietly descending night, Chen Dao, after contacting Major Schumacher, ordered his subordinates to turn around and drive back to Brunetown. After meeting up with Hauser, Chen Dao said, "My biggest worry right now is that we hit them too hard and scare them away. That shouldn't be the case. We only captured their first line of defense. What they'll do tonight is definitely rush to build their second line of defense to resist our attack tomorrow," Hauser said. "I hope so. My subordinates and I will rest for 4 hours, then set off, aiming to enter Stavanger by tomorrow noon," Chen Dao said. P.S. Starting today, if the single-day recommended votes reach 300, I will update 3 chapters the next day as a thank you. I want to push for a spot on the history category's recommendation list. Please help me out. Thank you. #73 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 73, Liberation of Stavanger Part 7. Night gradually fell, and the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield became sparse. Danglard's anxious heart finally eased when he learned that the Germans had stopped their offensive and were instead consolidating the front-line positions they had occupied. But when he saw the casualty reports from various units, Danglard's heart almost stopped beating. 2 artillery regiments were heavily damaged. Only one of the 24 155mm howitzers remained, and only 3 of the 36 75mm howitzers remain. The 342nd and 343rd Independent Tank Companies were annihilated. the 1st Battalion of the 7th Infantry Regiment and the 2nd Battalion of the 21st Infantry Regiment were heavily damaged, almost losing their combat effectiveness, and all other battalions suffered varying degrees of losses. All front-line positions were occupied, and the 7th Infantry Division was forced to retreat to the second-line positions over 300 meters away. Hearing that the soldiers were reinforcing the fortifications of the second-line positions, Danglars let out a bitter laugh. He now clearly knew that the Germans were supported by large-caliber naval guns, and that all the division's positions were within the range of the naval guns. Recalling the terrifying shell craters outside Clepion town, a small sense of complacency arose in Danglars' heart. Fortunately, he had acted quickly, having engineers construct a semi-underground bunker between Clepion town and Klep town to serve as his command post. Even if the Germans had naval guns, the shells might not immediately land on his head. Recalling the daytime battle, Danglars thought to himself that the German commander opposite seemed to be a novice, choosing to launch an attack when it was almost night. While this timing caught him off guard, it also lost the opportunity to expand the results. If they had launched the attack earlier and carried the offensive through, his southern forces would have surely collapsed across the entire front, fleeing back to Stavanger in disarray. After reading the telegram his staff had just handed him, Danglars angrily tore it to shreds, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it onto the table. Hold fast. What am I supposed to hold fast with? I only have a group of infantrymen now. Am I supposed to use this group of infantry to fight against the German naval guns and tanks? The weather could change at any time, and then with the German Air Force, he and his subordinates would truly be annihilated by the combined forces of the German Army, Navy, and Air Force. Which bastard made this plan, sending him to this poor, remote place 1,500 kilometers from France, far from the protection of the French Air Force, with the Navy only able to secretly deliver supplies and reinforcements, like a stowaway without a passport? Danglars was in a bad mood for a while, but in the end, he had no choice but to yield to reality, sternly ordering all units to construct fortifications overnight, preparing to resist any new offensive the Germans might launch after dawn. For the purpose of boosting morale, Danglars wisely released the news that the supply convoy would arrive tomorrow at noon. Upon learning that reinforcements were coming, the morale of the officers and soldiers of the 7th Infantry Division greatly increased, and their vigor for building fortifications was even stronger. When the news reached division headquarters, Danglars was very pleased with himself and couldn't help but cheer. After the reinforcements arrived tomorrow at noon, he would definitely invite the escorting French Navy to the coast to assist, letting the Germans also experience the power of naval guns. A house south of Brunatown, this was the temporary regiment HQ of the War Zone Investigation Group. Major Schumacher entered the room, bringing with him a chill, and reported to Chen Dao that all vehicles had been inspected and repaired and had been refueled. Chen Dao asked, "Are 2 days' rations ready for everyone?" "They are ready," Major Schumacher said. "What about water?" Chen Dao continued to ask. "Also ready. There's nothing else to prepare. It's 11 o'clock now. Let the whole group rest for 2 hours, then depart. Tell the logistics department to prepare hot water, ensuring everyone can have a cup of hot coffee before leaving," Chen Dao said. "I'll go do it right away," Major Schumacher said. At exactly 1:00 a.m. on April 18th, after greeting Hauser, Chen Dao led the entire War Zone Investigation Group to depart. Under the cover of night, Chen Dao led his troops, guided by a platoon of Norwegian scouts, taking the route along the east bank of Fallendersen Lake and bypassing Fallendersen Lake. In the northeast of Fallendersen Lake, Chen Dao rendezvoused with the Germania Motorized Infantry Regiment, which had already moved there, and the remnants of the Norwegian 3rd Infantry Brigade led by Colonel Eisen. "What are the French opposite doing?" Chen Dao asked. "Sleeping," Colonel Eisen said. "Let them sleep. For many of them, this will be their last sleep," Chen Dao said. Chen Dao faced the French 25th Infantry Regiment, which had constructed a defensive line stretching from the north bank of Fallendersen Lake in the south to the city of Sanders in the north. On the position of the 6th Company, 2nd Battalion, 25th Infantry Regiment, Private Maximilian lay in a foxhole, half his head sticking out, constantly peering eastward. The weather was already gloomy, and at night it was pitch black. Maximilian stared for a long time, but all he gained was endless darkness. Maximilian wrapped his thick wool blanket tighter around himself to keep warmer. "Found anything?" a lazy voice said. "No," Maximilian said without turning his head. The speaker was Private First Class Tang Gacy, who was squatting in the same foxhole as him. "The German attack during the day was just a feint to tie up our attention and prevent us from supporting the southern defense line. Their mission is complete, so they definitely won't come again, Tang Dacey said. They're lucky their attack wasn't on our battalion's defensive sector, otherwise I'd definitely be able to take down a few Germans and avenge my grandfather, Maximilian said confidently. If you want to avenge your grandfather, you should try to get back home as soon as possible. I don't think it will be long before the Germans attack France, and then there will be countless Germans for you to kill. Are you sure the Germans will attack us? I heard that at the Maginot Line, our relationship with the Germans is very harmonious. Last Christmas, the Germans even wished us a Merry Christmas over loudspeakers, Maximilian asked. That's because our brothers stationed at the Maginot Line didn't want to fight the Germans and sent them blessing us first, which is why the Germans blessed us. Don't overthink it. If the Germans attack us, we should go back and defend France. What are we doing staying here? Maximilian asked, puzzled. You should ask those gentlemen in Paris that question. Who knows why they threw us into Norway? Don't overthink it. Hurry up and rest. If you're always so tense, you won't even have the energy to shoot if the Germans come tomorrow, Tang Dacey advised. Maximilian had been aiming his rifle for most of the night and was indeed very tired, so he yawned and followed Tang Dacey's advice. Wrapped in his blanket, Maximilian curled up in the foxhole and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. It felt like a century had passed, and yet it also felt like a second. Maximilian suddenly raised his head, groggily trying to see who was hitting him. Seeing Maximilian's sleepy eyes, Tang Dacey raised his hand and slapped his helmet again, shouting fiercely, "Didn't you want to see the Germans? They're here now." The sleepiness on Maximilian's face vanished, and he saw that the sky had already brightened. Maximilian stood up, grabbed his rifle, and lay down on the edge of the foxhole, ready to give the Germans a good beating and avenge his grandfather, who had died in World War I. Looking up, after Maximilian saw the scene in the distance, he exclaimed in surprise, "How can this be? P.S. Starting today, if the number of single-day recommendation votes reaches 300, I will update 3 chapters the next day to thank everyone. I want to try to get on the historical category recommendation list. Please help me out." #74 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 74, Liberation of Stavanger Roman 8. A dense group of tanks came into Maximilian's view. Maximilian was no stranger to tanks, he had seen them in France. On the way south from Stavanger, he even had a close encounter with an FT-17 tank, standing on it for a photo with a combat photographer. But compared to the square, tall, and powerful tanks in front of him, Maximilian felt that all the tanks he had seen before were defective products from a junkyard. Looking at those long, thick gun barrels, even a B-1 tank probably couldn't withstand a single shot. Maximilian thought nervously. After searching for a long time, Maximilian couldn't find a single German infantryman. There was only a dense mass of tanks and armored vehicles in front of him. Was this the true strength of the Germans? Why was it different from what the veterans had said? Where were the German infantry groups? The German tanks were getting closer, and Maximilian felt the ground vibrations growing stronger, while the noise from the tank tracks became increasingly piercing. Maximilian finally received the order to fire. Gunfire and artillery roared from the French positions, and shells from 25mm anti-tank guns, 75mm infantry guns, and 81mm mortars mercilessly rained down on the German forces. Maximilian fumbled to pull the bolt, rapidly firing all 5 rounds, but he had no idea where the bullets went. His shooting was merely to relieve his inner tension. "Stop firing, keep your head down, wait for my signal, and we'll run together. Remember to stick close to me," Tang Dacey suddenly said, pulling Maximilian, who was about to fire again. "Why are we running?" Maximilian shouted. "The position definitely can't be held. Remember not to fire. Don't attract the Germans' attention here," Tang Dacey shouted. A loud explosion came from Maximilian's left. Maximilian instinctively looked to his left and clearly saw a body lying by a foxhole 10 meters away, its head missing. "Sandris is finished. Remember to hide well. Don't fire. Wait for my signal," Tang Dacey yelled hoarsely. Ready, Tang Dacey grabbed Maximilian's right arm. When he saw the German tanks, which had stopped firing, start moving again, he suddenly yanked Maximilian's arm. "Run." Before he finished speaking, Tang Dacey leaped out of the trench, rolled a few meters on the ground with his rifle, then crawled over 10 meters on all 4s before getting up, bending low, and running toward the village to the west. Watching Tang Dacey roll away, Maximilian hesitated slightly, but eventually, driven by fear, he made the same move, following Tang Dacey to escape toward the village. As the two reached the village entrance, they saw a major and several soldiers standing in front of them. The major waved his revolver and shouted, "You still have weapons, you still have ammunition, you must stay and continue fighting." Maximilian's face flushed red, and he lowered his head in shame. Tang Daisy shouted without hesitation, "Major, this is not our war. We should save ourselves and go back to protect France." With that, Tang Daisy pulled Maximilian and, taking advantage of the Major's hesitation, ran past him. The Major didn't stop them again but continued waving his pistol to intercept other routed soldiers. There was no artillery preparation, nor any probing attack. At Major Schumacher's suggestion to maintain maximum surprise, Chen Dao ordered his subordinates to charge directly toward the position of the French 25th Infantry Regiment's 2nd Battalion. Accompanying Chen Dao's attack was an armored reconnaissance company from the SS Special Mobile Division's Reconnaissance Battalion, also equipped with 251 Type half-tracks. 2 battalions of infantry from the Norwegian 4th Infantry Brigade followed behind them. On their left flank, the Germania Infantry *** deployed an infantry battalion, supported by 4 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, launching a feint attack on the 25th Infantry Regiment's 1st Battalion to pin them down. 22 Panzer Roman 4G tanks formed 2 lines. When they engaged the French, the first line of tanks stopped, using their main guns and coaxial machine guns to exchange fire with the French, suppressing their firepower. The second line continued to advance, stopping only after moving forward 100 meters to open fire and continue suppressing French firepower. At this point, the first line of tanks began to advance, moving 100 meters ahead of the second line. The 2 lines of tanks provided covering fire for each other, executing a rolling assault toward the French positions. Over 4,251 Type half-tracks followed behind, crushing the French like a rolling millstone. Facing the menacing armored formation, the French 2nd Battalion Infantry, with only 2 25mm anti-tank guns, collapsed. When they spotted the German tanks, the Germans were already less than 500 meters away. Seeing those formidable German tanks completely unharmed by various gun and artillery strikes, the already low morale of the French soldiers instantly plummeted to zero. Panic quickly spread among the French, and soon soldiers began to flee, followed by officers. Seeing the scattered French soldiers through his binoculars, Chen Dao shook his head and said, "Hanfei hasn't fired a single shot, and they've already collapsed. This is truly disappointing." Chen Dao's disappointment didn't last long. When the paratroopers and infantry, who had jumped off the half-tracks, cleared the French's first trench and pursued them toward the village behind the trench, the French's true resistance began. The retreating French 2nd Battalion ran head-on into Colonel Morcefu, commander of the 25th Infantry Regiment. Colonel Morcefu, riding a white horse, stood on the main road and shouted, "No fleeing! All of you, get back!" Seeing the deserters still running headlong, Colonel Morcefu raised his hand and fired 2 shots. 2 soldiers fell in a pool of blood. Only then did the fleeing French officers and soldiers sober up, standing in place, looking at the grim-faced Colonel Morcefu with fear in their eyes. He loudly ordered the 2nd Battalion commander to reorganize the defense using the village buildings, and then Colonel Morcefu committed the heavy weapons company that had come with him as reinforcements into the battle. Under Colonel Morcefu's coercion, and with the support of the heavy weapons company's 6 25mm anti-tank guns, 2 81mm mortars, and 3 infantry guns, the morale of the 2nd Battalion Infantry recovered slightly. Led by their officers and NCOs, they used the village buildings and the rugged terrain on the village's edge to exchange fire with the Germans. So they had a backup plan, but it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Chen Dao said, looking behind him. The Norwegian infantry were swarming forward, their vanguard already nearing him. Lying on the left side of the vehicle's front, Chen Dao observed for a moment before shouting, "There's a machine gun in the window of that house at 11 o'clock. Take it out." Captain Lawrence immediately adjusted the gun's direction. About a minute later, Chen Dao saw a sudden flash of fire from that house as it exploded. In the explosion, shattered stones, bricks, and wood splinters flew everywhere. The machine gunner inside definitely wouldn't survive. Guided by Chen Dao, Lawrence then aimed the gun at an anti-tank gun. A flash of flame, and 4 gunners were engulfed in fire. The anti-tank gun was also overturned. After eliminating 2 targets, Chen Dao saw Norwegian infantry running past both sides of Hanwei 1, entering the battle ahead. He then ordered the driver to slow down and follow closely, pushing toward the village. Colonel Morcefu only now realized he had made a big mistake. He thought the Germans were launching a feint attack, just like yesterday, which was why he had committed to the battle without hesitation. Seeing the tanks and armored vehicles following behind the German infantry, Colonel Morcefu's heart sank. This kind of firepower was beyond his ability to resist. Should he retreat? After his eyes darted around a few times, Colonel Morcefu shouted, "Follow me back to Regiment HQ. I need to ask the division commander for reinforcements." Before he finished speaking, Colonel Morsefu leaped onto his war horse and was the first to gallop toward the west side of the village. In the center of the village, Tang Daisy led Maximilian, moving further away from the front line with each engagement. Seeing Colonel Morsefu's retreating figure, Tang Daisy finally felt confident enough to pull Maximilian, ready to continue their escape. However, the young Maximilian, his blood stirred by the battle, forcefully broke free from Tang Daisy's grasp and continued to fire from behind a wall. A *** shell fell, and a powerful shockwave hit them. Both men were slammed against the wall almost simultaneously, then slid to the ground. Dazed, Tang Daisy saw countless feet running past him. These feet belonged to the French infantry who had collapsed again. Tang Daisy slowly stood up, leaning against the wall, then crouched down again, hoisting the bloody Maximilian onto his shoulder, preparing to escape. As Tang Daisy turned around, he heard a loud crash. An armored vehicle, as if descended from heaven, smashed through the wooden wall in front of him and stopped in his path. "Stop right there! You want to leave after fighting? It's not that easy!" Chen Dao poked his head out and shouted, pointing his C96 pistol at Tang Daisy. Although he didn't understand what Chen Dao was saying, the gun pointed at him made it clear what he should do. Slowly putting down the injured Maximilian, Tang Daisy raised his hands high. After the French 2nd Infantry Battalion's defensive line was breached, the exposed left flank of the 1st Infantry Battalion immediately came under attack. Under a two-pronged assault, the 1st Infantry Battalion proved no braver than their comrades and quickly joined the ranks of the collapsing. At 9:20 a.m. on April 18th, after approximately an hour and a half of fighting, a breakthrough nearly 4 kilometers wide was opened in the French 25th Infantry Regiment's defensive line. After regrouping, Chen Dao said to Colonel Huber, commander of the Germania Regiment, "You go and outflank the French to the south. I'm going to Stavanger. We'll meet again in Stavanger." #75 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 75, Liberation of Stavanger Part 9. 20 kilometers south of Stavanger, two Prime Minister Renaud trucks drove smoothly on the road. "Slower, slower," the medic Martin, who was escorting the truck, shouted into the cab. The driver knew that the wounded in the back of the truck could not withstand the bumps in the road and cooperated by slowing down again. Martin gently touched the wounded man lying on the stretcher in the truck and said, "Hold on a little longer, we are almost in Stavanger. The doctors there will perform surgery on you and you will get better soon." Cough, cough. The wounded man coughed violently, and the blood dyed the thick bandage on his abdomen even redder. "After such a serious injury, can I go home?" The wounded man stammered. "Yes, you can go home," Martin said. "That's great. I finally waited for this day. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place anymore. I want to go home." The wounded man shouted hoarsely. "You will go home! After the surgery, you can go home. A transport ship will arrive here at noon today, and you can take the transport ship," Martin said. The wounded man no longer had the strength to speak at this time, but just stared at Martin with hopeful eyes, then slowly closed his eyes, constantly gasping for breath. Sarkozy sat at the back of the truck, leaning against the carriage with his knees hugged, watching everything that had just happened with his only remaining right eye. He glanced at the few wounded in the truck, one with his abdomen torn by shrapnel, one with his neck shot through, and another with both legs blown off at the thigh. Sarkozy couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his head, which was wrapped in bandages, with only his right eye exposed. It seemed that his injury was the lightest. His left eye was gradually sensing light, so he probably wasn't blind. The worst consequence was just disfigurement. Compared to the 3 unlucky guys who might go see God at any time, he was already blessed by God and had saved his life. Thinking of his current situation, Sarkozy felt a mix of joy and worry. He was happy that he was so seriously injured and could finally take a ship home. He was worried about whether Bruni and the children would still like him after he was disfigured when he returned home. Leaning back against the canvas of the truck, Sarkozy cursed in his heart, "Damn Germans, how dare you bombard me with naval guns? God will punish you, Mr. Sarkozy, pull the curtain shut, don't let the cold wind in," Martin suddenly said to Sarkozy. Sarkozy nodded silently, stretched out his hands to pull the curtain at the rear of the truck, trying to block the cold wind that kept drilling into the truck. "Oh, what is that?" Sarkozy was startled. Through the gap in the curtain, Sarkozy saw a convoy rumbling up behind the truck. Why did the shapes of these armored vehicles look so familiar? It seems to be Germans. Sarkozy came to a chilling conclusion. The leading armored vehicle quickly caught up. Seeing the two familiar steel helmets exposed on the front of the vehicle, and the machine gun shaking its barrel and pointing at him, Sarkozy suddenly jumped up in the truck, letting out a heart-wrenching roar, "Germans, take cover!" Then he threw himself into the truck. Martin stared blankly at the wounded man with the abdominal injury when he suddenly heard a loud shout, and then saw a pair of big feet viciously kicking the wounded man's head. The dying wounded man was caught off guard by the heavy blow and could no longer hold on. He turned his head to stare at Sarkozy, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. As the flame of life extinguished, his wide-open eyes slowly lost their luster and he died with his eyes wide open. "What the hell do you want to do?" Martin roared as he pounced on Sarkozy, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him constantly, questioning loudly, "Look what you've done." "Germans, there are Germans," Sarkozy shouted, staring at the truck's curtain. "To hell with the damn Germans!" "I'm now." A blinding light stopped Martin. Only then did Martin realize that the truck had stopped at some point. A large hand lifted the curtain at the rear of the truck, and two steel-helmeted heads appeared behind the truck, their four eyes staring intently at him, their gazes very unfriendly. "Germans! How could they be here?" Martin instantly felt his young life had become meaningless, especially when he saw the German pull out a pistol and point it at him. "Considering you are a doctor, I can pretend I didn't hear your previous remarks. Take care of your wounded and don't make any unfriendly moves," the German holding the gun said in fluent French. To Martin, this voice was like a heavenly sound. The German soldier climbed into the truck and took Martin's pistol, the only weapon of the French in the truck, and then jumped out of the truck. Through the gap in the rear curtain, Sarkozy and Martin saw the two German soldiers standing at the rear of the truck and the convoy rumbling past. With a telepathic glance at each other, a common thought emerged in their minds: "We probably won't be able to return to France again." Chen Dao glanced at the two French trucks parked by the roadside, then picked up his binoculars and continued to observe the city standing in front of him. Taking a deep drag from his Cosmos brand cigarettes, Chen Dao PFFT spat out the cigarette butt, picked up the wireless microphone, and shouted, "Lieutenant Wolf, send a telegram to your comrades and tell them we have arrived." About 5 minutes later, in the basement of a dilapidated two-story building in the eastern suburbs of Stavanger, several men dressed in civilian clothes but exuding a fierce aura gathered around the radio, nervously watching the radio operator write down a German word on white paper: "Liberation." Several people exhaled in unison, then looked at each other and walked out of the basement one after another. 10 minutes later, continuous gunshots rang out in Stavanger City. With the cooperation of the Quisling elements, the long-dormant Brandenburg forces fired the first shot in the liberation of Stavanger. Less than 20 minutes after the gunfire began, in the southern suburbs of Stavanger, after several artillery blasts, the sandbag positions and guard posts set up by the French on both sides of the road flew into the air. Several bursts of gunfire later, the French scattered and fled, falling into pools of blood. With a crunch, a Panzerroman 4G broke through the roadblock, then stopped by the roadside, followed by tank after tank, armored vehicles, and trucks. Chen Dao's Hanfei 1 stopped by the ruins of the guard post. Chen Dao jumped out of the car, waving his Monster C-96, and shouted, "Quickly call the Norwegians, let them enter the city first." Following Chen Dao in the attack on Stavanger were the Reconnaissance Battalion of the Armed SS and the Norwegian Bicycle Reconnaissance Company. To enable the Norwegians to keep up with the pace of the attack, Chen Dao specifically transferred a batch of trucks from the Germania regiment. The Norwegian scouts jumped off the trucks one after another, then climbed onto the 4-number tank under Chen Dao's command. The convoy then restarted, rushing into the Stavanger urban area in the order of tanks first, followed by armored vehicles, and trucks last. Soon after the gunfire erupted in the urban area, there were no pedestrians on the streets except for the warring parties. This ostentatious convoy drove into the urban area. Not long after driving on the empty streets, a window opened on a gray-white 5-story building on the right side of the street. A woman's graceful figure leaned out of the window, unfurling a neatly folded red cloth in the wind and hanging it outside the window, then waving and cheering to the Norwegian soldiers on the tank. The Norwegian soldiers jumped off the tanks one after another and saluted the red flag with the blue and white cross, the Norwegian national flag, with their rifles. 2 windows, 3 windows, as more and more windows opened, more and more Norwegian national flags were hung outside the windows. Amidst the rising and falling cheers, the Norwegian soldiers followed behind the Panzerroman 4G and plunged into the battle at 11:50 a.m. on April 18, 1940. After a brief and not very intense street battle, the German and Norwegian Allied forces recaptured Stavanger, a major town in southwestern Norway. The city became the first liberated city in the Norwegian campaign. 76 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 76. Desperate Danglars. April 18th was an ominous day for Danglars. At dawn, just as the sky began to lighten, Danglars was awakened by a fierce bombardment. When his adjutant reported that the Germans were shelling the positions of the 21st Infantry Regiment, Danglars immediately realized this was the German general offensive. If his troops couldn't withstand this assault, they would surely collapse across the entire front, and the Germans might even push all the way to Stavanger in one go. If that happened, he would have to endure a bleak life as a prisoner of war in a POW camp. Those descendants of Viking pirates might use some vicious methods against him, mining, lawyer, or quarrying. In any case, they wouldn't treat him with the same respect due to a major general. Thinking of this, Danglars shivered. While dressing, he shouted to his adjutant, "Tell them our reinforcements are coming soon. The Navy's warships will support us with their naval guns. Tell them to hold on." Upon arriving at the division headquarters command post, Danglars looked south through binoculars from the semi-underground bunker and saw that the Germans were only shelling, not launching an assault. Danglars' heart, which had been in his throat, relaxed slightly. He thought, "I hope the German shelling lasts a bit longer." Every minute the German general offensive was delayed, the French Navy's fleet got closer to Stavanger. As soon as the French Navy arrived, he could let the Germans taste the power of naval guns too. Soon, Danglars received another piece of news. The Germans hadn't used naval guns in this shelling, and it was only directed at the positions of the 21st Infantry Regiment. The 7th Infantry Regiment, which was closer to the sea, was unharmed. Danglars' heart sank again. The Germans surely had a conspiracy. Their warships must be lying in ambush at sea, waiting for the critical moment of battle to launch a fatal blow against his troops. Just as Danglars and his staff were racking their brains, analyzing what conspiracy the Germans intended to carry out, a telegram arrived from the 25th Infantry Regiment on the northeastern defensive line. The Germans had attacked the 25th Infantry Regiment. Danglars' reply to the 25th Infantry Regiment was simple: repel them. The Germans had already launched a harassing attack on the 25th Infantry Regiment yesterday, and today they were repeating the same old trick, using the same move repeatedly. It was truly boring. About an hour later, a call came into Danglars' command post. Colonel Morsefu, commander of the 25th Infantry Regiment, cried out tearfully over the phone, "The line has been breached. German tanks and German infantry are pouring in. We need reinforcements." With a thud, the phone dropped onto the table, then was frantically picked up by Danglars. "Hold on for another hour. Reinforcements are coming immediately," Danglars roared into the phone. After hanging up, Danglars immediately issued orders for 2 battalions of the Foreign Legion's 13th Infantry Brigade to reinforce the 25th Infantry Regiment. In addition to the Foreign Legion, Danglars also dispatched the Reconnaissance Battalion, which included a cavalry company, a motorized reconnaissance company, and a heavy weapons company. Their mobility was far superior to infantry, allowing them to reach the 25th Infantry Regiment's defensive area ahead of the Foreign Legion. They absolutely had to hold back the German attack. Otherwise, the French army's rear flank on the southern front would be completely exposed to the Germans. Under a pincer attack from the Germans, the French army, without heavy weapon support, wouldn't last 2 hours. No sooner had Danglars put down the phone than he received a telegram. Putting down the telegram, Danglars' face was filled with sorrow, as if he had received news of his grandmother's death. An armed riot has broken out in Stavanger City. A group of unidentified armed individuals are attacking sentries and assaulting the docks, Danglars said weakly to the staff officers around him. "We must immediately send reinforcements to defend Stavanger, otherwise we will have no retreat route left," a staff officer shouted. "Where am I supposed to find reinforcements?" The 7th Infantry Regiment and the 21st Infantry Regiment need to hold the defensive line. The 25th Infantry Regiment can barely protect itself, and the Reconnaissance Battalion and Foreign Legion have all gone to reinforce the 25th Infantry Regiment. "Where do we have any reserves left to use?" Danglars said. "We still have the Navy, and the reinforcements that came with the Navy. Since we were able to successfully land on the beaches of Stavanger once, we can succeed a second time." "Are those rioters stronger than the Norwegian army?" "The Norwegian army couldn't stop our naval guns, and those rioters certainly can't either. Immediately contact home, explain our current situation to them, and tell the reinforcements to speed up their march. Remember to tell them to be sure to prepare for landing operations. If Stavanger falls, have them retake it," Danglars said. After making the deployment, Danglars silently prayed, hoping the reinforcements would arrive soon. All his hopes rested on them. 120 nautical miles southwest of Stavanger. Amidst the roar of exploding shells, white columns of water shot skyward. The French escort fleet, consisting of the battle cruisers Dunkirk and Strasbourg, 1 heavy cruiser, 1 light cruiser, and 4 destroyers, was engaged in a fierce battle with the German Navy's raiding fleet. The French convoy reinforcing Stavanger had to pass through the English Channel. Because of Sola Airport, Stavanger was a contested area for the German in southern Norway. The German Navy had set up 3 vigilance lines using submarines, patrol boats, and aircraft at the eastern exit of the English Channel. As soon as the French convoy left the English Channel, its presence was revealed. Because of its proximity to England, the German Navy only sent submarines and aircraft to track it along the way. The French convoy was cunning. After entering the North Sea, they chose a route that stayed as close as possible to England to receive support from the British Royal Navy at any time, giving the German Navy no opportunity. The German Navy countered by formulating a waiting for rabbits combat plan and dispatched 11 submarines to monitor the French fleet's movements along the way, while the German High Seas Fleet waited for an opportunity to strike. After passing through the North Sea and entering the Norwegian Sea, the French fleet left the British Royal Navy's protected zone and headed towards Stavanger. Unexpectedly, they ran head-on into the German raiding fleet led by the sister ships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and a major battle immediately erupted. Missed shells created splashes of varying sizes in the sea, while hits harvested countless lives. The Scharnhorst sister ships and the armored ship Lutzow engaged the Dunkirk and Strasbourg sister ships, while the heavy cruisers Blucher and Admiral Hipper, leading 2 light cruisers and 8 destroyers, launched a massacre against the French transport ships. They used their numerical superiority to tie down the 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers of the escort fleet, then dispatched 4 destroyers to hunt down the French troop transports. In less than an hour, the unprotected French merchant ships Marseille and Hugo were successively sunk by German destroyer torpedoes. The oil tanker Christophe was hit in its fuel tank by a destroyer's naval gun, igniting a raging fire, and was then struck by 2 German torpedoes on its starboard side, capsizing into the seabed 5 minutes later, leaving the French soldiers struggling and crying for help in the icy sea. The 4 destroyers immediately joined the assault on the French escort fleet. After nearly 3 hours of naval combat, the French heavy cruiser Colbert and light cruiser Truin were sunk. 3 of the 4 destroyers were sunk, with only the Jaguar surviving, and the 2 battle cruisers also sustained varying degrees of damage. Germany, in turn, lost the light cruiser Königsberg and 1 destroyer. After receiving a clear code call from German Fleet Commander Lütjens, both sides decided to cease fire and rescue personnel in the water. Lütjens had already received a telegram from Navy headquarters stating that the main force of the British Royal Navy Home Fleet had departed Scapa Bay to reinforce the French fleet. Under his command, the German High Seas Fleet, after rescuing its own crew members from the water, dared not linger and immediately turned its ships around to return home. At 12:20 p.m. on April 18th, inside the division headquarters of the French 7th Infantry Division, Danglars completely lost his will to fight after receiving the telegram canceling the reinforcement troops' journey. He recalled the clear code telegram he had received not long ago, in which the Germans explicitly told him that Stavanger had been liberated, that he had no retreat route, and advised him to surrender as soon as possible. Out of a last shred of hope for reinforcements, Danglars hesitated repeatedly before refusing the German surrender offer, stating that he would fight to the end. Now, the French Army headquarters had telegraphed to say that, due to interception by the German Navy, the first batch of reinforcements could not arrive, and asked him to hold on for 2 more days until the second batch of reinforcements arrived. Seeing this telegram, Danglars became even more convinced that his and his troops' deployment to Norway was a mistake, and he resented even more the British idiot who had devised the plan to seize Norway. Thinking of the predicament the British in Bergen port to the north would face after Stavanger fell, a gloating smile appeared on Danglars' face. "Since you British dared to devise such an idiotic plan, I won't make it easy for you either." With the thought of taking the British down with him, Danglars immediately made a decision to surrender to the Germans. P.S. I've posted a pinned thread in the book review section with a map of the Stavanger operation. You can check it out. #77 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 77. Battle in Bergen. Chen Dao had just returned from Sola Airport when he received the news of the French surrender. After liberating Stavanger, Chen Dao led the war zone investigation group and a reconnaissance company to Sola Airport. Half an hour later, seeing the menacing German forces approaching, the French infantry company stationed at the airport symbolically fired a few shots before laying down their arms and surrendering, becoming German prisoners one step ahead of their division commander Danglars. Leaving the engineer platoon and the reconnaissance company to guard the airport, Chen Dao led his subordinates, escorting the prisoners, back to Stavanger. As the tires of Hanfei 1 had just rolled onto the main street of Stavanger, Chen Dao received a telegram from Hofstra the French had surrendered. Chen Dao's reply was quite political, to be mindful of the emotions of their Norwegian friends during the surrender. On the streets of Stavanger, Chen Dao broke through the enthusiastic pursuit and interception of Norwegian girls and finally led his subordinates to escort the prisoners to the municipal square. Upon reaching the municipal square, Chen Dao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the hearts of the Norwegian girls were as fiery as the colors of the Norwegian flag. He Hanfei was fortunate to have run fast, otherwise he would have definitely been asterisk. The French prisoners also breathed a sigh of relief. Their experience was completely different from that of Chen Dao and his men, having been severely battered along the way. The fists and big feet of the Norwegian men landed on them without reservation, especially some citizens whose family members had died in the war, who even picked up sticks, fire tongs, and other weapons. If it weren't for the German soldiers blocking them, at least half of the French soldiers would have died on the streets. At the municipal square, under the leadership of Lieutenant Wolf, Chen Dao met the person in charge of the Brandenburg forces in Stavanger. Colonel Rosen, it seems you've also felt the enthusiasm of the Norwegian girls, Captain Barak said with a strange laugh after introducing himself. Chen Dao noticed the extremely strange looks from Captain Barak and the others, and subconsciously touched his cheek, finding some red marks on his fingertips. Fishing out a mirror from his satchel, Chen Dao saw that his face was covered in red lipstick marks. Shaking his head, Chen Dao smiled and said to Captain Barak, "You're very jealous, aren't you?" "A little," Barak said. After a few jokes, Chen Dao didn't forget to promote his Cosmos brand cigarettes. Taking out a cigarette pack, Chen Dao handed one to everyone around him and then asked, "How many people have you ambushed in Bergen?" "I don't know," Captain Barak said. "How long does it take to train a Special Forces soldier?" Chen Dao asked. "Special Forces soldier? Are you talking about us?" Barak asked. "Yes, I think you are different from us who conduct conventional operations. You are engaged in special operations, so you can be called Special Forces soldiers," Chen Dao explained. "Oh, that makes some sense. Why are you asking about our training time?" Barak asked. "After the France campaign, I will suggest that the Air Force headquarters also establish a Special Forces unit in the Air Force. Would you be willing to be an instructor?" Chen Dao asked. "I can't promise you now. I have to ask my superior," Barak said. After the two chatted for a while about Special Forces training, Chen Dao suddenly received a telegram from Hofstra. The French had begun to hand over weapons and positions to the armed SS, and the surrender ceremony had officially begun. Chen Dao looked at his watch, 2:50 p.m. At 4:00 p.m. on April 18th, the Norwegian government and the German government successively announced the liberation of Stavanger and the annihilation of the French 7th Infantry Division, the Alpine Infantry Regiment, and the 13th Brigade of the Foreign Legion, claiming that in the face of the valiant Norwegian and German armies, any aggressor would inevitably suffer the shameful fate of defeat. At 5:00 p.m. on the same day, in the conference room at 10 Downing Street, London, England, a certain idiot, once cursed by Danglars, indignantly said, "The French are simply too inefficient. They occupied Stavanger for so long, yet they didn't even transport a single plane there. What had they been doing all these days? Were they just working hard to send soldiers to become prisoners of war for the Germans? Now that Stavanger has fallen, the German Air Force's operational range will expand 500 kilometers to the northwest. With Stavanger as the center, at least 500 kilometers of sea around it will become a restricted area for the Royal Navy. How will we supply our troops in Bergen in the future? Bergen is only 150 kilometers from Stavanger, and our troops in Bergen will live in the shadow of the German Air Force all day long. What should we do? All this trouble is caused by the French, the incompetent French. I've had enough of them." Secretary of State for War Dunt glanced at the agitated Churchill, then said, "The solution is simple: retreat." "Retreat? If we retreat, what will the Germans and Norwegians say about us? What will those neutral countries think of us? We are already very passive," Chamberlain asked. "I also think we should retreat. Bergen is very dangerous now, and we must withdraw our troops before the Germans put Sola Airport into use." Otherwise, even retreating will be a luxury, Marshal Dowding, commander of the Royal Air Force, said. Yes, we must retreat, otherwise our troops in Bergen will suffer the same fate as the French, Dunt said. No, we cannot retreat, Churchill said. Dunt glanced at Churchill, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Even if we have to retreat, we must fight a victorious battle near Bergen before returning. This will also give us an explanation to the public and to international opinion, Churchill said. I agree with his suggestion. Even if we retreat, we must first win a battle. Then we can announce to the outside world that a German invasion of France is imminent, and to protect the safety of France, we have to withdraw our troops from Bergen to support France. This can alleviate our pressure in public opinion, Chamberlain said, rubbing his stomach. Dunt looked at Marshal Dowding with difficulty and asked, how many planes can the Air Force send to support the army in completing the mission? The Air Force cannot spare any extra planes for Bergen, but if necessary, we can use the airports in the Orkney Islands to send bombers for support, Marshal Dowding said. The Navy can also send aircraft carriers to provide air support, but we must complete the operation before Sola Airport is put into use, Churchill said. Dunt looked at Chamberlain, who was staring intently at him, and silently sighed in his heart, reluctantly saying, all right, I will go and inform General Montgomery of the 3rd Infantry Division. At noon on April 19th, Chen Dao stood in front of the War Zone Investigation Group, which was ready to depart, and bid a reluctant farewell to Hauser, who had come to see him off. Chen Dao then led his subordinates to set off for Edgersund, where they would take a train and then transfer to Oslo to Bergen to investigate the combat effectiveness of the British Army. Sitting in the compartment of Hanfei 1, Chen Dao wrote in his Hanfei diary, the combat effectiveness of the French can be described in 12 words: low morale, inferior weapons, and utterly vulnerable. Hopefully, the British will be tougher, allowing my troops to be truly tested. #78 Volume 1, First Battle with Poland Chapter 78. Meeting on a narrow road at 9:00 a.m. on April 20th, the train carrying the War Zone Investigation Group departed Edgersund on time, and after a 10-hour journey, it finally arrived in Oslo at 7:00 p.m. that evening. After spending a night in Bergen at 7:00 a.m. on April 20th, the train turned its direction toward the northwest, heading to Bergen, Norway's second largest city, via Homfoss, Gaul, and Geilo. 12 hours later, the train stopped at a small station called Granvin. Standing on the station platform, Chen Dao looked up at the towering mountains to the east, west, and south of the small station and said to Major Schumacher beside him, we have come to the wrong place at the right time. The terrain here is not suitable for armored operations. There are mountains, lakes, and rivers everywhere, leaving us no room to maneuver, Major Schumacher said. Since we're here, we might as well fight a battle before leaving. Tell them to unload quickly. We'll spend the night here, and tomorrow we still have, Chen Dao looked at the map and said, another 20 kilometers of mountain road to cover. At 8:30 a.m. on April 21st, the War Zone Investigation Group set off again. After covering approximately 20 kilometers of mountain road, Chen Dao led his subordinates to their destination Voss. Voss is a vital transportation hub in southwest Norway, located 80 kilometers northeast of Bergen. 2 railways and 4 highways converge here. After Chen Dao rendezvoused with Colonel Peterson, commander of the Norwegian 2nd Infantry Brigade stationed there, and Major Lister, battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, 1st Regiment, 7th Parachute Division, he finally learned the difficulty of this battle. Looking at the map provided by Colonel Peterson, Chen Dao thought to himself that this place was indeed nestled among mountains and rivers, surrounded by 5 large mountains, with Voss Lake to the southwest. That wasn't all. The Voss River flowed in from the northeast of Voss, passed through Voss, and then emptied into Voss Lake. The small river mercilessly divided Voss into 2 parts, northwest and southeast. 3 battalions of German and Norwegian allied forces occupied the southeast, while at least 2 battalions of British troops occupied the northwest. Based on the scale on the military map, Chen Dao estimated that the width of Voss from northwest to southeast was approximately 2.5 kilometers, and the length from southwest to northeast was about 3 kilometers, which included all the undeveloped land near the residential areas. With such a short front line, 2 battalions of British are enough to blockade all river crossing points. We can only find a way to cross the river from further upstream and then outflank their flanks, Chen Dao said, pointing at the map. Not only is the Voss River between us and them, but the other side is also a residential area. Fighting street-to-street combat with British infantry in a residential area makes it difficult for our combat effectiveness to be fully unleashed, Major Schumacher said. The current situation is that we can't get across, and they can't get across either. And I've noticed they don't seem to have any intention of crossing the river. They've adopted a completely defensive posture, Colonel Peterson said. A frontal assault on Voss is completely hopeless. We can only outflank them from further upstream. However, even if we manage to outflank their flanks, we cannot be careless. The troops stationed opposite belong to the British 3rd Infantry Division. The 3rd Infantry Division is known as the Iron Division in the British Army. Their combat effectiveness is very strong, and we absolutely cannot underestimate them, Major Lister said. While it's still light, let's first scout the terrain, and then we'll make a decision, Chen Dao said. On the opposite bank of the Voss River, in Voss Church in the town center, Montgomery, commander of the British Army 3rd Infantry Division, had just arrived from Bergen. Montgomery called Colonel Hall, commander of the 185th Brigade stationed there, and the two walked to a secluded lounge behind the church. Montgomery said, Stavanger has fallen 3 days ago. The Germans must be repairing the airfield there now. Bergen will soon be completely blockaded by the German Air Force. You must seize the time to win a battle, and then we can retreat. Which idiot came up with this plan? This is clearly sending us to our deaths. You've seen the terrain here. It's completely unsuitable for offensive operations. Since their probing attack the day before yesterday was defeated by me, they haven't made any offensive moves until now. I believe they are waiting for the weather to improve, and then they will launch a new offensive with Air Force support, Colonel Hall said. When the weather improves, we will also receive support from the Royal Air Force as well as aircraft from the Navy's aircraft carriers, Montgomery said. Stavanger is 150 kilometers from us, and Oslo is over 300 kilometers. Our closest British airfield is over 500 kilometers away. I don't think the Royal Air Force will arrive faster than the German Air Force, Hall said with disdain. I think so too, and not just me, Mr. Dump thinks so too. He also doesn't believe the Navy would risk bringing an aircraft carrier within the German Air Force's operational radius. He just told me that we must pretend to believe those planes can help us, Montgomery said. Why? For politics? Hall said. Yes, for politics. How about this, Mr. Dunn said that the standard for this victory would be set by me. Now, I'm handing over the decision-making power for the victory standard to you. Regardless of the outcome of the next battle, as long as you believe the battle's outcome meets your standard of victory, you can come to me for commendation, and I will request commendation from London, and then we can go home, no longer needing to stay in this god-forsaken place, Montgomery said. Hall's eyes lit up, and after a moment of contemplation he said, Don't worry, I will get us home as soon as possible. No sooner had Hall finished speaking than a breathless messenger rounded the corner. Seeing the two hiding behind the wall, he gasped and came forward, saying, The observation post on the church bell tower just reported that German reinforcements have arrived, with many tanks and armored vehicles. Hall was startled, exchanged a glance with Montgomery, and then said, Let's go take a look. Moments later, Montgomery and Hall appeared on a 4-story high church bell tower. Through the artillery's scissor binoculars on the bell tower, the two clearly saw a long convoy approaching from the mountain pass east of Voss. This is an opportunity. We cannot let them pass like this. Have the artillery observation post continue to monitor them and find their quarters, Montgomery said with renewed vigor. As Montgomery's old partner, Hall naturally knew what Montgomery was planning. He quickly issued orders for an artillery battalion assigned to him to prepare for battle. At 2:40 p.m. in northeast Voss, Chen Dao and Schumacher returned from reconnaissance, guided by 2 Norwegian scouts. Chen Dao sat in Hanfei 1, frowning, while Major Schumacher silently puffed on a cigarette. After some reconnaissance, the two found no suitable river crossing points. The terrain on both sides of the river was too steep, making it impossible for tanks and armored vehicles to approach. As Chen Dao was pondering, he and Major Schumacher suddenly looked up in unison, each seeing panic in the other's eyes. Hanfei 1 screeched to a halt with an emergency brake, then quickly started reversing. Where is the explosion? Chen Dao stood up abruptly, rushed to the front of the vehicle, and looked in the direction of the explosion. Hash 79 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 79. The first person on the blacklist at the edge of the forest southeast of Voss, within the War Zone Investigation Group's encampment. After the British artillery bombardment ceased, Chen Dao's Hanfei 1 roared in with a gust of wind. Before the vehicle came to a complete stop, Chen Dao leaped out of the rear hatch. Scanning the devastated scene, Chen Dao's eyes practically blazed with fury. As far as the eye could see, the wreckage of 7 or 8 trucks was burning fiercely, and black smoke billowed from the engine compartments of 2 Panzer IV tanks. Bodies everywhere. More than 20 mutilated corpses lay scattered beside the truck wreckage and in the open spaces between the truck and tank columns, with one even hanging from the barrel of a Panzer IV tank. The wails of the wounded rose and fell, casting an even more terrifying atmosphere over the scene. Under the command of Major Schumacher, the surviving officers and soldiers either ran out from the forest where they had been hiding, crawled out from under tanks, or simply got up from the open ground and began rescuing the wounded. The drivers also received orders to move the trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks into the forest for reconcealment away from the burning vehicles. Chen Dao quickly took a few steps, bent down, and picked up a bloody, mangled hand from the ground. Holding the severed hand before his eyes with his right thumb and forefinger, Chen Dao stared at it indifferently for a moment, then slammed it hard to the ground, pointing northwest and cursing, "Third Infantry Division, you just wait, we're not done with this." No sooner had Chen Dao finished speaking than 2 loud boom sounds rang out, and Chen Dao was immediately tackled to the ground. Under the assault of the flames, the ammunition in the 2 burning Panzer IV tanks detonated. Amidst the explosions, the surrounding German officers and soldiers who were rescuing the wounded immediately hit the ground. 2 turrets flew into the sky, then spun and fell to the ground. In the flames, a rat-a-tat sound echoed from inside the tank chassis. Under the high temperature, the gunpowder in the machine gun bullets was ignited, and the randomly firing bullets struck the tank's chassis armor, making a clanging sound. Chen Dao was pulled away from the fiercely burning tanks by Captain Lawrence and Sergeant Beethoven, stopping only at a safe distance. "Go to the town immediately and find the communications platoon. Tell them to send a telegram to Air Force headquarters back home. Have them find out for me who is the commander of the British Army's 3rd Infantry Division, and who are the commanders of its subordinate units, especially the artillery units. Go now," Chen Dao shouted at Captain Lawrence, shaking off the 2. Across the Voss River, on the bell tower of Voss Church, General Montgomery straightened up from his scissor binoculars, pointed at the forest to the southeast from which black smoke was rising, and said with a smile, "They thought they were safe hiding behind the forest, using it as cover. They were too careless. In this kind of battlefield environment, he should have anticipated that we would set up observation posts on buildings. His troops shouldn't have entered the battlefield so brazenly. He must be a novice." "I think so too," Colonel Hall said. "Look at that black smoke. Their losses must be considerable. It's a pity I only have 12 25-pounder guns now. If I had more, they would have had a much worse time. Those tanks and armored vehicles are wasted in his hands. They should be ours. The Somme is where those tanks should be used, not in these mountains," General Montgomery said. "Does our shelling count as a victory this time?" Colonel Hall asked. "It can be considered a victory, but we can't tally the results, which makes it inconvenient to write a report," General Montgomery replied with difficulty. "But we still have a chance. On the way back to Bergen, we will certainly have a chance to win at least one more victory," General Montgomery said. That night, Chen Dao tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind consumed with how to avenge his subordinates. In the early hours of April 22nd, before dawn, Chen Dao vaguely heard a knocking sound. Captain Lawrence walked to his bedside and said, "The British have escaped." Chen Dao's sleepiness vanished instantly. He sat up abruptly and stared at Captain Lawrence, asking, "Are you sure they escaped?" Captain Lawrence said, "I can confirm it. Several Norwegians living across the river just quietly came over to our side and said that the British had withdrawn overnight, and there isn't a single British person across the river now. They actually ran away, damn it, let's pursue them." Chen Dao jumped out of bed, shouting as he put on his clothes. 20 minutes later, Chen Dao's scout platoon was the first to cross the Voss River. They did not stop on the other side but followed the road towards Bergen. It wasn't until past 10 in the morning that the scout platoon sent a telegram reporting that they had found the British in Voss, more than 30 kilometers west of Voss. Enraged, Chen Dao immediately led his subordinates in pursuit. Seeing the towering mountains on both sides of the road and with a blast of cold wind, Chen Dao's feverish mind gradually calmed down. Why did they retreat? And retreat overnight? What exactly do they want to do? Chen Dao asked. "I don't know, but I do know that it's too dangerous here. If a battle breaks out, we won't be able to deploy our formation at all," Captain Lawrence said. Looking at the towering mountains within reach on both sides of the road, Chen Dao grew even more suspicious. The British must have a conspiracy. After expressing his concerns to Major Schumacher via radio, Chen Dao's warning immediately resonated with Major Schumacher. The two then contacted the scout platoon to confirm the safety of the road to Voss before confidently leading the convoy in continued pursuit, catching up with the scout platoon at the northern intersection of Voss. Seeing the terrain at the northern intersection of Voss, Chen Dao truly gasped. The intersection was flanked by high mountains on both the east and west, with only 500 meters of flat ground between them. The road and railway extended from this narrow 500-meter pass into the town. Seeing the slopes on both sides of the intersection and the pine forests on them, the phrase "one man guarding the pass, 10,000 cannot pass" immediately popped into Chen Dao's mind. This terrain is not suitable for tank operations. We should wait for the infantry and paratroopers behind us to arrive, and then let them launch the attack while we provide fire support, Major Schumacher said. I know, but at their marching speed, it will be tomorrow before they get here, Chen Dao said sullenly. The British deliberately chose this easily defensible and difficult to attack place to block us. I have to say, their choice was very correct. As long as they ambush some troops in the pine forests on the high grounds on both sides, plus artillery observation posts, even if we have a division, we won't be able to break through their defenses. Unless we have Air Force support, Major Schumacher said. Are we just going to wait here for the weather to improve so the Air Force can deploy before launching an attack? Chen Dao asked. For now, that's the only way. The terrain here is simply too treacherous. Our tanks and assault guns cannot be used effectively. On the morning of April 23rd, Colonel Peterson and Major Lister arrived with their subordinates. Colonel Peterson, familiar with Voss's geography, already knew Chen Dao would be blocked here and suggested a reconnaissance by fire. After preparations, at 11:30 a.m., a platoon of Norwegian scouts, using trees on the ground for cover, quietly approached Voss. Chen Dao led the tank company from a distance, ready to use suppressive fire to cover the Norwegian scouts' retreat if anything went wrong. The reconnaissance results greatly surprised Chen Dao. The scouts quietly infiltrated Voss, but nothing happened. There was no exchange of fire, nor were any British found. Leading his troops into Voss and questioning the townspeople, Chen Dao learned that the British had again withdrawn overnight. Chen Dao laughed in anger, saying to Major Schumacher, "It seems we've been played, but I can confirm one thing now. They are trying to escape. It was right that we didn't attack yesterday. They had built positions at the northern intersection of Voss. They really did intend to ambush us here. Fortunately, we didn't launch a rash attack." Half an hour later, a telegram forwarded from Oslo confirmed Chen Dao's thoughts. Brandenburg forces lurking in Bergen had discovered some British were boarding ships, seemingly preparing to flee Bergen. Eager for revenge, Chen Dao unhesitatingly ordered a pursuit. The road distance from Voss to Bergen was only about 50 kilometers. Chen Dao led his troops in a continuous pursuit for 40 kilometers without finding any trace of the British and had to stop at a bend on the north side of a large mountain. Although turning this bend and going another 10 kilometers south would lead to Bergen, Chen Dao dared not pursue further. According to intelligence provided by the Brandenburg forces, a British Royal Navy escort fleet was anchored in Bergen, including at least one battleship. Chen Dao did not believe his tanks could engage a battleship, so he had to use the mountain as cover, staying out of the battleship's range. On the afternoon of April 24th, the weather finally cleared, and German aircraft reappeared over Bergen port. Chen Dao, Colonel Peterson, Major Lister, and others led their troops into undefended Bergen. Looking at the Norwegians lining the streets to welcome them, Chen Dao felt no joy in his heart. In the evening, Captain Lawrence delivered a telegram. Seeing the first name on the telegram, Chen Dao sighed. "Who do I have here? It's that lucky fellow, General Montgomery." That night, Chen Dao wrote in his Hanfei diary, "Dear General Montgomery, this Hanfei was careless for a moment and let you gain a small advantage, and also allowed you to successfully carry out a small Bergen retreat. You should thank the terrain and the weather here. They saved you. You are now on this Hanfei's blacklist and proudly at the top of the list, which is the honor you deserve." #80 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 80, both being robbed while Chen Dao was writing furiously in Hanfei's diary, 200 nautical miles southwest of Bergen port, on the sea. Under the protection of an escort fleet led by the Royal Navy's HMS Rodney, the merchant ships Edinburgh and Tuna were sailing at high speed. In the first-class cabin of the Edinburgh, Montgomery and Colonel Hall had finished dinner and were chatting in the entertainment room. "It's already dark. The German planes won't be coming. We can go home in peace," Montgomery said. "The weather saved that rookie. If the bad weather had continued for a few more days, we could have used Norway's terrain to teach him another lesson," Colonel Hall said unwillingly. "God granted us several days of bad weather, preventing the German Air Force from deploying, ensuring our safe retreat. We should already be content. As for that German rookie, one can only say he was lucky, Montgomery said with a smile, agreeing with Colonel Hall's view. Where will we be sent after we return home? France? Colonel Hall asked. Of course, France. Where else could we go besides France? Montgomery said, shrugging. We left France in early April and landed in Norway on April 10th. On April 25th, which is tomorrow morning, we will arrive in England and then return to France. It's exactly half a month. What exactly have we been doing for this half month? An armed parade in Norway? Colonel Hall said discontentedly. No, we can consider it a sightseeing trip, and incidentally, train our amphibious landing capabilities. We should thank dear Mr. Churchill. I heard he single-handedly planned and promoted the British and French operational plans in Norway. He didn't force us to fight to the end in Norway and then surrender gloriously like the French 7th Infantry Division. I am already content, Montgomery quipped. Yes, we can't be too greedy, Hall snorted when Montgomery mentioned Churchill, echoing Montgomery's words. Montgomery yawned, covering his mouth. Hall knew Montgomery usually went to sleep shortly after dinner, so he took his leave, and the two returned to their respective cabins to rest. Montgomery was sleepily washing up in his cabin, preparing to go to bed, unaware that a ferocious sea wolf was staring with green eyes at his fleet. 10 meters below the surface of the sea, Captain Preen, the captain of the German Navy's U-47 submarine, was lying in front of the periscope, full of vigor, peering at the dark shadows on the distant sea surface. It was already dark, and with the help of the starlight, Preen could only distinguish the types of British warships by their silhouettes and sizes. There were at least 4 destroyers on the surface. Preen concluded after a few minutes of observation that if his submarine were exposed, the consequences would be severe. However, seeing the 3 huge figures in the fleet, Captain Preen was itching to act. Those 3 huge figures were likely troop transports or possibly battleships. Either type of ship exuded immense attraction. To do or not to do? That is the question. After a moment of hesitation, Captain Preen involuntarily touched the Iron Cross First Class on his left chest. Kirk Sound is one of the 7 entrances to the British Royal Navy's Scapa Bay Naval Base. The Straits Channel is narrow and varied, with turbulent currents and numerous large, rugged underwater rocks. Furthermore, to be safe, the British Royal Navy had scuttled 3 old ships in the strait, creating an artificial barrier. However, all difficulties and obstacles could not stop Captain Preen's U-47 submarine. On October 13, 1939, Captain Preen commanded his U-47 submarine to successfully pass through Kirk Sound after a night of terrifying secret sneak. Entering Scapa Bay on October 14, after 2 volleys, Preen launched a total of 6 torpedoes, successfully sinking the British Royal Navy's HMS Royal Oak battleship. More than 800 crew members of the HMS Royal Oak, including the captain, failed to escape and all perished. Preen then commanded the U-47 submarine to evade the pursuit and interception of Royal Navy destroyers, successfully crossing Kirk Sound again and returning to Wilhelmshaven, Germany, on October 17. Touching the medal on his chest, Preen recalled the scene when he landed in Wilhelmshaven on the morning of October 17 last year. On the dock, the military band played a triumphal march. Marshal Reeder and General Dönitz personally welcomed his return. Marshal Reeder even personally awarded him an Iron Cross First Class, and all crew members were awarded the Iron Cross Second Class. Merit does not fall from the sky. One must take great risks to earn it. Thinking of this, Captain Preen made up his mind to attack this British fleet. Turning the periscope, Preen quickly locked onto the target. A few minutes later, with the cooperation of all departments, Preen successfully measured the target's course, speed, and distance. The weapons officer on the submarine calculated various parameters for torpedo launch, and the combat order was immediately sent to the torpedo room. Upon hearing the torpedo room reply ready, Preen unhesitatingly gave the order to fire. 3 steam torpedoes shot out of their launch tubes, leaving 3 long wakes on the sea surface as they surged toward the British fleet. As soon as the torpedoes were fired, the U-47 submarine immediately dived to a depth of 100 meters for silent evasion, relying only on the hydrophone operator's listening device to monitor the activity on the surface. Not long after, the hydrophone operator's eyes lit up, and he immediately gestured to Preen, indicating that 1 torpedo had hit. Preen clenched his fist forcefully, then remained silent, leading his subordinates to continue playing hide-and-seek with the British destroyers. In stark contrast to Captain Preen's excited expression, Montgomery and Colonel Hall rushed out of their cabins one after another, running outside to investigate the source of the explosion. As soon as they stepped onto the deck of the Edinburgh, they saw a hellish scene. The merchant ship Tuna was engulfed in a raging fire, its bow already tilted at a 40-degree angle, slowly sinking into the sea. In the dazzling flames, the two could even see countless black specks, like mosquitoes, jumping into the water, many of them still bearing bright flames. The 7th Artillery Regiment and the 33rd Artillery Regiment, they're finished. Montgomery's eyes instantly welled up. Quick, save them! Colonel Hall shouted hoarsely. At Colonel Hall's shout, the ships of the escort fleet rushed toward the Tuna, attempting to rescue the crew in the water. Before they could get close to the Tuna, a series of explosions suddenly erupted from the Tuna's hull, and it plunged headfirst into the water, swallowed by the sea. Countless crew members and artillerymen who had fallen into the water were sucked into the huge whirlpool, struggling and wailing as they disappeared into the icy seabed. At 8 a.m. on April 25, after nearly 10 hours of lurking underwater, the U-47 submarine burst out of the water like a deep-sea monster. Preen grabbed the ladder and ran onto the conning tower, and the crew members also scrambled out of the submarine, lying sprawled on the deck, greedily breathing the salty air mixed with seawater. The diesel engine started, drawing fresh, cold air into the submarine, replacing the stale air in the various compartments. Upon discovering that the Tuna had been attacked, the British destroyers quickly reacted by searching the nearby waters for German submarines, toiling all night long with no success. The sky gradually brightened, and those destroyers received orders to retreat, leaving resentfully after dropping a pile of depth charges as if to vent their anger. Once the crew had rested enough, Preen gave the order to continue the combat patrol. Almost simultaneously with Captain Preen, Chen Dao ordered the officers and soldiers of the War Zone Investigation Group to begin loading their vehicles in Bergen Port, preparing to return to Germany. Chen Dao mused. It would take at least a day and a night to travel by train from Bergen Port back to Oslo, another day and a night at least to unload and load onto a ship in Oslo and then sail to Hamburg, and probably a full day to take a train from Hamburg to the new station on the Western Front. Finally, they should arrive at the Western Front station around April 28, assuming everything goes smoothly. If there are any delays in between, it might be later. Let's just assume they arrive around May 1. The France campaign is scheduled to begin on May 10, so he still has enough time to integrate the troops and impart experience. At 1 p.m., after bidding farewell to Peterson and List, who had come to see him off, Chen Dao's train slowly pulled out of Bergen. 3 days later, in the city of Stryn, 20 kilometers south of Trondheim, Chen Dao angrily stepped off the train and said to Major Schumacher, "Order the troops to disembark immediately. We're going to Trondheim to wipe out the British there. Tell them, if they want to go home early, they'd better speed up." Major Schumacher knew Chen Dao was in a fit of rage and didn't say much, hurrying to direct the troops to unload the vehicles. Chen Dao looked north towards Trondheim, thinking resentfully, "Lao Tzu can't move General Falkenhorst, but can't I move you? British, you just wait. The blood debt owed by the 3rd Infantry Division in Voss will be repaid by you." 5 days ago, General Falkenhorst, the commander of the German Norway Expeditionary Force, received the report on the Stavanger campaign. After reading the report, General Falkenhorst thought to himself that without this report, he would have almost misjudged. This investigation group from the Air Force was not here to conduct investigations, but clearly to test the performance of new weapons, and even some powerful weapons that the army didn't even have. If it weren't for the report submitted by the armed SS mentioning those powerful weapons, he would have almost missed them. After some investigation, General Falkenhorst learned that the War Zone Investigation Group had just departed from Bergen and was preparing to detour through Oslo to return to Germany. Adhering to the spirit of making the best use of resources, and that waste is shameful, General Falkenhorst immediately decided to intercept the War Zone Investigation Group and redirect them to Trondheim to break the stalemate faced by the 3rd Mountain Division there, also allowing them to contribute a little more before returning home. Thus, Chen Dao's train turned north at Honfoss, a transportation hub northwest of Oslo, and headed straight for Trondheim. Being robbed halfway, how could Chen Dao be happy? After much thought, he couldn't come up with a way to deal with General Falkenhorst for the time being, so Chen Dao could only vent his anger on the British troops in Trondheim. #81 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 81. We must not let a British person go. At 2:20 p.m. on April 28th, the War Zone Investigation Group led by Chen Dao arrived in Melhus. Melhus is located south of Trondheim, 12 kilometers from Trondheim. In an unassuming gray 2-story building south of Melhus, Chen Dao met Lieutenant General Dieter, commander of the German 3rd Mountain Division. After exchanging pleasantries and a detailed explanation from Dieter, Chen Dao gained a preliminary understanding of the battle situation in the Trondheim area. Entrenched in the Trondheim area were the British 49th Infantry Division, as well as the Polish Army's 1st People's Brigade and 2nd People's Brigade. These two brigades were formed by Polish Army personnel who had fled to England, with the exact number unknown. The British also occupied Sistranda town, 32 kilometers east of Trondheim, and deployed aircraft at Barents Airport within the town. According to reports from Gisling elements lurking there, the number of aircraft did not exceed 50, including both fighter jets and bombers. The British also occupied Namsos port, north of Trondheim, and had established a connection between the two locations. From time to time, trucks and trains from Namsos would transport supplies to Trondheim. Facing the British were Dieter's 3rd Mountain Division, the 181st Infantry Division, and the 137th Mountain Infantry Regiment of the 2nd Mountain Division, in addition to a Norwegian Army Infantry Battalion and a motorized artillery battalion. Aside from the newly arrived War Zone Investigation Group, the rest of the 2nd Mountain Division and the German Army's 196th Infantry Division were on standby in the Oslo area. Once the battle in the Trondheim area progressed, they would immediately travel north by train as reinforcements. "Look at the terrain near Trondheim," Dieter said, pointing to the map. "Its north is the sea, and its east and west are high mountains. The south, directly facing us, is only 5 to 6 kilometers wide. Although we have a numerical advantage in troops, our advantage cannot be fully utilized due to the limited width of the battlefield." Chen Dao looked at the map for a while, then suddenly asked, "Are there any British warships in Trondheim port?" "The weather has cleared now, and our Air Force stationed in Oslo conducts combat patrols here every day. Any ships approaching this area will be attacked." According to intelligence provided by the Brandenburg forces and the Gisling resistance organization lurking in the city, no British ships had entered Trondheim in the past 3 days. "So their supplies are all transported from Namsos?" Chen Dao asked. "Precisely," Dieter said. "How is their Air Force's combat effectiveness?" Chen Dao asked. "They are vulnerable, no match for the German Air Force," Dieter said, then added, "I haven't seen the British Air Force active in the past 2 days. In other words, they have no navy, and their Air Force is just for show. They can only fight us with their army now." "When did the British become so courageous?" Chen Dao asked. "The British have always been very courageous," Dieter said. "I don't think so. They are at a disadvantage in terms of troops. Their logistic situation is not necessarily optimistic, and they have no Air Force support. Why are they still holding out here?" "I believe they are likely planning to escape Norway now," Chen Dao said. Dieter frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "That's entirely possible. I heard that the British in Bergen have already fled back to England. There's no need for the British in the Trondheim area to persist either. No wonder when I sent someone to demand their surrender yesterday, they unequivocally said they would fight to the end." Hearing Dieter mention Bergen, Chen Dao became agitated as if his sore spot had been touched. "So we must find a way to cut off their retreat and not let a single British person escape," Chen Dao said. Dieter nodded, pointing to the map, and said, "If the British want to escape, they must march along the railway in the eastern mountains or the coastal road, then pass through Sistranda and turn north to reach Namsos. All these roads are under British control. I've analyzed the map, and there's no road that can bypass Trondheim." Chen Dao's gaze circled the map a few times before stopping on Sistranda town. He then asked, "If the British escape, they will pass through Sistranda whether they take the road or the railway. If we can occupy that place, they will have no way to escape, and their supply lines will also be cut off." Dieter glanced at Chen Dao and emphasized again, "I just said that all roads leading to Sistranda are under British control, and we cannot bypass them." "I know," Chen Dao said, seemingly not noticing Dieter's tone, and continued, "General Dieter, I suggest we launch an attack on Trondheim today to put pressure on the defenders in the city. We must not let them calmly plan their escape. As for Sistranda, I will find a way." Dieter thought for a moment and then said, "All right, I will immediately mobilize troops to launch an attack to pin them down. When can your men participate in the battle?" "Today I will send people to the front lines to survey the terrain. After finding suitable terrain, my troops can participate in the battle tomorrow," Chen Dao said. Dieter knew that the main forces of the Norwegian 5th Infantry Brigade and 4th Infantry Brigade were fighting south of Narvik, and they could currently only rely on supplies airdropped by the German Air Force. Falkenhorst had strictly ordered him to recapture Trondheim as quickly as possible, open the land communication line to Narvik, and establish contact with the Norwegian defenders in the Narvik area. Therefore, when he realized that Chen Dao seemed to have a way to occupy Sistranda and cut off the British retreat and supply lines, he unhesitatingly agreed to Chen Dao's suggestion. Dieter proactively dispatched a reconnaissance platoon to Chen Dao. This reconnaissance platoon would assist Chen Dao in familiarizing himself with the terrain south of Trondheim. Just as Chen Dao was about to leave after expressing his gratitude, Dieter suddenly remembered something and called out to Chen Dao, "Colonel Rosen, there's something I need to remind you." Chen Dao looked at Dieter curiously. Dieter continued, "We are currently fighting in Norway, and the Norwegians are our allies. There are about 100,000 civilians in Trondheim city now, so when you formulate your operational plan, you must be careful with the use of heavy firepower and try not to cause extensive harm to those civilians." Chen Dao was stunned, then relieved, saying, "I understand, we need to consider the political implications." At 4:10 p.m., two Fi-156 reconnaissance planes flew over Melhus, heading directly northeast. 40 minutes later, Chen Dao received a telegram from Oslo. After reading the telegram, Chen Dao sought out Dieter again. Handing the telegram to Dieter, Chen Dao said, "The problem of Sistranda has been resolved. We need to cooperate with the Air Force for a large-scale offensive tomorrow. We must formulate a plan overnight and not let a single British person escape." After reading the telegram, Dieter happily accepted Chen Dao's suggestion. #82 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 82. The most harmful thing in war is to cut off food supply. At 8:00 a.m. on April 29th, a faint roar echoed from the sky south of Melhus. When Chen Dao and Dieter received the report and walked outside to look up, the roar of the engines was already deafening. A massive formation of planes flew over Melhus, and Chen Dao roughly counted about 50 Ju-52 transport planes. In a courtyard in the northeastern part of Trondheim, Major General Wellington, commander of the British Army's 49th West Riding Infantry Division, was also looking up at the sky. Watching the planes fly across the sky, Wellington thought this was already the second wave of bombers sent by the Germans. But they were too late. There wasn't a single plane left at Varens Airport, and bombing there would just be a waste of bombs. Before the appearance of the Ju-52 transport plane formation, the German Air Force stationed in Oslo had already sent a wave of bombers to bomb Varens Airport near Sistranda town, attempting to destroy the British planes on the ground there. However, just as Chen Dao had predicted, with the deteriorating situation in Norway, Wellington, after consulting with England, had already been actively preparing for withdrawal. Yesterday afternoon, the two Air Force squadrons stationed at Varens Airport had already evacuated, relocating to a field airport near Namsos, narrowly escaping the German bombing. After dark, the 70th Infantry Brigade and the 69th Royal Field Artillery Regiment also successively withdrew. Now, the British forces remaining in Trondheim only consisted of the 49th Infantry Division headquarters, the 147th Infantry Brigade, the 55th Royal Anti-Tank Regiment, the 49th Reconnaissance Regiment, and two artillery regiments. Besides the British, there were also two brigades of the Polish Army in the Trondheim area, totaling 4 battalions. Wellington was not Chen Dao. He did not have the ability to identify German aircraft models based on their appearance. He did not know that the Ju-52 aircraft were transport planes, nor did he know that what was being dropped from the Ju-52 transport planes were not bombs, but paratroopers. East of Sistranda town, the Ju-52 formation slowed down, then the cabin doors opened wide, and agile figures leapt out of the cabins one after another. Within a few minutes, a battalion of paratroopers successfully jumped from the planes, and the sky was filled with white parachutes. Having endured the first bombing by the German Air Force, the British forces in Sistranda town, upon seeing the Ju-52 formation, scattered like startled birds, each seeking cover, completely lacking the courage to resist. Even upon realizing that the German aircraft were dropping paratroopers instead of bombs, the British merely left their shelters to report the German paratrooper drop to Trondheim, never considering a proactive attack. After a safe landing, the German paratroopers swiftly packed up their parachutes and rushed to the weapon crates. After fully arming themselves, the paratroopers split into two groups. One company of paratroopers force marched north of Sistranda town, while the remaining paratroopers dug in at their original positions, preparing for a British attack and also protecting the landing zone. After a 5-kilometer trek, the paratroopers of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion, 1st Regiment of the 7th Parachute Division successfully outflanked to the north of Sistranda town. They found the road leading from Sherda to Namsos, dug up the road surface, and began laying landmines. About 300 meters west of the road, a squad of paratroopers found the railway. 4 boxes of explosives were immediately buried under the tracks next to the sleepers, and after connecting the wires, the paratroopers ruthlessly pressed the detonator. In a series of explosions, gravel and sleepers flew into the sky, and broken rails jutted high, their ends twisted into a spiral shape. The paratroopers of the first company completed the railway demolition, then reassembled by the roadside, constructing defensive positions, preparing to meet any potential British attack. In Trondheim, Wellington's already low spirits plummeted into an abyss upon receiving intelligence of German paratroopers near Sistranda town. The German paratroopers dropping into Sistranda town were certainly not there for exercise. Their sole purpose was to cut off his retreat. The British forces in Sistranda town consisted of only one infantry battalion and one anti-aircraft battalion, their strength utterly insufficient to withstand a large-scale German attack. What to do? Filled with anxiety, Wellington picked up the telegram and read it repeatedly. Upon the third reading, Wellington suddenly discovered two hidden pieces of information in the telegram. It only stated that a large number of German paratroopers had appeared in Sherda, but how many was a large number? Also, the telegram did not say that Sherda was under attack, which meant there was still room to salvage the situation. After contacting the British forces in Sherda again, Wellington confirmed that there were only 1 to 2 battalions of German forces near Sherda, and they were currently unable to pose a fatal threat to Sherda. Wellington breathed a slight sigh of relief, and his astute intellect became active again. Wellington's gaze swept over the map several times, finally settling on Sherda, thinking that the appearance of German paratroopers might be an opportunity, and he finally had a chance to get rid of those hateful Polish. After some deliberation, Wellington ordered his subordinates to summon Colonel Lattai, the highest-ranking commander of the Polish army in the Trondheim area. Handing the telegram to Lattai, Wellington said, "German paratroopers have airdropped near Sistranda, and Sistranda is now in grave danger. I will lead my troops to eliminate those paratroopers and secure our supply lines." Colonel Lattai finished reading the telegram, snorted coldly, and said, "They want to trap us. We cannot let them have their way." Yesterday, the Germans launched an offensive, and frontline officers reported that the German attack was not very strong, seemingly probing our firepower distribution. They are very likely to launch a large-scale offensive today, and those paratroopers might just be part of a large-scale offensive. You must eliminate them as quickly as possible to secure our rear. Wellington said gravely, "I will set off immediately and try to eliminate those paratroopers before dark. I will leave you the anti-tank regiment, the 11th Infantry Battalion, and the 143rd Artillery Regiment. If the Germans launch an offensive, you must buy me as much time as possible." A staff officer rushed to Wellington and said, "The Germans have airdropped again near Sistranda, at least 1 battalion. Lattai and Wellington's expressions changed. Lattai said, "I saw a group of German planes flying over on my way here. As expected, they are German reinforcements. You must act immediately and eliminate them before they complete their assembly." Another staff officer rushed into the room and said to Wellington and Lattai, "The Germans have launched an attack in the south. The phone call from the front line says the German artillery fire is very fierce." Wellington said to Lattai, "Go back and command the battle immediately. 1 day, you only need to hold out for 1 day, and I will be able to eliminate those paratroopers and then return to support you." The situation was urgent, and Lattai did not waste words. After nodding in agreement, he returned to the front line to command the battle. After seeing Lattai off, Wellington immediately ordered the reconnaissance battalion to set off first, while he led 2 battalions of the 147th Infantry Brigade and the 185th Artillery Regiment to follow, heading straight for Sherda. In southeastern Trondheim, Chen Dao looked up at the returning Ju-52 formation in the sky, then turned to Major Schumacher and said, "It seems our second airdrop has been successful. We accidentally let the 3rd Infantry Division escape last time. We won't make the same mistake again this time. Of course, the blood debt the 3rd Infantry Division owes in Voss will be repaid by them." Chen Dao raised his hand to check his watch, then said, "It's about time. The shelling should be ending. Let's go." With Chen Dao's command, the War Zone Investigation Group marched mightily towards Trondheim. #83 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 83. Race against time. Fighting alongside Chen Dao were the 137th Mountain Infantry Regiment and the Norwegian 2nd Independent Motorized Artillery Battalion. Although the terrain southeast of Trondheim was flat and suitable for armored operations, it was dotted with countless half-human to human-height bushes. To prevent ambushes by the Polish army hidden in the countless bushes, and also considering that the Panzer Roman 4G's side armor was only 30 mm, and the 251 Type half-tracks armor was even more fragile, only able to defend against machine gun bullets. After seeking Chen Dao's approval, Major Schumacher arrayed a formation with infantry in front and tanks behind. After the attack order was given, the 137th Mountain Infantry dispatched 2 battalions to launch the attack, while the war zone investigation group's tanks, assault guns, and half-tracks followed behind to provide fire support. The mountain infantry formed 3 or 4 skirmish lines and rushed toward the Polish army positions. Their attack seemed formidable but was not actually fierce, and their formation was also dispersed. Seeing the German infantry using the terrain and bushes for cover, continuously approaching them, the Polish army in the positions finally couldn't hold back and began firing at the German army. Instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted on the battlefield, interspersed with the unique firing sounds of mortars. Amidst the Polish army's gunfire, the German mountain infantry clattered to the ground. They lay prone, calmly engaging the Polish army in a firefight. Seeing the German attack momentum halted, the Polish defenders hadn't had time to rejoice before misfortune befell them. They fired fiercely at the German mountain infantry, but also exposed themselves to the war zone investigation group following the German infantry. 105 mm, 75 mm, and 37 mm high explosive shells, accompanied by gusts of wind, slammed into the Polish army positions. Bunkers, machine gun nests, and other strongpoints on the Polish army positions were destroyed one by one. After several volleys, the firepower intensity on the Polish army positioned opposite the war zone investigation group sharply decreased, and the German mountain infantry's attack became active again. Watching the German infantry and tanks approaching step by step, the Polish army commander ordered his subordinates to fire anti-tank rifles and anti-tank guns at the German tanks, wanting to stop those steel monsters, but it was completely futile. Except for 2 Panzer IV GS whose tracks were damaged by 25 mm anti-tank guns and stopped. The remaining tanks and assault guns, enduring the Polish army's shelling, destroyed the Polish army's anti-tank guns and anti-tank rifles one by one, covering the German infantry as they charged into the Polish army positions. After a brief trench struggle, the Polish army could not resist the numerically superior German army and fled along the communication trenches. The Polish army who couldn't escape were either killed or raised their hands and became prisoners. Upon learning that Chen Dao's attack in the southeast of Trondheim had achieved a breakthrough, Dieter immediately ordered the 181st Infantry Division, which was the General Reserve, to enter the battle to expand the gains. While attempting to break through the Polish army's second line of defense, the German army encountered stubborn resistance from the British-Polish Joint Army. Seeing the tank company reversing through his binoculars, Chen Dao asked via radio, "What's going on?" Major Schumacher replied, "We've encountered an ambush by enemy anti-tank guns and are retreating to disengage from the enemy's ambush zone." Chen Dao quickly lay down on the front of the armored vehicle, picked up his binoculars, and looked toward the battlefield ahead. The tank company was slowly reversing. In front of the tank company, 4 Panzer IV GS were stopped there, 2 of which were emitting black smoke, indicating they had been heavily damaged by anti-tank guns. After Chen Dao's binoculars swept back and forth across the battlefield a few times, he finally found an anti-tank gun. The anti-tank gun was hidden under a pine tree, with a rectangular gun shield and a slender barrel extending from it. To Chen Dao's surprise, the anti-tank gun was mounted on a tripod and was continuously rotating its gun body to fire at the German army. Upon learning that the positions southeast of Trondheim were under attack by a large number of German tanks, WWII immediately dispatched the 55th Royal Anti-Tank Regiment, which had been held in reserve. This regiment comprised 4 companies, totaling 48 2-pounder anti-tank guns. The 2-pounder gun had a 40 mm caliber and could penetrate 54 mm of steel at 500 meters. With its tripod mount, it could fire 360 degrees. When the 55th Royal Anti-Tank Regiment arrived at the positions of the Polish Army's 2nd People's Brigade, the 2nd People's Brigade had already retreated to its second line of defense. After the regiment rendezvoused with the 2nd People's Brigade and had just finished setting up their defensive positions, the German pursuers arrived. 48 anti-tank guns opened fire one after another. Even though Major Schumacher reacted quickly and issued a retreat order in time, 3 tanks were still destroyed, and another tank was destroyed during the retreat, resulting in a total loss of 4 tanks. After Chen Dao took inventory, he found that only 14 usable tanks remained, one of which was Schumacher's command tank. After some radio communication, approximately 10 minutes later, the 36 105 mm howitzers and 12 150 mm howitzers of the 181st Infantry Division's artillery regiment began shelling the Polish Army's second line of defense, and the Norwegian Artillery Battalion's 12 120 mm howitzers also poured shells onto the Polish Army positions without showing any weakness. Seeing the shelling begin, Chen Dao immediately reorganized the formation with Major Schumacher, preparing to launch the second offensive. While the German army was shelling the Polish army positions north of Sistranda town, the 185th Artillery Regiment commanded by Wellington was also shelling the German paratrooper positions. After Wellington arrived in Sherda and rendezvoused with the British Infantry Battalion in Sistranda town, he immediately dispatched a reconnaissance battalion to conduct reconnaissance near Sistranda town. The road from the north of the town to Nansos was naturally the key reconnaissance direction. A company of the British Reconnaissance Battalion discovered the German paratrooper positions about 3 kilometers north of the town. Upon receiving the notification, Wellington immediately ordered the 185th Artillery Regiment to shell the German positions under the guidance of the Reconnaissance Company, while he led the 147th Infantry Brigade to advance north of the town, preparing to cooperate with the artillery to eliminate this group of German paratroopers and reopen the road to Nansos. After 30 minutes of artillery preparation, the well-trained British infantry had already formed their ranks. A sharp whistle sounded, and 2 battalions of British infantry cautiously launched a charge toward the German paratrooper positions. At this time, the German paratroopers deployed north of Sistranda town had reached 1.5 battalions, comprising 4 infantry companies and 2 machine gun companies. The paratroopers, hidden in makeshift fortifications, sustained some casualties but withstood the British shelling and then faced the British infantry charge. The paratroopers remained silent until the British infantry charged to within 100 meters of them before opening fire. Dozens of MG-34 machine guns chattered in unison, and bullets swept through the British infantry, causing countless casualties. Amidst the continuous gunfire, there were occasional ding-ding sounds, which were the clips of the M1 semi-automatic rifles in the paratroopers' hands ejecting from the gun barrels. The M1 semi-automatic rifle's advantage in rate of fire was evident. 2 or 3 paratroopers with M1 semi-automatic rifles could suppress a squad of British infantry. In such a firefight, the Enfield rifles in the hands of the British infantry were no match at all. In their panic, the British officers, who were new to the M1 semi-automatic rifle, made a wrong judgment. They misjudged the paratroopers' strength based on the firepower they received. Less than half an hour after the engagement, the British infantry retreated in disarray. Wellington received reports from 2 infantry battalion commanders stating that the German army opposite had at least 2 battalions, and very likely 3 battalions. Recalling the previous battle, Wellington believed that his subordinates' reports were not exaggerated, as he had personally witnessed the German army's firepower density, which could not be faked. After issuing orders to reorganize the formation and prepare for the next attack, Wellington anxiously pondered countermeasures. A roar interrupted Wellington's thoughts. Looking up, Wellington saw a formation of aircraft in the southern sky. Could it be German reinforcements? Wellington felt a tightening in his spine. Through his binoculars, Wellington clearly saw that the formation of aircraft circled east of Sistranda town, dropped countless white parachutes, and then flew away. About 1 battalion, Wellington roughly counted the number of parachutes in the air and immediately drew a conclusion. "I need reinforcements, a lot of reinforcements," Wellington cried out in his heart. Ordering the signalman to connect him to the garrison in Nansos, Wellington learned that the 69th Artillery Regiment and 70th Infantry Brigade, which had retreated there, had not yet withdrawn. Wellington breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered them to return to reinforce Sherda, attacking the German paratroopers from behind. Nansos is about 150 kilometers from here. They should arrive here around 2 p.m. With their cooperation, he should be able to defeat the German army in front of him before dark and break through to Nansos. Hopefully, Latai can hold out until dark, and hopefully, the German paratrooper reinforcements won't increase further, Wellington prayed, looking up at the sky. #84 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 84. The beast still fights. If you fear something will happen, it is more likely to happen and will turn out worse. Less than an hour after Wellington's prayer, the faint roar of engines came from the southern sky. Amidst Wellington's curses, the roar grew louder. Another formation of planes flew over the eastern sky of Sistranda town, dropping a shower of parachutes under Wellington's stunned gaze, then circled triumphantly and flew away. Before Wellington could recover from the blow of the German reinforcements, a lieutenant staff officer ran to Wellington and said, "The reconnaissance battalion found German forces southeast of Sistranda town. The Germans scouted the town for a while and then moved south. The reconnaissance battalion is continuing to monitor them." "How many are there?" Wellington asked. "About 1 battalion." The clouds on Wellington's face grew heavier. The road starting from Trondheim entered Sistranda town from the south, exited from the north, and extended all the way to Nansos. If those German forces moved to the south of Sistranda town, they could also cut off the road from Trondheim to Nansos. What to do? Wellington frowned, anxiously pondering a solution, his left hand forcefully kneading the joints of his right hand, making a rhythmic cracking sound. Report! Another staff officer ran to Wellington. General, Colonel Latai wants to speak with you. Seeing the captain's staff officer's panicked expression, Wellington's mood had already plummeted to the lowest point in his life. After connecting the call, Wellington's premonition was not wrong. Latai had indeed come to ask for reinforcements. The German paratroopers have reinforced again, and the pressure here is also very high. I can't spare any extra men for you. You'll have to find a way to hold out until dark. Wellington mercilessly refused Latai's request. After ending the call, Wellington's face was ashen, and he kept cursing the cigar-smoking idiot in the Navy. If it weren't for that idiot's idiotic plan, how could his troops have been sent all the way to Norway? It was thousands of kilometers from England. Here, supplies were difficult, Air Force support was difficult, and retreat was equally difficult. Only that idiot would throw troops into such a god-forsaken place. He had previously reported to the Army Department, suggesting that those Polish be left behind to cover the retreat, and he would lead his subordinates to retreat to Nansos first. However, it was rejected, with the reason being to pay attention to political impact and not to undermine the Polish exiled government's trust in the British government. This matter must have been orchestrated by that idiot in the Navy again, Wellington thought resentfully. If he had been more decisive at the time, abandoning those Polish who could only walk on two legs and relying on his troops' fully motorized marching speed, he would have boarded a ship in Namsos and gone home by now. How could he have fallen into such a dangerous situation? It was all his fault for not being decisive enough. After a period of internal complaining, much of the pent-up frustration in Wellington's heart dissipated. Taking a few deep breaths, Wellington tried to calm himself, then inquired about the itinerary of the 69th Artillery Regiment and the 70th Infantry Brigade, confirming that they were forced marching towards Sherda. The staff officer handed Wellington not only the telegram about the reinforcements itinerary, but also another telegram from the Air Force. Seeing the Air Force's telegram, Wellington's expression softened considerably, and he immediately ordered the staff officer to forward it to Latai. Southeast of Trondheim, on the position of the 1st Company of the 55th Royal Anti-Tank Artillery Regiment, Private John Davies lay prone behind a clump of bushes, his hands clasped over his head. 3 or 4 meters to his right, his comrade McGregor was doing the same. Closing his eyes made his hearing even sharper, and the continuous explosions seemed to ring in his ears. Davies moved his hands to the sides of his head, tightly covering his ears, trying to block out the terrifying explosions. However, the shock caused by the shell explosions traveled through the ground to his body, and each tremor caused a spasm in his body. A large hand suddenly slapped his right shoulder. Davies let out a scream. "I've been hit." "It's me, John," a loud voice sounded in Davies' ear. "Get up quickly, the German shelling has stopped and they are about to charge again." Davies opened his eyes, looked at his right shoulder, and found that he was indeed not injured. Then he looked at McGregor beside him. "Get up quickly, the Germans are charging," McGregor said as he squatted up, pulling Davies up by the shoulder. The two then ran to the gun position to the left of the bushes. "Are you still scared?" McGregor asked. "Of course, if Johnson's blown-off head landed on you, with his eyes staring straight at you, wouldn't you be scared?" Davies asked exasperatedly. McGregor mentally pictured the scene, then licked his lips and swallowed hard. "Let's not talk about that. I'll operate the gun, and you load for me." McGregor sat at the gunner's position to the left of the 2-pounder, while Davies squatted beside the ammunition rack on the right. "The German infantry are coming up. The Polish are about to break. Load high-explosive shells quickly," McGregor shouted. Davies immediately pulled a high-explosive shell from the honeycomb-shaped ammunition rack and shoved it into the breech, shouting loudly, "Loaded." He then cautiously peeked out from the right side of the gun shield to observe the battle. McGregor turned the wheel, aiming the gun barrel to the front right. With a boom, the shell flew out, passed over the Polish army positions ahead, and landed among 3 or 4 charging German. 2 German fell in a pool of blood, and the rest of the German immediately lay down. Through the observation port, McGregor saw the shell hit, and immediately shouted, "Hit." After rotating the muzzle slightly to the right, Davies, under McGregor's command, loaded a high-explosive shell into the breech. In a single breath, the shell flew out of the breech. "That guy was too unlucky. He was hit by a shell, and his body was blown to pieces," McGregor said with a sigh. The two cooperated tacitly, firing 4 more high-explosive shells. After each shot, McGregor loudly shouted hit. There was no joy on Davies' face. He occasionally poked his head out to observe the battle, noticing that the German figures had changed from the size of soybeans to the size of thumbs, and they were about to rush into the Polish army positions ahead. German tanks, load armor-piercing shells quickly. Hearing McGregor's piercing shriek, Davies involuntarily shivered, immediately pulled out an armor-piercing shell, shoved it into the breach, and then peered forward. Davies saw a tank without a turret, about 400 meters in front of the muzzle, twisting its hull to face him with its front armor. Before that tank could finish turning its hull, McGregor fired the shell. A black dot flew into the sky for the tank's front armor. It was the deflected shell. We didn't even penetrate its armor! McGregor shouted in surprise. Quick! Another armor-piercing shell. Moments later, another 40mm armor-piercing shell was deflected. Impossible. At this range it should definitely penetrate. McGregor shouted, eyes wide. This tank is different from the previous ones. Is it aiming at us? Before Davies could finish speaking, a 105mm shell landed less than 10 meters in front of them, and shrapnel struck the gun shield, making clanging sounds. Davies' mind went blank with a buzzing sound. McGregor's body trembled and he slumped to the left side of the chair, then jumped up and shouted, run. Davies' reaction was also swift. Knowing he had been targeted by the German tank, he turned and fled behind the bushes. The two had barely run less than 10 meters when a 105mm shell smashed into the 2-pounder's gun shield. In the violent explosion, the 2-pounder instantly shattered into pieces, with various metal parts flying everywhere. Davies felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his right thigh, and his right leg immediately lost all sensation. His legs gave out, and Davies fell to the ground in a face plant, his hands tightly clutching his right leg as he wailed, I've been hit. Help! I'm coming! McGregor turned back and ran to Davies, helped him up and carried him on his shoulder, running toward the rear. Seeing McGregor's bloody right forehead, Davies asked, are you injured? Just a scratch, McGregor shouted as he ran. I owe you one, McGregor, Davies shouted. This certainly won't be the last time. McGregor and Davies' escape was just a microcosm of the battle in the southeast. After the German shelling, even the Polish army, reinforced by the 55th Royal Anti-Tank Regiment, could not resist the second German offensive. The War Zone Investigation Group readjusted its formation, placing 4 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 with thicker front armor at the vanguard, followed closely by the Panzer Roman 4G, and then the mountain infantry launched the second offensive, fiercely attacking a single point of the Polish army positions. They achieved a breakthrough in less than an hour. Seeing their positions breached, the Polish infantry fled. More and more German infantry rushed into the Polish army positions, pursuing the fleeing Polish army. Just as the Polish army positions were about to collapse completely, a sudden change occurred. 12 planes emerged from the thin clouds in the northern sky. These 12 planes dived one after another, sweeping across the battlefield from west to east. The bullets from their onboard machine guns cut 12 bloody paths through the charging German infantry, and the German offensive momentum immediately weakened. When the 12 planes made their second dive, the German on the ground had already reacted. Dozens of 20mm and 37mm anti-aircraft guns successively spewed flames, sweeping across the sky. Soon after the two sides engaged, 12 more planes suddenly rushed out of the clouds. These 12 planes roared down, dropping more than 20 bombs on the German. In a series of explosions, the German on the ground were torn apart and countless severed limbs flew into the sky. The audacity of the enemy planes ignited the fighting spirit of the German anti-aircraft gunners. 2 British planes were quickly hit, crashing to the ground with flames and black smoke. Subsequently, 3 more enemy planes were hit. After paying the price of 5 planes, the British formation hastily departed. On the southeastern battlefield of Trondheim, next to several huge shell craters, Chen Dao cautiously poked his head out of Hanfei 1, still shaken, and said, we were actually caught off guard by the British planes. It's like capsizing in a ditch. We were really too careless. Fortunately, we were hiding in the vehicle, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, Captain Lawrence said, his face pale. The bombs had been too close to them. The blast wave had almost overturned the vehicle. Continue the attack. The debt owed by the British Air Force will be repaid by their army, Chen Dao said, clutching his chest. After confirming that the British planes had left, the German continued their attack, only to find that apart from a few injured and immobile Polish army soldiers, the main force of the Polish army had disappeared. While the Royal Air Force suppressed the German, the Polish army successfully escaped their positions and fled towards Trondheim city. Chen Dao and Major Schumacher converged after an unimpeded pursuit to the edge of Trondheim city. Major Schumacher pointed at the densely packed tall buildings and said, "They have already fled into the city. It seems they want to fight a street battle." So what if it's a street battle? They couldn't win in Poland, and they certainly won't win in Norway. They are just cornered beasts struggling now. #85 Volume 1 First Battle in Poland Chapter 85 The beast still fights continued half an hour later. The 137th Mountain Infantry Regiment and the 181st Infantry Division's infantry arrived. According to Dieter's orders, the 3rd Mountain Division and the 181st Infantry Division would serve as the main attack force. The 137th Mountain Infantry Regiment and the War Zone Investigation Group had suffered heavy losses in breaking through the defenders' outer positions, so they would serve as the auxiliary attack force in the street fighting. Upon receiving the order, Chen Dao found Colonel Diogen, commander of the 137th Mountain Infantry Regiment. After discussing by the map, Chen Dao successfully persuaded Colonel Diogen, who was equally audacious. They decided to turn the auxiliary attack into a main attack and seize the first merit in retaking Trondheim. After reaching a consensus, they immediately began deploying troops. Colonel Diogen assigned his 3rd Battalion to Chen Dao's command, while Chen Dao assigned 5 Panzer Roman 4G and 5 251 type armored vehicle to reinforce Colonel Diogen. Their troops were in the southeastern part of Trondheim. The road from Trondheim to Stjørdal was in the northeastern part of the city. Chen Dao decided to lead his troops to attack from south to north, close to the eastern part of the city, to cut off the retreat of the city's defenders in one fell swoop. Colonel Diogen would lead his troops to protect Chen Dao's left flank. After the attack began, Chen Dao stood in front of Hanfei 1's compartment, looking at the approaching tall buildings, thinking that he, Hanfei, and street fighting were truly intertwined. Following the infantry, Chen Dao's Hanfei 1 slowly advanced northward. Chen Dao lay on the front of the vehicle, seeing that the eastern side of the road was flat fields, and to the east of the fields were mountains. Chen Dao carefully observed the fields with binoculars, but found no one. Turning his binoculars to the uneven buildings on the left, Chen Dao thought that he only needed to pay attention to the west side of the road. After walking more than 500 meters, the road turned left. As the infantry ahead had just turned the corner, Chen Dao heard intense gunfire from the bend, followed by screams and shouts. Hanfei 1 stopped by the roadside. Chen Dao jumped out of the vehicle and ran to several mountain infantrymen by the corner of the wall. He had those infantrymen make way, and Chen Dao, pressing against the wall, extended his right hand to the 2 orderlies behind him. An orderly immediately took out a motorcycle rearview mirror from his satchel and handed it to Chen Dao. Chen Dao gripped the metal rod, extended the mirror beyond the wall, and saw that the road extended into a residential area about 100 meters ahead. At this time, the buildings on both sides of the road had been occupied by the defenders, who were firing at the German from the windows of various floors. The German were scattered in the depressions on both sides of the road, dodging the attacks. Chen Dao saw 2 puddles of blood on the road and heard the groans of soldiers, indicating that some soldiers were injured. The stalled attack did not alarm Chen Dao, as the 2 4-number tank accompanying their advance had already turned the corner. After several gunfire, Chen Dao saw 4 or 5 large irregular holes in the opposite building, and the enemy's firepower immediately weakened. A moment later, the enemy's firepower completely disappeared. The infantry immediately charged the building, ending the battle shortly after. The troops continued to advance. When Chen Dao passed the intersection, he saw more than a dozen dejected Polish army prisoners standing by the roadside. Chen Dao carefully examined the area around the intersection and found no barbed wire or roadblocks. Finding a soldier who could speak Polish, Chen Dao briefly interrogated the captured Polish army soldiers and learned that the Polish army was completely unprepared for street fighting. After retreating from the suburbs back to the city, they only occupied buildings under the leadership of officers to resist. There were no other defensive measures. Chen Dao immediately felt much more at ease and ordered the troops to accelerate their advance. After several more small-scale skirmishes, Chen Dao was completely relieved. The defenders had no coordination with each other, basically just occupying a building to fire out and block the road. Their weapons were only rifles and machine guns, with very few anti-tank rifles, let alone anti-tank guns. The German tanks would fire a few shells at those buildings, and the remnants of the defeated forces would lose the courage to resist and surrender obediently to the German infantry who rushed into the buildings. Having understood the defenders' situation, Chen Dao readjusted his deployment, ordering the tanks to lead and the infantry to follow, rapidly advancing toward the northeast corner of Trondheim. In a residential area near the sea in northeastern Trondheim, Latai hid in a two-story building in the center of the residential area, looking out the window in terror. Outside the window, his guard company was engaged in fierce fire with a group of armed individuals in civilian clothes. Bullets occasionally hit the window, and broken glass clattered to the floor. Latai held his pistol and hid behind the wall, constantly cursing the armed individuals who had appeared out of nowhere. They had disrupted his command and blocked his escape route. Besieging Latai's command post were the Brandenburg forces and Quisling elements. Guided by the Quisling elements, these local guides, not long after the British occupied Trondheim, the Brandenburg forces set their sights on the British command post located there. They had lain in wait until now, finally finding an opportunity to strike, preparing to take down this command post in one fell swoop. The Brandenburg forces and Quisling elements cooperated closely, adopting a surprise attack to occupy several buildings around the command post, then began to besiege Latai's command post. Latai's guard company also reacted quickly. They swiftly used the terrain and walls around the command post for cover, fighting against the unidentified armed individuals to protect Latai's safety. The battle was deadlocked for a while, until after 6 p.m., with a series of creaking sounds, a 4-number tank turned a corner and appeared in front of Latai's guard company. The 4-number tank rotated its body, aiming its cannon at Latai's guard company's soldiers. 3 shells in a row took out 3 machine guns of the guard company, and Latai's guard company's firepower immediately weakened. When the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th tanks appeared in the Polish army's sight, Latai's guard company's morale completely collapsed. Seeing a white flag extended from a second-story window, Chen Dao thought that he, Hamfei, had successfully carried out a decapitation strike. He hoped there would be more big fish inside. Before the street fighting broke out, Chen Dao had already contacted the Brandenburg forces within Trondheim. Upon learning that they were planning a decapitation strike on the defenders' command post, Chen Dao immediately expressed his desire to participate in the operation. After obtaining the address of the defenders' command post from the Brandenburg forces, Chen Dao was delighted to find that the defenders' command post was also in the northeastern part of the city. This discovery further strengthened Chen Dao's confidence in securing the first merit. After more than 2 hours of fighting, having routed countless scattered defenders along the way, Chen Dao finally led his subordinates through the defenders' line and arrived in northeastern Trondheim, personally witnessing Latai's surrender. After capturing Latai alive, Chen Dao immediately had the translator tell Latai to order the city's defenders to surrender, but it was too late. By this time, the city's defenders were already in disarray, and Latai's command post had lost contact with its various units. Upon learning that Latai was a mere figurehead, Chen Dao immediately began the second step, interrogating Latai. A few minutes later, Chen Dao looked toward the east. Half an hour later, all units of the War Zone Investigation Group arrived one after another. After Chen Dao informed Dieter of his movements, he led his troops toward Sherda. #86 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 86, Pursuit and Bad News north of Sistranda town, north of the German parachute positions, south of the positions, and even on the positions themselves, countless shell craters were scattered. Innumerable corpses lay in the large and small shell craters. Those in green uniforms were the bodies of German paratroopers, and those in brown uniforms were the bodies of British infantry. Because he did not want to run over the corpses, Chen Dao's Hemfe 1 had to stop. Jumping out of the armored vehicle, Chen Dao led Captain Lawrence and the orderlies toward the paratrooper positions. After bypassing several shell craters and stepping over a British corpse that was only a lower body, an orderly finally could not bear it, covering his mouth and squatting beside a shell crater to vomit. Chen Dao acted as if he did not see it, rubbing his nose to try and dispel the pungent smell of blood and choking gunpowder, but found it was useless and eventually gave up. Stopping, Chen Dao's gaze lingered on a British corpse with its upper body lying on the ground. Chen Dao paid attention to this corpse because only its upper body remained. Chen Dao's gaze moved from the head of the corpse to the waist, and then from the waist, it extended along the bluish-black intestines for over 2 meters. Chen Dao glanced at the section of the corpse that was only a lower body, which he had just stepped over, and found that there were 12 or 13 meters between the upper and lower bodies. He could not help but sigh. This person was cut in half at the waist, then dragged his intestines for such a long distance before exhausting his life and dying here. What a tenacious fellow! At this moment, vomiting sounds came from beside Chen Dao again, and another orderly could not hold on, running to the side to vomit. Chen Dao turned back to look at Captain Lawrence and the other 2 orderlies, whose faces were pale, and asked, "Are you still going to follow me?" None of the 3 spoke, only nodding their heads. "All right, let's continue," Chen Dao said, continuing to walk forward. After stepping over several corpses in brown uniforms, kicking away a severed arm in a brown sleeve, and then flicking away a calf with putties, only Captain Lawrence remained following Chen Dao. Approaching the paratrooper positions, Chen Dao finally clearly saw the paratroopers' bodies. Gun bolts, gun barrels, broken bayonets, shattered wooden gun stocks, heavy machine gun tripods, and spent bullet casings everywhere. Countless gun parts and scattered bodies lay in stark contrast. Among the surviving paratroopers, Chen Dao finally spotted an old face, Major Lister, battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, 1st Regiment, 7th Parachute Division. Major Lister was commanding his subordinates to clear the battlefield and did not notice Chen Dao's arrival. Chen Dao walked towards Lister, and after just 2 steps, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of someone. Chen Dao stopped, turned around, patted Captain Lawrence's shoulder, and pointed to the foxhole on his right, saying, "Look at that person." Captain Lawrence instinctively looked in the direction Chen Dao pointed. After he clearly saw the person's appearance, he immediately felt his stomach muscles twist into a spiral, and a sour, rotten smell rushed to his throat. Captain Lawrence quickly covered his mouth and turned away, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. Seeing Captain Lawrence turn away, Chen Dao mercilessly added from behind him, "Poor fellow, half his head was sliced off by shrapnel." Hearing Chen Dao's emotionless voice, Captain Lawrence could no longer hold on. Bending over and vomiting with a retch, hearing Chen Dao's voice, Major Lister glanced over, recognized Chen Dao, and hurried to meet him. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lister gestured with his chin towards Captain Lawrence and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "I saw he was holding it in with great difficulty, so I couldn't help but help him relax." "See, he's much more relaxed now," Chen Dao said expressionlessly. Pulling out a pack of Cosmos brand cigarettes, Chen Dao offered one to Major Lister, then lit one for himself. To avoid disturbing the paratroopers clearing the battlefield, Chen Dao and Lister walked to a secluded spot on the east side of the positions. Chen Dao puffed on his cigarette while listening to Major Lister recount the battle. "Around 2:30 this afternoon, I was observing the movements of the British in Sistranda town to the south. Suddenly, a large number of shells fell on our positions, fired from the north." "North?" Chen Dao asked in surprise. "Yes, north." I hadn't even had time to be surprised when the British shells from the south also started falling. Major Lister, with a cigarette in his mouth, separated his hands and brought his palms together in a closing motion. "Have you ever tried being bombarded from both sides?" "I don't want to try." Chen Dao imagined the scene at the time and immediately realized it was too horrible, quickly shaking his head. "A wise choice," Major Lister said with a bitter smile. Shortly after the shelling began, they launched their assault. "Assault from both sides simultaneously? More or less," Major Lister said. "Upon realizing my predicament, the 3rd Battalion and Regiment HQ attacked the right flank of the British from the east of the town, pinning down some of the British. But the left flank of the British from the south and the British from the north, I had to deal with them myself. The British from the north were at least 2 battalions, and half of those from the south were at least 1 battalion. How many men do you have?" 2 battalions. However, a British battalion has nearly 1,000 men, much larger than our battalion. They charged right up to our positions in one assault. I was already prepared for close combat at that time. "You repelled them with a bayonet charge? But what about those huge shell craters?" "And I saw that those people's deaths didn't look like they died from bayonet fighting," Chen Dao said. Major Lister spat out his cigarette butt with a puff, spread his hands, and said to Chen Dao, "Repel them with a bayonet charge? How is that possible? Their numbers were at least double ours." "And how did you do it?" Chen Dao asked. "That's when our planes arrived. I had men fire 2 green smoke grenades to the south of the positions and 2 to the north as well. And then the British were driven back by the bombers. Then I personally, on the positions." Major Lister's mouth revealed a bitter smile as he pointed to the positions behind him. "Our positions also fired 2 green smoke grenades to guide the bombers to the target." "You're insane!" Chen Dao yelled, staring at Lister. "I'm not insane. The British had already broken into our positions at that time. Even with the help of planes, it would have been useless. I only had one path, indiscriminate bombing." Chen Dao did not speak. Lister extended his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and gestured to Chen Dao. 5 minutes. If those planes had arrived even 5 minutes earlier, I wouldn't have used this method. "All right, I understand your situation." Chen Dao was silent for a long time, then forced out a sentence. "After the air raid, the entire position was quiet and the world was quiet," Major Lister said. "And then the British retreated, hunkering down in Sistranda town until they surrendered. A few infantrymen escaped through the positions to the north. but most of the others were either killed or fled back to Shurta. Not a single one of their artillerymen in Sistranda town escaped. Looking back now, I feel some sympathy for those British. We at least had foxholes to hide from the bombing. They didn't even have foxholes. Most of them could only lie on the ground, and some quick-witted ones jumped into our paratroopers' foxholes to take cover. Major Lister extended 2 fingers towards Chen Dao. Seeing this, Chen Dao pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his fingers, then lit it for him. After taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, Major Lister continued, "This kind of mutually destructive tactic certainly works, and it works very well, but I don't want to use it a second time." On the afternoon of April 29th, north of Sistranda town, facing a 2-pronged attack from the British, the German paratroopers, disadvantaged in both numbers and firepower, held their positions by employing indiscriminate bombing, regardless of friend or foe. They also cooperated with other paratroopers and reinforcements arriving from Trondheim to completely annihilate the British forces intercepted in Sistranda town. Aside from a few infantrymen who escaped, the entire 143rd Royal Artillery Regiment, most of the 147th Infantry Brigade and 49th Reconnaissance Battalion, a part of the 89th Light Anti-Aircraft Regiment, and the division headquarters of the 49th Infantry Division, all within Sistranda town, surrendered to the German army. At 1:00 p.m. on April 30th, the War Zone Investigation Group led the way, with the 181st Infantry Division following closely behind, marching towards Nansos, 150 kilometers away. Around 5:00 p.m. that day, when the War Zone Investigation Group and a part of the 181st Infantry Division arrived outside Nansos City, German Air Force bombers had just departed. The British Royal Navy cruiser HMS Curlew was sunk, and her sister ship, HMS Cairo, was damaged by bombing. The 11,000-ton Polish transport ship SS Huppert was sunk, taking with it all the artillery and half the soldiers of the 69th Royal Artillery Regiment who had just boarded, sinking them to the bottom of the sea. The remaining ships, seeing the unfavorable situation, fled to the open sea to avoid air raids, leaving the army in the port to face the overwhelming German army alone. On May 1st, the remnants of the British 69th Artillery Regiment and 70th Infantry Brigade endured a terrifying day as German Air Force reconnaissance planes continuously circled over the city. Outside the city, large numbers of German army forces arrived successively. After contacting England via radio and confirming that no more British Navy would come to their rescue, the remaining British forces entrenched in Namsos port accepted the German army's surrender offer. At 2:00 p.m. on May 2nd, after attending the surrender ceremony, Chen Dao immediately returned to Trondheim with Major Schumacher and their subordinates. From there, they would take a train back to Oslo, and then a ship back to Germany. Chen Dao sat in the Hanfei 1's compartment, continuously writing and drawing in his diary, muttering to himself, "Arrive in Trondheim tonight, then load up overnight. Depart early tomorrow morning, arrive in Oslo by tomorrow night, then take a ship to Hamburg. Arrival in Hamburg should be the evening of May 4th or the morning of May 5th, then take a train from Hamburg to the Western Front Station. If all goes well, I should arrive on May 7th. Good, it's not too late, I still have 2 days to prepare for the France campaign." After finishing his calculations, Chen Dao had just put away his diary when he suddenly realized the Hanfei 1 had stopped at some point. Major Schumacher walked into the compartment with a strange expression and handed him a telegram. "I'm afraid we've run into trouble," Major Schumacher said. "What trouble?" Chen Dao looked down at the telegram in confusion, his expression instantly freezing. "The France campaign has been moved up, starting on May 5th. How can this be? #87 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 87. Reactions from all sides at 3:20 p.m. on May 3, 1940, in a conference room at 10 Downing Street, London." Recalling the attacks from the agitated members of Parliament at Westminster Palace that morning, Chamberlain felt his stomach ache even more. Thinking of Leo Amory, who had spoken voluminously in public at the time, Chamberlain realized that his closest friend and political partner had now transformed into his former closest friend and political partner. Amory mercilessly criticized Chamberlain's optimism in his pre-war negotiations with Hitler and his careless attitude toward British defense after the war broke out, then spoke of the recent British defeat in the Norwegian campaign. To invade a sovereign nation without regard for international opinion, and to do so under the self-deceiving slogan of coordinated defense against the Germans. Should I call you naive? Or should I call you shameless? Most importantly, you suffered a shameful defeat in the Norwegian campaign, with the 3rd Infantry Division scurrying back to England and over 8,000 men, including the division commander from the 49th Infantry Division surrendering. We still have troops in Narvik. What do you plan to do with them? Let them surrender too, and then go to German prisoner of war camps to eat the Germans out of house and home. Amory's words elicited a roar of laughter among the members of parliament. From the start of the war last September until today, a full 8 months, all you have done is either indulge the Germans or execute abominable operational plans like the invasion of Norway. As an old and decaying soldier, for the contributions you have made, you have sat here too long. Go, I say, let our cooperation with you end. In the name of God, go away. The thought of the members of parliament in the back rows rhythmically shouting go, as he left parliament made Chamberlain feel utterly disheartened and down and out. Tomorrow, parliament would hold a vote on a motion of no confidence in the government, and his prime minister's seat was already precarious. What to do? Chamberlain couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Mr. Dent, the Secretary of State for War, and Churchill, Marshal Dowding, exchanged glances and came to a common conclusion. The Prime Minister was distracted. Mr. Dent cleared his throat a few times, pulling Chamberlain back to reality from his own little world. We still have a division in Narvik, and this division has now become an isolated force. Narvik is also our last remaining stronghold in Norway. What should we do? I don't think they can hold on much longer. Let them withdraw. France is where they should go, Mr. Dent said. After Mr. Dent finished speaking, he glanced at the dejected Chamberlain, then at the unenthusiastic Churchill. But the more he looked, the more he felt that Churchill's low spirits seemed to be feigned. Winston, what do you think of Mr. Dent's suggestion? Chamberlain asked weakly. I think they should hold on for a few more days. If we quietly withdraw from Norway like this, we will be even more passive in public opinion, and Prime Minister will also have no explanation for Parliament, Churchill said after pondering for a few seconds. The Germans have already occupied Trondheim, and Varens Airport near Trondheim will soon be filled with German planes. Those planes will drop countless bombs on our troops in Narvik. Of course, Navy ships will also be bombed. Wasn't the Navy's fleet in Namsos driven away that way? After the Navy fled, those soldiers cannot fight the Germans without Air Force support and Navy supply transport. They have no other choice but to surrender. If they surrender, I'm afraid Prime Minister will have to explain to more than just Parliament, Mr. Dent retorted unceremoniously. The truly formidable aspect of the Germans is their Air Force, Marshal Dowding. Can we build a field airport near Narvik and move the Air Force there? Chamberlain asked. Thinking of the earthquake the surrender of the 49th Infantry Division caused in British politics, Marshal Dowding secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the Air Force did not go to Norway, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Marshal Dowding had intended to stay out of it, but now seeing Chamberlain suddenly hinting at dragging the Air Force into the mess, he dared not agree and quickly shook his head, saying, Narvik is located within the Arctic Circle. It is still covered in ice and snow there, and the ground conditions are not suitable for building an airport. Besides the planes protecting the homeland, the Air Force has now transferred all available planes to France, and there are no extra planes to use in Norway. Moreover, I must remind everyone that France is the main battlefield, and we cannot divert our attention to Norway, which is a secondary battlefield. I agree with Marshal Dowding's view. According to intelligence submitted by MI6, the Germans are very likely to launch their war against France this month, and we must concentrate all our efforts on defeating them in France. If we cannot defeat the Germans on the French battlefield, then no matter how well we fight in Norway, it will be meaningless. Therefore, I believe we should immediately withdraw the troops from Narvik to France and not let them waste time in the ice and snow of Narvik. Mr. Dent finished speaking and looked at Churchill again. Since Mr. Dent insists on withdrawing the troops, the Navy will fully cooperate. However, I must remind Prime Minister that after the withdrawal, the Germans and Norwegians will certainly mock us, and many people at home will certainly use this as an excuse to stir up conflict, so you must be mentally prepared. Churchill no longer insisted and agreed to Mr. Dent's suggestion to withdraw troops, then immediately expressed concern for Chamberlain's situation. Do you have any suggestions regarding the negative impact caused by the troop withdrawal? Chamberlain was very touched to see Churchill so concerned about him and sincerely asked Churchill for advice. Mr. Dent saw Chamberlain humbly seeking advice from Churchill and thought to himself, the Prime Minister is truly hopeless. The operational plan for the Norwegian campaign was almost entirely orchestrated by Churchill from beginning to end, and now that the battle is unfavorable, Churchill should be the primary person responsible. If public opinion was unfavorable to Chamberlain, he could completely push Churchill, the culprit, out to apologize to the nation. But now, Chamberlain was actively stepping forward as a shield and even asking Churchill, the instigator, for countermeasures. The Prime Minister's immaturity is truly beyond saving. Churchill, seeing Chamberlain seeking his advice, said earnestly, "We can ask the French for help. We can do this." On the morning of May 4, Prime Minister Renaud of France received a diplomatic document from England, sent in Chamberlain's name. In the document, Chamberlain first stated that various signs indicated an imminent German invasion of France, and England expressed sincere concern for France's situation. Chamberlain also stated that if France had a need, England was willing to send its last infantrymen to France to help the French people defend their homeland. Prime Minister Renaud was naturally overjoyed by the British generosity. He certainly hoped that the more British soldiers came to France, the better, with no upper limit. In his reply to the British diplomatic document, Prime Minister Renaud directly stated his need for more British expeditionary force and expressed that the British expeditionary force would be treated like family in France. Shortly after Chamberlain received France's reply, a grand order was issued to the garrison in Narvik. Due to France's needs, your unit will be redeployed to France. Pack your bags immediately upon receiving this telegram and prepare to depart. Upon receiving the order to withdraw, the British troops stationed in Narvik collectively cheered. They did not want to stay in the ice and snow of Narvik for another minute and urgently wanted to return to France to enjoy the charming allure of French maidens. They did not waste a single second, packing their bags overnight after receiving the order from their superiors, ready to set off. As the British in Narvik packed their bags at the quay of Oslo Harbor in Norway, the transport ship Rostock, carrying the War Zone Investigation Group, was slowly departing. Watching the Norwegians on the quay, who had come to see them off, vigorously waving German and Norwegian flags, Chen Dao felt no joy in his heart. According to the current itinerary, by tomorrow morning, when the France campaign begins, he might have just landed in Hamburg, and there was no way he would make it for the offensive against France. He had planned for so long, and in the end, he would miss the start of the war due to being late, which was truly disheartening. Chen Dao was feeling melancholy on the ship back to Germany. In Stettin, a city in northeastern Germany, Lieutenant General Manstein, at the headquarters of the German Army's 38th Infantry Corps, was also feeling melancholy. He had risked defending army headquarters by actively formulating the plan to invade France, only to end up being kicked out of his position as Chief of Staff of Army Group A. Not only that, in the campaign against France, he could only be an idle bystander, watching others realize his ideals. Fate truly played a cruel joke on him. 88 Volume 1, First Battle with Poland Chapter 88. War Day at 4:25 a.m. on May 5, 1940, in the suburbs of Cologne, Germany, at the Ernst Hamm and Hull airfields along the Rhine River. The roar of engines echoed in the pitch-black darkness. 5 minutes later, a light signal, indicating clearance for takeoff, pierced the night sky, and the ready-to-depart Ju-52 transport planes began to taxi slowly. Each Ju-52 transport plane had a tow rope attached to its rear, dragging a DOFS 230 military glider. On the runway, the glider was towed forward, accelerating. After the Ju-52 transport plane left the ground, aided by the towing force, the glider's pilot also pulled the control stick to lift the aircraft into the air. The glider left the ground, flew over the airfield's fence in the blink of an eye, and climbed to high altitude with the Ju-52 transport plane, successfully completing the difficult night tow takeoff. At both airfields, a Ju-52 transport plane towing a glider took off every 10 seconds or so. A few minutes later, 41 gliders were successively towed into the air. After assembling in sky south of Cologne, these aircraft flew west together, heading straight for Belgium's Eben-Emael Fortress and the 3 bridges over the Albert Canal to its northwest. The Eben-Emael Fortress, located 5 kilometers south of the Maastricht River, was the northern pillar of the Liege Fortress, controlling the strategically important depths of the Albert Canal. The fortress was equipped with 6 x-120 cannons with a range of 10 kilometers, 2 of which could rotate 360 degrees, 16 x-75 artillery pieces, 12 x-60 high-speed anti-tank guns, 25 twin machine guns, and a certain number of anti-aircraft guns. One side of the fortress faced the canal, while the other 3 sides faced land protected by minefields, deep ditches, and 6.1-meter-high walls. Germany's Army Group B, comprising the 6th and 18th Armies, totaling 29 divisions, was tasked with the heavy responsibility of attacking Belgium. As the right flank of the Army Group, the 18th Army would advance along the Aachen-Maastricht-Brussels line. The Eben-Emael fortress and its surrounding bridges were essential for the 18th Army's advance. To prevent the Belgian army from destroying the bridges, the German army specially formulated an airborne assault plan to capture the fortress. The airborne troops were named the Koch Assault Regiment after their commander, Captain Koch. The Koch Assault Regiment was divided into 4 squads, with the Granite Squad responsible for capturing the Eben-Emael fortress, and the other 3 squads each responsible for capturing a bridge. Around 5:20 a.m., the gliders carrying the Granite Squad successfully broke through the Belgian defenders' defenses, landing at their designated spots above the Eben-Emael fortress. The assault team members jumped out of the gliders and began attacking the bunkers. The assault team's 4th squad was responsible for attacking Bunker No. 19 of the fortress. This bunker had firing ports on both its north and south sides and was equipped with anti-tank guns and machine guns. After approaching the bunker, the assault team members first used machine gun fire to suppress the bunker's firing ports, then sent men to rush to the bunker's side, inserting a 1-kilogram satchel charge into the bunker's observation port. After a loud explosion, the gunfire inside Bunker No. 19 ceased. Subsequently, the assault team members inserted a special 150-kilogram hollow charge into this observation bunker, blasting open a path through the bunker's firing port to enter it. Upon entering the bunker, they discovered that the cannons inside had already been destroyed, and all the Belgian defenders had been killed by the explosion. 80 meters north of Bunker No. 19, the attacks by the assault team's 6th and 7th squads were much smoother. When they approached Bunkers No. 15 and 16, which they had mistakenly believed to have 5-meter thick armor, they discovered that these bunkers were merely disguised with thin sheet metal. Almost simultaneously, the assault team's 1st and 3rd squads successively destroyed the defenders' bunkers No. 12 and 18. 10 minutes after the Granite Squad landed at the Eben-Emael fortress, they had successively destroyed 10 bunkers, and their battle declared the formal entry of Germany's Army Group B into a state of war. It was 5:30 a.m., and Germany's full-scale offensive against Belgium, Luxembourg, and France had begun. In Wallendorf, the German Air Force's Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment crossed the border into Luxembourg. The Luxembourg Army, with its powerful force of 400 infantry and 12 cavalry, surrendered without a fight. The Hermann Göring Regiment's entry into Luxembourg signified the official launch of the offensive by Army Group A, which comprised 3 armies and 4 to 5 divisions. On the left flank of Army Group A, Army Group C, consisting of 2 armies and 18 divisions, shelled the Maginot Line defenders head-on. Their mission was to feign an attack on the Maginot Line, drawing the defenders' attention. In the sky, swarms of Stuka dive bombers, Do-17 bombers, and He-111 bombers, escorted by fighter planes, crossed the border, launching fierce bombing raids on French and Belgian airfields, railway hubs, troop concentration areas, and cities. In just one day, the German attack on the Western Front shocked the world. On the afternoon of May 5, Prime Minister Chamberlain, who had narrowly retained his position in a no-confidence vote in Parliament on May 4, submitted his resignation to the British King. The reason was that the British Labour Party was willing to form a coalition government with the Conservative Party to deal with the Western European war situation, but the Labour Party publicly stated its unwillingness to accept Chamberlain's leadership. Upon his resignation, Chamberlain officially recommended First Lord of the Admiralty Churchill to the British King as his successor to the Prime Ministership. At 6:00 p.m. on May 5, 1940, King George VI of England summoned Churchill and ordered him to form a cabinet. An hour later, Churchill met with Labour Party leader Attlee, inviting the Labour Party to join the United Wartime Cabinet and gaining their support. While Churchill was enjoying the thrill of power in Paris, France, Prime Minister Renaud was both shocked and delighted. Renaud was horrified that the Germans had actually attacked. There had been messages from various sources indicating an imminent German attack on France, and just last night, there were warnings from Brussels and The Hague, reminding Renaud that Germany would invade today. Yet he had dismissed all these warnings, and today, the German attack turned them into reality. He recalled the last Great War, where France and Germany fought for 4 whole years with over 1.5 million killed and nearly 5 million wounded, missing, or captured. How long would this war last? 4 years or 5? How many young Frenchmen would perish? 1 million, 2 million, or 3 million? What delighted Renaud was the news from General Gamelin, the French commander-in-chief. Gaiman had called Renaud shortly after the outbreak of war, claiming that all German actions were under his control and that the German offensive would be stopped within Belgium, with not a single German army soldier setting foot on French soil. Gaiman's assurance was not unfounded. In World War I, France had already suffered from the Schlieffen Plan once, so the Belgian direction was a key area of focus for the French army. On the French-Belgian border, Gaiman had deployed the 1st Army Group, consisting of 4 armies and 32 divisions, in addition to 8 divisions of the British Expeditionary Force. Should the Germans attack Belgium, the 1st and 7th Armies on the 1st Army Group's left flank, along with the British Expeditionary Force, would immediately reinforce Belgium, establishing defenses along the Dyle River line in Belgium to stop the German and prevent the war from spreading to French soil. Confirming that the Germans had indeed invaded Belgium, Gaiman, in his command post, could not help but let out a cheer of "They are finished." He then reported the good news to Prime Minister Renaud, generously sharing his joy with him. Upon learning that all German movements were under Gaiman's control, Prime Minister Renaud breathed a slight sigh of relief, then ordered someone to contact the British government to discuss countermeasures. Similar to the moods of Churchill and Prime Minister Renaud, in Münster-Eifel, Western Germany, Hitler, upon learning that the British-French Allied forces had entered Belgium, excitedly leaped from his sofa in the mountain castle. He paced the room, waving his arms, and shouted to Goering, Cadel, and others, "Excellent! They've fallen for it! Their main force has entered Belgium, and our breakthrough in the Ardennes forest is half successful." Goering smiled, showering Hitler with compliments, then silently counted to himself, "Today is the first day of the 8-week countdown." At 9 p.m. on May 5, the small border town of Hettner in western Germany, bordering Luxembourg, welcomed a group of weary travelers. Chen Dao jumped out of Hanfei 1 and, after meeting with Major Schubert, who was stationed there, said, "Arrange accommodation for the personnel immediately. They are exhausted. We will rest here for 2 days and depart for France at 8 a.m. on May 8. Won't 2 days be too long? Including today, we will fall 3 days behind the main force of the regiment, and it will be difficult to catch up," Major Schubert said. "It doesn't matter. There's no difference between a 1-day and a 3-day distance for me. I need to replenish the troops and equipment damaged in Norway, and I also need to impart the combat experience from Norway to you." 2 days is already very little, Chen Dao said. "All right, we'll set our departure for May 8, Major Schubert nodded and said, #89 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 89. Before departure at 7:00 a.m. on May 6, the advance team of the 51st Assault Engineer Battalion entered Fort Ebnamael. Seeing the reinforcements, the soldiers of the Granite Squad immediately cheered. After destroying several key targets in the fortress, the Granite Squad's mission shifted to holding the stronghold against counterattacks from the Belgian army. The counterattack by Belgian infantry units received no artillery support and lacked coordination, allowing the assault troops to repel them with machine gun fire. The assault troops were also targeted by several smaller nearby artillery batteries and Belgian field artillery, but the Belgian artillery also failed to achieve any results due to lack of coordination, often mistakenly dropping shells on their own troops, inadvertently helping the Granite Squad repel the Belgian infantry's attack. After the 51st Assault Engineer Battalion arrived, a German infantry regiment followed, and the two forces immediately cleared out the remaining defenders of the fortress. At 1:15 p.m., over 1,000 defenders led by Major Joyland surrendered to the German, and Fort Ebnamael was completely conquered. In this operation, the Granite Squad suffered only 6 dead and 19 wounded. Among the bridges that other squads of the Cock Assault Regiment were responsible for capturing, all but the Maastricht Bridge, which was blown up the moment the assault troops landed, were successfully captured by the assault troops. Along the bridges captured by the Cock Assault Regiment, the 18th Army of Army Group B advanced deep into Belgium. Almost simultaneously, the 19th Panzer Corps, under Army Group A, had cleared the minefields set by the Belgian Army in the Belgian-Luxembourg border region and advanced into southeastern Belgium. After brief skirmishes with retreating Belgian border remnants and French cavalry crossing the border, the 1st Panzer Division captured the Belgian border towns of Raafstadt and Beddix with very light casualties. The 1st Panzer Division's allies also made good progress. The 2nd Armored Division captured Liebermont, and the 10th Panzer Division captured Sainte-Marie. On May 7th, the German Army Group B advanced to the Louvain-Dinant-Namur line, where they encountered and engaged in fierce battles with the retreating Belgian army and the arriving British-French Allied forces. On the afternoon of the same day, The 19th Panzer Corps, under General Guderian's command and part of Army Group A, crossed the Belgian-French border after a series of battles, passed through the Sedan Forest, reached the north bank of the Meuse River, and occupied the historic city and fortress of Sedan. While the 19th Panzer Corps prepared to cross the river overnight, on their right flank, the 15th Panzer Corps and the 41st Panzer Corps also successively arrived at the Meuse River and began preparing for a forced crossing. At the Matignon Palace in Paris, France, Prime Minister Renaud was now completely at ease. After receiving Gamelin's battle reports for 2 consecutive days, Prime Minister Renaud had confirmed that the main force of the Germans was blocked in Belgium. After the British-French-Belgian Allied forces repelled several German attacks, the front line had basically stabilized, and there was no need to worry about the war spreading into France. Prime Minister Renaud was now only concerned about 2 issues. One was how long the war would last. The other was how to deal with the German Air Force bombing inside France. After contacting the new Prime Minister of England, Churchill, again, Prime Minister Renaud received Churchill's generous assurance that England would do its utmost to provide enough aircraft and anti-aircraft guns to France to help France deal with the hateful German Air Force. Leaving Prime Minister Renaud, who was completely at ease after receiving Churchill's assurance, aside, on May 7th, Churchill attended a House of Commons meeting for the first time as Prime Minister and delivered a speech. "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat. You ask, what is our aim? I can answer in one word: victory, victory at all costs, victory in spite of all terror, victory however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no survival." Churchill's passionate speech moved all the members, and the House of Commons ultimately showed its support for Churchill's government with an overwhelming majority of 381 votes to 0. Having secured the full support of the House of Commons, Churchill then spoke to the members about the latest developments in the France campaign, claiming that the German offensive had been halted in Belgium. England's strong ally, the French, had mobilized 5 million people to work in factories or put on military uniforms, and the valiant British Expeditionary Force would fight alongside the French, like their predecessors, and battle the Germans to the death to achieve ultimate victory. Churchill's speech once again received a standing ovation, and the members rose to applaud and salute Churchill. Churchill extended his right hand to make a V sign in return, then walked out of Westminster Palace with a triumphant air. Around 8 p.m. on the night of May 7th, at the Cliff Castle in western Germany, in the temporary German army headquarters converted from a pigsty, Hitler stared anxiously at Sedan on the France map and asked Halder, "General Guderian's river crossing operation tomorrow. How confident are you of its success?" Halder glanced at Hitler, thinking, "You're only getting nervous now? Where's the eagerness you had when you were so impatient to launch the France campaign?" However, the France campaign had reached a critical point, and Germany's national destiny was at a crucial crossroads. At this moment, Hitler absolutely could not be discouraged. After deliberating for a few seconds, Halder said, "I believe the success rate is 100%. In our plan, General Guderian was supposed to reach the Meuse River by May 9th. But he completed the mission ahead of schedule today. Not only him, but the entire Kleist Panzer Group arrived at the Meuse River ahead of schedule, which completely exceeded our expectations. We couldn't have imagined the armored forces advancing so quickly, and the French couldn't have imagined it even more. Their main force is already engaged in a bitter struggle with the Army Group B in Belgium. Even if they realize the urgency of the situation in the Sedan area, it will be too late to transfer troops for reinforcement. General Guderian's river-crossing operation will definitely succeed tomorrow." Hitler nodded with a deep frown, then turned to Göring and asked Kerman, "What do you think?" "General Guderian will definitely successfully cross the river tomorrow. I have no doubt about that." Göring, of course, knew what to say at this moment. During the river crossing tomorrow, the Air Force's bombers will let the French know what fear is, and my Hermann Göring regiment will also be the first to cross the river to seize the landing ground for the main forces. Halder and Brauchitsch exchanged glances, thinking, "This fat man still doesn't forget to claim credit for the Air Force at a time like this. He's truly incorrigible." In the temporary command post of the War Zone Investigation Group in Hettner Town, Chen Dao, Major Schumacher, and Major Schubert sat around a square table. "Personnel and equipment have been replenished, and we will depart early tomorrow morning. I now have a question for you. Who among you knows what our mission is?" Major Schumacher said without hesitation, "To catch up with the 19th Panzer Corps and rendezvous with the main force of our regiment." "What about you?" Chen Dao asked Major Schubert. "Isn't he correct?" Major Schubert retorted, "Of course not. Not only is it incorrect, it's completely wrong," Chen Dao said with a stern face. "Then what is our mission?" Major Schumacher asked, puzzled. Our mission is to reach the French-Swiss border as quickly as possible, block the roads from the Maginot Line to the French interior, and then cooperate with friendly forces to eliminate them. As for what you said about rejoining the main force of the regiment, that's just a side mission. On the way to the French-Swiss border, it's best if we meet the main force of the regiment, but if we don't dwell on it. Do you understand? Chen Dao asked. I understand, Major Schumacher replied. One more thing, the name War Zone Investigation Group can no longer be used. I have given our unit a new name, called Ghost Battle Group. What do you think? Chen Dao asked with a smile. Why that name? Major Schubert asked. Because of the delay. All combat missions will be directly assigned to the main force of the regiment led by Manteufel. No one will bother with us, so we can completely choose our marching route according to our own wishes, going wherever we want, drifting around the battlefield like a ghost until we reach the French-Swiss border. #90 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 90, Crossing the Maas River IPS. Want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions? Search for the WeChat official account QDRED and follow it now to give more support to Third Reich Eagle. At 8:30 a.m. on May 8, 1940, Chen Dao led the Ghost Battle Group into Luxembourg, beginning their combat journey on the Western Front. As the Ghost Battle Group entered Luxembourg, Manteufel, leading the regiment HQ of the Hermann Göring Regiment, had just established his headquarters in Florennes, France. Florennes is located 2 kilometers northwest of Sedan, with the Meuse River approximately 1,500 meters to the south of the town. In an inconspicuous bungalow north of Florennes, Manteufel set up the regiment HQ and immediately began assigning tasks to various units. The reconnaissance company was also in Florennes, while the heavy weapons battalion, tank battalion, and engineer battalion had already moved into the forest east of Florennes. The artillery battalion was concealed in St. Menges, 1 kilometer north of Florennes, and the anti-aircraft battalion had passed through the northern forest and was about to arrive at St. Menges. Although the 2 paratrooper battalions were at the very rear of the entire regiment, according to their itinerary, they would all arrive before the river crossing operation began at 3:00 p.m. Confirming that all units were acting correctly, Manteufel breathed a sigh of relief, remembering the task Guderian had assigned to him. Your mission is to cover the infantry of the Grossdeutschland regiment as they force a crossing of the Meuse River. Once the pontoon bridge is set up, you will immediately lead your troops across first, then expand the bridgehead to the south and repel the French counterattacks. Manteufel checked his watch and found it was already 10:40 a.m., with 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining until the operation began. For the previous 3 days, the Hermann Göring regiment had consistently been kept as a corps reserve by Guderian, merely marching alongside the corps headquarters, with the task of opening the way entirely entrusted to the 3 armored divisions and the Grossdeutschland motorized infantry regiment. This afternoon's river crossing operation would be the Hermann Göring regiment's first battle, and over the next 3 or 4 days, it would transform from an observer of the war into a protagonist. Attention! A loud voice suddenly shouted. Manteufel instinctively straightened up, then heard a rough voice say, at ease. Hearing this voice, Manteufel immediately knew that his old superior had arrived. Since October 1935, Manteufel had served as a company commander in the 2nd Motorcycle Battalion of the 2nd Armored Division, and later was transferred by the division commander to the 2nd Armored Division School to train cadets and reserve officers. That division commander was the famous Guderian. The uninvited guest who burst into the Hermann Göring Regiment HQ was none other than Guderian, commander of the 19th Panzer Corps. Guderian walked up to Manteufel and asked, "The skirmish is about to begin in 20 minutes. Are you ready?" The units participating in the river crossing operation are ready, and the follow-up units will all arrive before 3 o'clock, Manteufel said. I will stay here until the river crossing is successful. I want to see the power of these new weapons with my own eyes, Guderian said excitedly. 20 minutes later, Manteufel and Guderian simultaneously saw the hands of their watches point to exactly 11 o'clock. Guderian pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a moment, then pointed his right index finger at the roof and said, "The Air Force is very punctual." Manteufel also heard the roar of airplane engines outside. He and Guderian walked to the courtyard outside the house, looked up, and saw a formation of planes flying from the east. 40 to 50 planes, a flight group, Guderian said, lowering his binoculars. Manteufel asked doubtfully, "What can such a small number of planes accomplish?" "These should just be the first batch," Guderian said. As the formation flew closer, Manteufel saw the plane's distinctive gull-shaped wings and immediately recognized them as Stuka dive bombers. A continuous roar of artillery fire came from the south bank of the Meuse River. The French also spotted this menacing German air formation, and anti-aircraft guns immediately fired countless shells into the air, attempting to hinder the German Air Force's bombing. The Stuka dive bomber pilots completely disregarded the fierce ground fire and launched their dives toward the French positions on the south bank of the Meuse River. Soon, a piercing shriek echoed above the French positions. The shrieking reapers mercilessly dropped 50-kilogram and 500-kilogram bombs onto the French artillery positions, and the artillery fire from the French positions noticeably weakened. At the cost of 2 Stuka dive bombers being shot down, the German Air Force completed its first round of bombing. The Stuka bomber formation reformed in the air, then elegantly turned and departed, leaving behind only over 100 bomb craters of various sizes. Confirming that the terrifying reapers had departed, the surviving French soldiers cautiously emerged from their hiding places and ran to the edge of the craters to treat the wailing wounded. The French soldiers, either carrying or supporting, had just transferred 1/3 of the wounded when the roar of engines was heard from the sky again. The still shaken French soldiers looked up at the sky, horrified to discover that the engine sound was coming from the east. "German planes!" a French soldier screamed, then clutched his head and ran back to his shelter. Panic spread like a plague among the French soldiers, quickly infecting everyone. Without orders, the French soldiers on the ground scattered, each fleeing for his life. A group of Do-17Z horizontal bombers from the German 2nd Air Regiment soon flew over, dropping over 40 tons of bombs and rose onto the French positions along the riverbank. The third wave of bombers arrived even faster. Before the Do-17Z horizontal bombers that had finished dropping their bombs could depart, their silhouettes appeared on the horizon. Wave after wave of bombers continuously appeared in the sky near Sedan, dropping countless aerial bombs. Bombs falling near the artillery positions suppressed the French artillery, while bombs falling on various transportation hubs prevented French troop movements. The air raid continued for a full 2 hours without stopping, and instead seemed to intensify. On the ground, on the north bank of the Meuse River, the German army's artillery also joined the bombardment of the French. The 3 artillery regiments belonging to the 1st, 2nd, and 10th Panzer Divisions, and the artillery regiment belonging to the 19th Panzer Corps, successively opened fire, sending countless shells across the Meuse River. The power of artillery shells could not compare to aerial bombs, but they were more accurate. Every bunker and machine gun position on the opposite bank of the Meuse River exposed to German artillery observation posts was destroyed, leaving behind only countless bomb craters, gun parts, and corpses. Some French soldiers hiding in bunkers were even buried alive by the collapsed bunkers. Guderian and Manteuffel could not see the miserable state of the French. They had by then moved further away from the river to St. Menges. Guderian stretched out his hand, trembling, and pointed at the Hermann Göring Regiment's artillery battalion, which was firing intensely, and angrily said to Manteuffel, "How can the Air Force be like this? They are simply too dishonest. I once suggested that in order for tanks to receive more timely artillery support, self-propelled artillery needed to be developed to cooperate with tank operations. Do you know what Marshal Göring? No, he wasn't a marshal. Then do you know what General Göring said?" Manteuffel let out a painful wail in his heart. This was the 4th time, ever since seeing the 12 Wasps self-propelled howitzers and 4 Bumblebee self-propelled howitzers of the artillery battalion, Guderian had an outburst about his old grievances with Göring roughly every 2 days. General Göring said that with the support of Air Force Stuka bombers, self-propelled artillery was completely unnecessary, and designing it would simply be a waste of resources. But now, look at this. What are these? How can the Air Force operate like this? This is blatant deception of friendly forces. Manteuffel could only remain silent, silently taking the blame for Göring. Manteuffel thought to himself that this matter couldn't be explained. Even if he explained that these weapons were all designed and overseen by the commander himself, Guderian wouldn't believe it. After all, this regiment was named after Göring. To say that Göring knew nothing about the development of these weapons, only a ghost would believe it. And even if a ghost would believe it, Guderian wouldn't. However, on the other hand, from the surface, it did seem that the Air Force had acted improperly in this matter. Looking at the indignant Guderian, Manteuffel frowned, and an idea came to him. The time for the infantry to launch their attack is almost here. We should go to the river to watch the infantry cross. Guderian's attention was successfully diverted. He checked his watch and found it was already 2:30. Let's go to the river and see how the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 and No. 4 tank destroyer perform, Guderian said, walking towards a 251-3 communication vehicle parked nearby. On the way to the river, Guderian said to Manteuffel, who was sitting beside him, "If the Air Force has new equipment in the future, you must find a way to inform me. Our friendship of so many years is not fake. you must help me with this." Seeing his old superior play the friendship card for the 14th time, Manteuffel said with difficulty, "You know the Air Force also has confidentiality regulations. How about this? In the future, I will periodically invite you to the regiment for guidance. For the rest, do you understand?" "I understand," Guderian said with a smile. "However, the commander has already returned from Norway. You will see him soon, and you can directly tell him your request." "From what I know of him, I think he will agree," Manteuffel suggested. "I will definitely find him," Guderian nodded and said. At the risk of being shelled by French artillery, Guderian and Manteuffel entered an artillery forward observation post, which was set up in the Großdeutschland regiment's river crossing area. At exactly 3:00 p.m., with a series of piercing whistles, groups of German soldiers carrying rubber boats and assault boats rushed toward the Meuse River. These were the infantry of the 2nd Battalion of the Großdeutschland Regiment. Behind these infantrymen came a series of creaking metal friction sounds. 10 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 and 14 No. 4 tank destroyer appeared one after another, providing direct fire support for the Großdeutschland Regiment's infantry. As rubber boats and assault boats were launched into the Meuse River, the German river crossing operation officially began. My novel Third Reich Eagle will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% prize draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner, then add friends, search for the official account Qdred, and follow it. Hurry! #91 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 91, Crossing the Meuse River Part 2 PS. Want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions? Search for the WeChat official account Qdred and follow it now to give more support to Third Reich Eagle. After throwing rubber boats and assault boats into the Meuse River, the infantrymen jumped into the boats, picked up their paddles, and rowed. 62 boats created countless ripples on the river, shooting toward the south bank of the Meuse River like 62 sharp arrows. Seeing the German fleet surging toward the south bank, the French who had miraculously survived the German shelling poked their heads out of their positions and fired at the German soldiers on the river. Machine gun bullets and rifle bullets rained down into the river, splashing up rows of white water columns on the surface. Occasionally, a few rounds would fall into the river, and amidst the explosions, the river water would shoot up like a fountain, then fall back down with a patter, wetting the German soldiers' uniforms. The German soldiers crossing the river did not sit idly by. The MG-34 machine guns mounted on the bows of the boats spat fire without weakness, engaging in a firefight with the French on the opposite bank. The French soldiers engaging in the firefight with the German were quickly targeted by dark muzzles. On the riverbank behind the German soldiers, the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 and No. 4 tank destroyer, standing ready, turned their muzzles and pointed at the exposed French strongpoints. After 10 105mm howitzers and 14 75mm tank cannons each fired 2 or 3 rounds, the firepower on the French positions on the south bank disappeared without a trace. The infantrymen of the Großdeutschland Regiment, seeing that the danger had been removed, boldly stood up and wielded their paddles. A few minutes later, the first assault boat crossed the less than 200-meter wide river and rushed onto the sandy beach. Seeing that comrades had already reached the opposite bank, the rowing infantrymen were invigorated, and their paddling frequency increased. The second, third more and more assault boats and rubber boats rushed onto the sandy beach on the south bank of the Meuse River, and the infantrymen of the Großdeutschland Regiment agilely jumped onto the sand and advanced deep into the French positions on the south bank. On the north bank of the Meuse River, Guderian straightened up from behind the artillery observation scope, turned his head to stare at Manteuffel, and asked in surprise, "They just went over like that? They actually just went over like that? Where are the French? Where did they go?" Manteufel's expression was no better than Guderian's. The smooth crossing operation also exceeded his imagination. Facing Guderian's incredulous gaze, Manteuffel deliberated for a few seconds before saying, "Not everyone wearing a military uniform and holding a gun can be called a warrior. Perhaps, as Colonel Rosen said, the last French warrior died in the Napoleon era. What we are facing now is just a group of French who look like warriors. They only look like it, but they are not." "You have a point. What I hope most now is that all the French are as vulnerable as we just saw," Guderian said. "Me too," Manteuffel said. "Look, the second batch of infantry is also ashore," Guderian said, pointing at the river. Following closely behind the Großdeutschland Regiment's 2nd Battalion and landing on the south bank was the 3rd Battalion, followed by the 1st and 4th Battalions. The 2nd Battalion of the Großdeutschland Regiment quickly captured the shell-cratered Hill 247 on the south bank of the Meuse River. On their right flank, the 1st Panzer Division's 1st Motorized Infantry Regiment also successfully crossed the Meuse River. After the infantry crossed the river, the Großdeutschland Regiment's 43rd Assault Engineer Battalion and the Hermann Göring Regiment's 1st Engineer Battalion advanced to the riverbank and began to erect a pontoon bridge. Manteuffel anxiously watched the engineers work on the north bank of the Meuse River. Once the engineers finished, he would lead the entire regiment across the river overnight. Manteuffel was excited, but his immediate superior, Chen Dao, was listlessly counting heads on the hood of Hanfei 1. At 8:30 a.m., Chen Dao's Ghost Battle Group charged vigorously into Luxembourg, speeding along the highway at 25 km per hour. At 1:00 p.m., after the lunch break, the Ghost Battle Group set off again, with its speed reduced to 15 km per hour. At 3:00 p.m., when the Großdeutschland Regiment's infantry began to force their way across the Meuse River, the Ghost Battle Group's speed had already dropped to 5 km per hour. The reason was simple. The roads from Germany, through Luxembourg and Belgium, to France were filled with German army on the move. Guderian's 19th Panzer Corps belonged to the Kleist Panzer Group, and the Kleist Panzer Group was merely the vanguard of Army Group A. Behind the Kleist Panzer Group, 11 infantry divisions and 2 motorized infantry divisions of the 12th Army were slowly following along the roads they had traveled, and the Ghost Battle Group plunged into an endless column of marching troops. Chen Dao rested his arms on the front of the vehicle, his chin on his arms, muttering to himself, 1 horse, 2 horses, 3 horses, 1 corpse, 2 corpses, 3 corpses on both sides of the road. The carcasses of killed livestock such as horses, cattle, and sheep were everywhere. These bodies lay on the ground with their 4 hooves splayed, already swollen beyond recognition, and the air was filled with a putrid smell. At 4:00 p.m., Chen Dao finally saw the border marker between Belgium and Luxembourg. Crossing the border marker, the Ghost Battle Group entered Belgian territory. Not far after, Chen Dao's gaze turned to a cemetery on the right side of the road. Under the nearest tombstone in the cemetery to the road, the body of a French soldier lay sprawled on his back, limbs spread wide. As it passed by the corpse, Hanfei 1 suddenly slowed down, then stopped. Chen Dao clearly saw that the corpse's eyes and mouth were open, indicating he had died with his eyes open. After gazing at the corpse for a few seconds, Chen Dao turned his head to look at the front of the convoy. All the vehicles of the Ghost Battle Group had stopped at this point, then began to move with difficulty, driving a dozen meters, stopping for a minute or two, then driving another dozen meters, and stopping for another minute or two. Not only Chen Dao's convoy, but also the infantrymen marching alongside the convoy slowed their pace. "What's going on up ahead?" Chen Dao asked over the radio. A moment later, Major Schumacher's voice came over the radio. "One of the 150mm howitzer's left wheels is broken. It's now paralyzed on the road, blocking half a lane. Ask them when they can fix it," Chen Dao said, looking up at the sky. "We can't delay here for too long." "Soon," Schumacher said. "They have to wait for the repair personnel to arrive before they can fix it. I'm afraid it will take a long time." "Damn it," Chen Dao couldn't help but complain. "Wait for me there. I'll be right over." Chen Dao jumped off Hanfei 1 and walked on foot toward the front of the convoy, soon seeing the culprit blocking the road. On the left side of the road, an SFH-18 150mm howitzer was tilted on the road, completely blocking the Ghost Battle Group, which was also marching on the left side of the road. The tanks and armored vehicles of the Ghost Battle Group had to squeeze together with the infantry column on the right side of the road, sharing the right half of the passage. Chen Dao walked up to the large cannon and asked, "Lieutenant, when can you fix the cannon? There are countless people waiting to pass behind." The young lieutenant knew he had caused a big problem. After saluting Chen Dao, he said, "Colonel, the repair personnel are already on their way. It won't be delayed for too long." Chen Dao saw the lieutenant's flushed face and was unimpressed by his vague answer. Looking up at the sky again, Chen Dao asked, "I am Colonel Rosen of the German Air Force. What's your unit number?" "I am Lieutenant Kopina of the 30th Infantry Division Artillery Regiment, 1st Battalion, 1st Company," the lieutenant respectfully replied. 30th Infantry Division, 1st Battalion? Is your battalion commander Captain Randolph?" Chen Dao asked after a moment of careful recollection. "No, it's Major Randolph." "Oh, so he's been promoted to Major?" Chen Dao nodded and muttered softly. Looking up at the sky, Chen Dao said, "I have a way to solve this problem, but you have to unload this cannon from the vehicle first." "Really?" the lieutenant asked in surprise. "Of course, it's true," Chen Dao said sincerely. The young Lieutenant Kopina also didn't want the road to be blocked any longer, so he quickly led 7 or 8 artillerymen to unload the cannon from behind the tractor. Chen Dao stood by the roadside, had the infantry column stop marching, and dispersed them to both sides of the road, clearing a section of about 20 meters. Then he allowed the other vehicles following that artillery vehicle to pass first until a tank from the Ghost Battle Group drove over. Chen Dao signaled the tank to stop, ran to the left side of the tank, agilely climbed onto it, and whispered a few words to the tank commander, who had half his body exposed from the turret. The commander glanced at the tilted cannon on the road and nodded to Chen Dao. Chen Dao then jumped off the tank, took out paper and pen from his satchel, and lay on the front armor plate of a tank behind him to write. That Panzer Roman 4G drove to the right of the large cannon and stopped, then made a turn on the spot, aligning its front with the cannon, and slowly pushed it. "What are you doing?" Lieutenant Kopina exclaimed to the tank commander. The commander ignored him and continued to order the driver to move the tank to push the cannon. In less than a minute, the 150 howitzer was pushed off the road by the tank. "Colonel Rosen, you lied to me," Lieutenant Kopina said, seeing Chen Dao walk over and angrily questioned him. "I didn't lie to you. Isn't the road clear now?" Chen Dao said, stuffing the white paper in his hand into Lieutenant Kopina's hand. "This is an explanation regarding this road blockage incident. I sign my name and position below. If your superior, your battalion commander, asks about this, show him this explanation, and he won't hold you responsible," Chen Dao said. But Chen Dao put an arm around Lieutenant Kopina's shoulder, and the two walked to the roadside. Chen Dao quietly asked, "How well is your regiment's TOT artillery tactic practice?" "Very hot. How do you know we use TOT tactics?" Lieutenant Kopina asked in surprise. Seeing Lieutenant Kopina's confused look, Chen Dao smiled and asked, "Do you know who invented this tactic?" "Major Randolph," Lieutenant Kopina answered without hesitation. "Before him?" Chen Dao asked. It was the German Air Forces. As soon as Lieutenant Kopina spoke, he reacted, "You are Major Rosen." "Oh no, Colonel Rosen." "Yes, I am that Major Rosen, and of course, now I am a colonel. Now you should believe me, right?" Chen Dao said. Having resolved the traffic jam, Chen Dao led his subordinates back on the road. Just as the sun set and dusk fell, the Ghost Battle Group entered Lochhammer, a border town in Belgium. Chen Dao left Schubert and Schumacher to command the battle group to set up camp, while he, accompanied by Captain Lawrence and Captain Ba, after a series of inquiries, arrived at a small inn called the Lumberjack in northeastern Lochhammer. After reporting his identity and purpose to the sentry at the door, the sentry went in to announce. Soon, an army major hurried out of the main entrance of the inn, and his gaze swept left and right, spotting Chen Dao and the two captains. The army major walked towards Chen Dao with open arms, and Chen Dao stepped forward to embrace him tightly. "Long time no see, Randolph. My novel Third Reich Eagle will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% lottery prize for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner, add friends, search for the official account QDRAD and follow it. Hurry up. #92 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 92. Balancing Public and Private Affairs. PS. To hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat official account QDRAD and follow it now to give more support to Third Reich Eagle. Old friends meeting naturally calls for a drink. Randolph invited Chen Dao and his two companions into the Lumberjack Inn, to the restaurant on the first floor. The four sat around a round table, ordered a bottle of Bordeaux wine and several dishes, then ate and chatted. After discussing the current battle situation for a while, Chen Dao proactively brought up Captain Kopina, whom he had met on the road. Randolph listened to Chen Dao's account of the incident and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't punish him. Even if I did, it would only be because he was inflexible and didn't clear the road in time." Chen Dao nodded and said, "That's good. How is your TOT tactic training coming along?" Randolph smiled and said, "I'm now looking forward to meeting the French soon, so I can test the power of the new tactic on them. If I can't find the French, the British will do just fine." Chen Dao laughed heartily, raised his glass and said, "To two poor little lab rats, cheers." Randolph raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Dao and his two companions one by one. After drinking it all, he put down his glass and said, "The biggest problem with this tactic right now is the large amount of calculation required. Often, each artillery battalion is stationed in a different location, and we need to calculate the distance to the target, the shell's flight speed, and the amount of propellant. If we can solve the calculation problem, our reaction time can be greatly reduced, further improving combat efficiency. Do you have any good ideas?" A golden light flashed in Chen Dao's eyes, and he thought to himself, "This is business knocking. This problem is easy to solve. There are two ways to shorten reaction time. One is to replace with self-propelled artillery, and the other is to use computers." "What is self-propelled artillery?" Our new weapon? Randolph asked. After Chen Dao patiently explained it to Randolph, Randolph was overjoyed. When can we re-equip with this kind of artillery? Chen Dao frowned and said, this kind of artillery can only be produced by Skoda, and the output is not large. Currently, only our Air Force has a small amount of equipment. Even if the Army procures it, it will probably prioritize armored divisions. Your infantry division's artillery regiment will certainly not be re-equipped in a short time. Randolph's face instantly filled with disappointment. Chen Dao's peripheral vision caught the change in Randolph's expression, and he then said, I have some connections with Mr. Bruno, the general manager of Skoda Works. After the France campaign ends, I'll find a way to get 12 self-propelled artillery pieces over for your battalion to be re-equipped first. Heinz, thank you so much. I'll report back to Colonel Stade and ask him to discuss the procurement with the Ordnance Department, Randolph said excitedly. Procurement? Procurement of what? Given our friendship, talking about money would hurt our feelings. These 12 cannons are a gift from me to you, no charge, Chen Dao said. How can I accept this? Major Randolph felt he couldn't keep up with Chen Dao's thinking. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you feel embarrassed, you can just pay for this meal today, Chen Dao said. Even if you didn't give me self-propelled artillery, I should still be paying for this meal, Randolph said. And computers, once the official product is on the market, I'll also give you 2. With a computer, your calculation time will be reduced by at least half, Chen Dao said. The official product Chen Dao referred to as the Z3 computer, which Konrad Zuse was developing. According to Konrad Zuse, the Z3 computer was a computer based on binary floating-point numbers and a switching system. It could perform basic algebraic operations, including addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and square root. Its operating speed was 3-4 additions per second, and it could complete a multiplication operation within 5 seconds. The most important point was that the Z3 computer was programmable. Upon hearing the performance of the Z3 computer, Chen Dao was instantly amazed, seeing it as a divine artifact. After repeatedly questioning Konrad Zuse, Chen Dao confirmed that the Z3 computer could be completed by the end of 1940 and immediately decided to stop the production of the Z2 computer and fully prepare for the production of the Z3. Hearing Randolph mention the calculation problem of the TOT artillery tactic, Chen Dao immediately thought of the Z3 computer under development. Out of the desire to have Randolph test it and thereby establish a reputation for the Z3 computer within army circles, Chen Dao immediately made a decision. Computers were still a new thing in this world. Randolph had never even heard the name of a computer before. Driven by curiosity, he kept asking Chen Dao various information about computers. Chen Dao answered everything he knew, explaining in detail the various wonderful uses of computers to Randolph. Not only did Randolph nod repeatedly, but Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence also listened with great interest. It was wartime, so they couldn't drink too much alcohol or eat for too long. Half an hour later, Chen Dao bid farewell to Randolph. Taking the note Chen Dao handed him, Randolph saw the address of the Naval Aviation Headquarters in Kiel Port and Chen Dao's position as Naval Aviation Commander. He stared at Chen Dao in disbelief and asked, when did you join the Navy and become the Naval Aviation Commander? Just a little hobby, we'll keep in touch often from now on, Chen Dao said modestly. On the way back to the station, Chen Dao asked Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence, did you learn anything new by coming out with me today? Both Ba and Lawrence nodded in unison. Captain Ba said, this is the first time I've heard the terms TOT tactic and computer. Although I don't quite understand the details of the TOT tactic, I think it must be very powerful. Why don't you promote this tactic in our regiment? When I thought of this tactic, I didn't have enough artillery to test it, so I could only put the pilot unit in the army, which is Major Randolph's 30th Infantry Division. Once they are proficient in this tactic, I will have them come to our regiment to promote it. Not only in our regiment, but once this tactic matures, I will find a way to make it a mandatory subject for all German artillery. By then, the combat effectiveness of our German artillery will definitely see an overall improvement. As for our enemies, I will make them understand why artillery is the god of war at the cost of their blood and lives, Chen Dao said. At 7:30 a.m. on May 9th, the Ghost Battle Group led by Chen Dao set off again. Chen Dao lay on the hood of Hanfei 1, looking at the vast crowd and convoy on the highway, thinking to himself, luckily this Hanfei had experience rushing home during the spring festival travel, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to adapt to this pace. Taking out the map, Chen Dao calculated the distance and speed, and optimistically thought that if nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to reach the Meuse River tonight. After crossing the Meuse River tomorrow, he could shake off the troublesome infantry and lead his subordinates in a fierce charge. My novel Third Reich Eagle will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% lottery prize for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner, add friend, search for the official account QDread and follow it. Hurry up. #93 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 93, Battle of the Bridgehead IPS. Want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions? Search for the WeChat official account QDread and follow it now to give more support to Third Reich Eagle. At 7:40 a.m. on May 9th, south of the Meuse River, in a forest 8 kilometers directly south of the Großdeutschland Regiment's landing point, Major Graham, commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Großdeutschland Regiment, quietly walked to the southern edge of the forest, stopped under a pine tree as thick as a dinner plate, knelt on one knee and looked out of the forest with his binoculars. To the southwest and directly south of the forest were continuous stretches of woods, with only a village 1 kilometer to the southeast. Graham carefully scanned the village through his binoculars for a while, confirmed that no one was visible in the village, then put down his binoculars and pointed to the forest 1 kilometer to the south, saying, "Entering that forest will bring us to Barkson village. Order the 6th Company to go to that forest to reconnoiter enemy movements in Barkson village. The 5th Company will stay here on alert." The 2 orderlies beside him immediately split up to relay the orders. 3 or 4 minutes later, more than 150 infantrymen of the 6th Company emerged from the forest and rushed toward the southern forest in skirmish formation. Graham returned to the depths of the forest, bent down, and entered a grass-green tent, asking the radio operator, "Where are the men of the Hermann Göring Regiment? Their vanguard has already crossed the Meuse River and is marching towards us. They are expected to arrive in half an hour." Graham nodded, thinking that if they could hold on for another half an hour, his troops could be relieved. 4 consecutive days of fighting since the start of the war had exhausted the officers and soldiers in the battalion. Even with the high morale brought by continuous victories, they could not persist any longer. Graham rubbed his bloodshot eyes, walked out of the tent, and again came to the southern edge of the forest, continuing to observe the movements to the south. 7 or 8 minutes later, a figure rushed out of the southern forest and ran directly toward the forest where Graham was located. "It's Little Hans." Graham scrutinized him through his binoculars for a moment before immediately recognizing him as the orderly of the 6th Company. A few minutes later, Little Hans ran into the forest and was brought before Graham, saying breathlessly, "There's no one left in Barkson village. The captain has already sent the 1st platoon to occupy Barkson village. He needs your orders now." Graham slammed his right fist hard into his left palm and excitedly said to Little Hans, "Go back and tell your captain that the entire company is to enter Barkson village. The 8th Company will follow shortly." 15 minutes later, the 6th and 8th Companies of the 2nd Battalion of the Großdeutschland Regiment all entered Barkson village, while Major Graham led the battalion headquarters and the 5th and 7th Companies into the forest north of Barkson village. Less than 5 minutes after Major Graham occupied Barkson village, 4 251 type armored vehicles rumbled towards Barkson village on Highway D229, northeast of Barkson. Shortly after the 4 vehicles entered the village, they left again and drove toward the forest where Graham was hiding, crossing 500 or 600 meters of grassland in about 2 minutes and stopping at the edge of the forest. A German Air Force major in a green uniform jumped out of the vehicle and was immediately brought to Major Graham in the depths of the forest. "I am Major Scholz, commander of the 1st Paratrooper Battalion of the German Air Force Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment. It's a pleasure to meet you." Scholz extended his right hand to Graham. Gripping Scholz's hand tightly, Graham let out a long sigh. "You finally arrived. How many men do you have?" "A paratrooper battalion and a heavy weapons battalion. I will take over Barkson village, and your men can rest," Scholz said. About 10 minutes later, a convoy of nearly 100 251 type half-tracks, 14 No. 4 tank destroyers, and 10 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 drove majestically into Barkson village along Highway D229. Although it was not the first time he had seen the Hermann Göring Regiment's ultra-luxurious equipment, Major Graham's eyes couldn't help but ignite with a spark of jealousy. The Großdeutschland Regiment was a favored son of the army. Even Hitler viewed it with special favor, enjoying various priorities in equipment. The 3 assault gun, which had just been finalized and put into production at the end of 1939, had only 2 companies formed in the army at this time. The 1st Assault Gun Company, the 640th Assault Gun Company, was attached to the Großdeutschland Regiment, which showed the importance the army attached to the Großdeutschland Regiment. Every officer and soldier of the Großdeutschland Regiment was proud to be a part of it, and Graham was no exception. However, since seeing the Hermann Göring Regiment, the officers and soldiers of the Großdeutschland Regiment could not help but deeply question their position in the German army. If the army headquarters truly valued them, why would so many new and powerful land combat weapons be given to the Air Force? Could it be that the Air Force personnel could utilize these weapons more effectively than they could? Not only the Großdeutschland Regiment, but the entire 19th Panzer Corps, including Guderian, were dazzled by the luxurious equipment of the Hermann Göring Regiment. Wherever the Hermann Göring Regiment passed, all sorts of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes fell upon them. If it weren't for the wealthy Göring standing behind the Hermann Göring Regiment, the 3 panzer divisions of the 19th Panzer Corps would have probably teamed up with the Großdeutschland Regiment to rob them long ago. Hopefully, these Air Force personnel have enough tactical expertise to unleash the power of this equipment, otherwise, it would truly be a waste. Graham let out a big yawn, turned around, and went back into the depths of the forest, wrapping himself in a blanket and falling asleep under a large tree. After an unknown period, Graham suddenly opened his eyes, sleepily looking at the adjutant who had woken him up. The men from the 6th and 8th Companies have withdrawn from Barksun village, and the Air Force personnel have also pulled back. What? Graham asked. The French have counterattacked. Graham was startled, immediately jumped up from the ground, quickly folded his blanket and tossed it aside, and hurried toward the south of the forest. Graham ran into the 6th and 8th Companies retreating into the forest. Grabbing Captain Herbert, the commander of the 6th Company, Graham asked, "How many enemies are there?" "I don't know. Major Schulz said the French were coming and ordered us to retreat into the forest to prepare for battle." Graham released Herbert and then sought out Schulz. "How many enemies are there?" Graham asked. "At least 1 battalion of infantry and 40 to 50 tanks," Schulz replied. "With our forces, we can completely hold them outside the village." "Why did you retreat?" Graham asked angrily. "Stopping them is easy, but I want to annihilate them completely. Remember, we paratroopers have a motto, paratroopers are born to encircle others," Schulz said with a smile, completely oblivious to Graham's anger. "Who said that?" Graham asked, half skeptical. "Colonel Manstein said it." "All right, let's see how you encircle them." 5 or 6 minutes later, the 1st Paratrooper Battalion and the Heavy Weapons Battalion of the Hermann Göring Regiment successively retreated into the forest, leaving behind an empty Barksun village. After patiently waiting at the forest edge for half an hour, the French army finally appeared in Graham's binoculars. Black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipes of over 40 tanks, and yellow dust rose from under their continuously rotating tracks. French infantry, dressed in khaki uniforms, bent low and took small, quick steps, following behind the tanks, aggressively pressing towards Barksun village. Rushing into the empty Barksun village, Major Pierre, commander of the 1st Battalion of the 213th Infantry Regiment, 55th Infantry Division of France, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the first step of the counterattack had finally been completed. What to do next? Continue advancing towards the Meuse River to drive the Germans across the river? Or stay here and hold the position? Pierre holstered his revolver, walked into the tank column, and found Bernard, the commander of the 4th Tank Battalion. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue advancing toward the Meuse River, as the division commander's order was to advance to the Meuse River and destroy the German bridgehead. "Look at our planes." Bernard pointed to a formation of aircraft flying north in the sky. "This is the 4th formation I've seen. The Air Force has already shown its might, and we can't fall behind. We are not like those scared witless guys from the 295th Regiment. We need to let the Germans know that France is very dangerous and everywhere is their graveyard." Pierre's face was full of scorn when he mentioned the 295th Infantry Regiment. Barksun village and its surrounding defensive line were the deepest points of the 55th Infantry Division's Meuse River defense line, originally garrisoned by the 295th Infantry Regiment. Having witnessed the German Air Force's 5-hour bombing, coupled with the panic brought by soldiers who had fled back from the Meuse River, the morale of the 295th Regiment of the 55th Infantry Division was already crumbling. Subsequently, a false rumor that circulated from unknown sources that German tanks had bypassed the 295th Regiment's positions and that the 295th Regiment had been encircled became the final straw. At 7 p.m. on May 8th, the 295th Regiment completely disintegrated without seeing a single German tank, and the 55th Division's last line of defense vanished. In a fit of rage, Lafontaine, the commander of the 55th Division, declared the 295th Regiment disbanded. He then ordered the division's reserve, the 213th Infantry Regiment, and the 4th and 7th Tank Battalions to retake the Bergson line of defense and drive the German back to the north bank of the Meuse River. On his way, Pierre stopped some fleeing soldiers and learned that the German had started crossing the river around 3 or 4 in the afternoon the previous day. Pierre thought, it's only been about 20 hours since 3 or 4 in the afternoon yesterday. How many German infantrymen could have crossed, let alone tanks? Those cowards from the 295th Regiment were just looking for an excuse to escape, unwilling to fulfill a soldier's duty to protect the homeland, Pierre thought with disdain. The 4th Tank Battalion immediately resumed its marching formation, heading north along Highway D-229. Infantrymen, rifles in hand, followed on both sides of the tanks, while Pierre rode a silver-forehead warhorse behind the column. As the column had just left Bergson village, Pierre heard a loud boom from the front of the column. Startled, Pierre swung his leg off his warhorse, jumped down, and hid in the ditch on the right side of the road. Shells fell one after another into the French column. From time to time, French soldiers were killed or wounded by explosions. Soon, 7 or 8 bodies lay on the highway, and over a dozen wounded soldiers lay wailing in pools of blood. The surviving French soldiers scrambled to hide in the roadside ditches, and some of the more timid ones even ran back to Bergson village. Pierre unhurriedly took out his binoculars and observed the direction from which the shells were coming, but all he saw was a patch of forest. It seems the German infantry are hiding in these forests. Their numbers shouldn't be large. Judging from the sparse density they must have realized I was going to attack their bridgehead and are trying to obstruct me this way. They are truly too naive. This group of German must not be ignored, otherwise, if I leave, they will certainly cut off my retreat. Pierre immediately made a decision: destroy the German in the forest. The 46 FCM-36 tanks of the 4th Tank Battalion successively left the highway and drove toward the forest 500 or 600 meters away. The infantry, driven by their officers, climbed out of the roadside ditches and swarmed behind the tanks, charging toward the forest. Pierre, along with his adjutant and orderlies, moved to a civilian house north of Bergson village, watching his subordinates charge toward the forest. Still fell intermittently into the French infantry groups, leaving behind bodies and screaming wounded soldiers along the path of the charge, until the French charging column was about 300 meters from the forest, when the German shelling suddenly stopped. The German must have escaped, Pierre snorted coldly, wiping his proud handlebar mustache with his thumb. Under Pierre's cold and arrogant gaze, when the French charging column reached 200 meters from the forest, a sudden change occurred. Among the charging FCM-36 tank group, blinding flashes of fire suddenly appeared on the armor of 4 or 5 tanks. Amidst rumbling explosions, tank turrets spun and flew into the sky. More than a dozen other tanks suddenly stopped, their turret hatches flipped open, and the tank crews frantically jumped out of the tanks, crashing like headless flies into the infantry groups following behind. The charging formation immediately became chaotic. Before Pierre could figure out what was happening, 7 or 8 more FCM-36 tanks erupted in dazzling flashes of fire on their armor, then peeled open, turning into piles of scrap metal. No one escaped from inside. The tank crews were clearly all killed. The surviving French tanks hastily began to reverse, and the French infantry hiding behind scattered, fearing being hit by runaway tanks. The charging column immediately fell into complete disarray. Anti-tank guns. There must be many anti-tank guns hidden in the forest. I've been tricked, Pierre thought in horror. The novel Third Reich will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% lottery prize for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner, add friend, search for the official account Qdrad and follow it. Hurry up. #94 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 94. Battle of the Bridgehead Part 2. As if hearing Pierre's thoughts, a group of steel behemoths swaggered out of the woods. The combined appearance of 14 No. 4 tank destroyers and 10 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 instantly caused panic among the attacking French. Several surviving FCM-36 tanks struggled, shaking their turrets and desperately firing at the German vehicles. The 37mm shells hit the German tanks, sparking and clanging before being deflected into the air. The French tanks' firing attracted the attention of the German vehicles. More than 20 German tanks stopped one after another, and after a volley, there was not a single mobile French tank left on the battlefield. The appearance of the German vehicles was just the beginning of the French's demise. To the west of the woods where the Germans were hiding, more than 4,251 type armored vehicles roared, outflanking the French's left wing. To the east of the woods, the same number of armored vehicles charged toward the French's right wing. Infantry from the Grossdeutschland Regiment's 5th and 6th companies leaped out of the forest, following behind the German vehicles and launching a frontal assault on the French. Pierre watched the rapidly deteriorating situation in a panic, roaring, "Where's my horse? Bring me my horse quickly! Damn it! Don't you see those Germans charging over?" The groom clumsily led Pierre's beloved warhorse over. Pierre vaulted onto the horse, raised his whip, and fiercely struck the horse's right rump twice. The warhorse let out a painful whinny, reared its hooves, and galloped south. Pierre's staff, groom, and orderly watched Pierre disappear into the dust, then reacted and fled south after him. Pierre successfully escaped, but the French infantry on the battlefield became lambs to the slaughter. Infantry on two legs could never outrun a half-track moving at 55 kilometers per hour, especially on an open grassland. Machine gun fire rang out continuously, and 30 to 40 French soldiers running south successively fell into pools of blood. The brutal deaths made the surviving French soldiers face reality. 1, 2, a group. 2 groups. The French infantry scrambled to throw down their weapons and raise their hands to the German soldiers sweeping across the battlefield. The prisoners would be handled by junior officers. Major Schulz walked to a destroyed FCM-36 tank and carefully examined a pile of scrap metal. Schulz pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into a crack in the tank's frontal armor, prying up the highly warped steel plate. He turned to Major Gran and said, "Look at this poor fellow." He took a 105 mm high-explosive shell to the front, and the armor's weld seams were shattered. "It's really as that commander said. The French's tanks are all scrap metal, unable to withstand a single blow." Graham's gaze swept over the mere 12-ton FCM-36 tank, finally resting on its short, thin 37 mm gun on the turret. Looking back at the long, thick 105 mm L-28 cannon on the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 and the 75 mm L-60 cannon on the No. 4 tank destroyer, Graham nodded and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Manchufel is right. In the face of our powerful firepower, French tanks can only be called scrap metal. There's no more fitting term for them." No, the commander I was talking about wasn't Colonel Manstein, it was Commander Rosen. He went to Norway last month with an investigation team, fought a few battles with the French in Norway, and wiped out one of their divisions. He sent back some of his combat insights to our regiment. Regarding the French's combat effectiveness and weapon performance, we already had a preliminary understanding before the France campaign began. Putting everything else aside, at least in terms of land warfare weapons, our regiment has an overwhelming advantage. Graham's eyes lit up, and a trace of admiration rose in his heart. It seemed that the Hermann Göring Regiment's ability to win battles wasn't just due to advanced weapons. They even sent an investigation team to Norway, and the commander personally led it. This kind of forward-thinking vision alone was admirable. In your commander's, that commander's eyes, does the French army have no decent weapons? Graham asked. Of course there are. That commander said that when fighting in France, you must pay attention to 2 types of tanks. Of course, for our Hermann Göring Regiment, they merely require attention. But for you, they are quite dangerous, Schulz said. Major Graham's expression immediately became serious, and he pressed, "What tanks are they?" "One is the French B-1 tank, and the other is the British Matilda Roman 2 tank," Schulz said, pulling out 2 white papers from his right waist pocket. Schulz unfolded the white papers, pointing to the first one and saying, "Look, this is the B-1 tank. He is easy to identify because he has 2 guns, one on the turret and one on the upper right front of the hull. As for the Matilda Roman 2, it's a bit harder to distinguish." Seeing the tanks drawn on the 2 white papers, Major Graham was utterly impressed. The Hermann Göring Regiment's preparations were truly thorough. It seemed that the famous Commander Rosen wasn't just good at making grand statements like "we can defeat France in 8 weeks, he also had real skill in combat. No wonder he was able to participate in formulating the Manstein-Rosen plan. "How did you know the French and British had these 2 types of tanks?" Graham asked. "That commander told us. As for how he knew, I'm not sure," Schulz replied. Graham pointed to the 2 white papers and said, "Can I make a copy of the content on these 2 papers?" "Of course." Graham quickly found 2 skilled sketch artists among his subordinates and had them copy the appearance and parameters of the B-1 tank and Matilda Roman 2 tank twice. He kept one copy for himself and sent the other to Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin, the commander of the Grossdeutschland Regiment. The German reoccupied Barksund village. Major Graham led his subordinates to set up defenses and guard the prisoners in the village. Major Schulz reassembled his troops and continued to attack south. 4 kilometers southwest of Barksun village, in the southern part of Kemery village, the wreckage of over 40 FCM-36 tanks lay scattered haphazardly across the open field, with thick black smoke rising from the debris. Around the wreckage, over 300 French soldiers sat dejectedly on the ground, surrounded by armed German soldiers. When Pierre's 1st Battalion and 4th Tank Battalion attacked Barksun village, the 213 Regiment's 2nd Battalion, supported by the 7th Tank Battalion, also launched an attack on Kemery village. They had just engaged the Grossdeutschland Regiment's 1st Battalion, which had just occupied Kemery village, when a steel torrent slammed into their right flank. After 2 volleys, the Hermann Göring Regiment's Tank Battalion destroyed the French's 7th Tank Battalion, and over 4,251 Type half-tracks swept through the French infantry formations while firing. In the face of steel, the French infantry, with only flesh and blood, lost the courage to resist after only a few minutes. After suffering over 200 killed and wounded, the surviving 300 French soldiers meekly became German prisoners. After handing over the prisoners to the Grossdeutschland Regiment for custody, Manteuffel reassembled his troops. Upon receiving Schulz's battle report, Manteuffel ordered Schulz to march on Ston village, with his own troops covering his right flank, aiming to capture Ston village before dark. As the Hermann Göring Regiment marched towards Ston village, Pierre's warhorse neighed and stopped beside a 2-story building south of Ston village. Jumping off his sweating warhorse, Pierre breathlessly rushed into the 1st floor and found Colonel Martin, the commander of the 213 Regiment. Our counterattack failed. The German tanks have crossed the river. There are hundreds of them near Barksun village alone, and our tanks are no match for them. They are likely heading south now, and we need reinforcements. Otherwise, with our current forces, we are no match for them. Colonel Martin was about to speak when another person rushed into the room. Major Richard, the commander of the 2nd Battalion. The German tanks, they've crossed the river, they're everywhere, charging at us all over the mountains and fields, not a single infantryman in sight. It's absolutely terrifying. Richard shouted, gesticulating wildly. Colonel Martin had been half skeptical of Pierre's account, suspecting that Pierre was just making excuses for his defeat. But now that Richard also said so, Colonel Martin had to take it seriously. Only the 213 Regiment's Regiment HQ and the 3rd Battalion, kept as a reserve, were deployed in Ston village. If the German tanks were truly as numerous as Pierre and Richard claimed, he should actively consider a strategic retreat. The 213 Regiment currently had only 6 25mm anti-tank guns and a dozen anti-tank rifles, certainly no match for those German tanks. As Colonel Martin hesitated, a lieutenant staff officer entered the room and handed him a telegram, urgent telegram from the division commander. Martin took the telegram, scanned it, and understood its content, his hesitant expression instantly vanishing. Putting away the telegram, Martin solemnly said to Richard and Pierre, "The 3rd Panzer Division is on its way here and will arrive before dark. We must hold out until they arrive. Come with me and tell me the details of those German tanks. We'll figure out a way to deal with them together." The novel Third Reich Eagle will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there's also a 100% prize draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner, add friend, search for the official account QDread and follow it. Hurry up. #95 Volume 1. First Battle of Poland Chapter 95. Battle of the Bridgehead Part 3. Ston village is located 8 kilometers directly south of Barksun village. The main part of the village sits on a dirt slope. The relatively steep north slope has no vegetation cover, and when visibility is high, one can overlook the Meuse River Valley. The geographical advantage dictates that anyone occupying Ston village can have a clear view of the surrounding battlefield situation. To the north, northwest, west, and southeast of Ston village are all large stretches of forest. Only to the east and southwest are open grasslands and cultivated fields. At the edge of the directly north of Ston village, Captain Thomas, commander of the 19th Infantry under the 3rd Infantry Battalion, and a dirt slope, old binoculars and the area of the approach on D24 road. D24 road is the only way to enter Ston village from the northwest, and this road passes through dense forest into Ston village. After Colonel Martin of the 213 Regiment carefully questioned Pierre and Richard about the Germans' weapon configuration and numbers, he concluded that his single battalion would in no way be able to hold Ston village, especially since one of his companies had to be detached to Lavos's village to the east. Colonel Martin finally decided to use the dense forests around Ston village, planning to use them for an ambush to delay the Germans' attack until reinforcements arrived. The heavy responsibility of ambushing the German on D24 road using the forest fell on Captain Thomas's shoulders. Looking at the 4 armored vehicles getting closer, Captain Thomas couldn't help but clench the binoculars in his hand. To attack or not to attack? The German on these 4 vehicles were clearly on a reconnaissance mission. If he attacked them, he would definitely expose his troops, making the ambush impossible to complete. After some hesitation, Captain Thomas decided to let these German pass and then ambush the main force behind them. Thomas sent his adjutant to radio Colonel Martin of his intentions, telling them to be on alert. No sooner had the adjutant left than something annoying happened to Thomas. The 4 armored vehicles stopped about 200 meters from the edge of the forest. Their rear hatches opened one after another, and 20 to 30 German soldiers jumped out of the vehicles, then dispersed along the roadside to find suitable positions to set up machine guns and conceal themselves. The 4 armored vehicles also turned their fronts toward the forest, adopting a combat posture. Seeing 8 German soldiers carrying guns walking toward the forest, Thomas immediately understood the Germans' intention. They must want to use this forest to approach Stone village and then conduct reconnaissance. Understanding the Germans' intention, Thomas immediately waved his hand to signal his subordinates to retreat deeper into the forest. Seeing the 8 soldiers safely enter the forest, the German outside the forest also confidently followed into the forest. The 4 armored vehicles remained stationary. Deep in the forest, Thomas lay behind a pile of waist-high bushes, watching the German soldier getting closer. Until the foremost German soldier was about 30 meters from him, Thomas raised his right-hand revolver and fired the first shot. With a bang of a gunshot, that German soldier fell, hit in the chest. Thomas's gunshot opened the gates of hell. The French soldier, who had been ambushed in the forest for a long time, opened fire one after another. More than a dozen FN-29 light machine guns and Hotchkiss M1914 heavy machine guns spewed out tons of fire, and the gunfire and flames instantly broke the gloom and tranquility of the forest. None of the 8 German soldiers at the very front survived. All were killed. 7 or 8 of the 20-odd soldiers behind them were also hit. The surviving German soldier frantically sought cover to avoid the French's shooting. Toot toot! Thomas blew his whistle, and the riflemen immediately fixed bayonets and launched a charge, hoping to annihilate the dozen or so surviving German in one fell swoop. However, things did not go as planned. A German sergeant with an MP-38 submachine gun, hiding behind a large tree that 2 people could embrace, let out a series of shouts. Then he flashed half his body out from behind the tree and opened fire on the charging French soldier. His MP-38 submachine gun swept back and forth twice, mowing down French infantry who couldn't dodge in time during the charge. The body of the French soldier closest to him was only 3 meters away. The other surviving German soldiers successively opened fire on the charging French soldier. Amidst the dense gunfire, a clear ding sound occasionally rang out. That was the sound of the M1 semi-automatic rifle's clip ejecting from the barrel when the paratroopers ran out of ammunition. Thomas watched dumbfounded as the French infantry were instantly suppressed by the Germans' firepower, cursing in his heart. What the hell kind of rifle is that? Its rate of fire is so fast. A moment later, Thomas reacted and immediately ordered the light machine gunners to follow up with suppressing fire against the Germans' firepower. Previously, due to the French infantry's charge, the French's light and heavy machine guns had ceased firing to avoid friendly fire on comrades in the charge, which ironically gave the German soldier an opportunity to unleash their firepower. Now, the French infantry were blocked by the hastily constructed semicircular German firing net, and they all lay down to take cover, clearing the line of fire for the machine guns, which immediately roared back to life. Machine gun bullets hit tree trunks and bushes, splattering countless wood chips and leaves with crackling sounds, and the Germans' firepower was instantly suppressed again. Seeing the tide of battle turn in their favor again, Thomas immediately sent a messenger to inform the 3rd Platoon to send men to outflank the Germans' retreat. It was still that German sergeant. He let out a few more roars from behind the big tree. Hearing his shouts, arms stretched out from behind tree trunks, dirt slopes, and bushes, and more than a dozen M24 grenades emitting white smoke flew out. Several French soldiers who had just stood up to charge were caught off guard and screamed, blown to pieces, while other French soldiers hid with their heads in their hands, not daring to look up. The German soldiers, suppressed by the French's machine gun bullets, also dared not show their heads. They merely threw grenades from behind their respective covers. The German sergeant was an exception. He hid behind the big tree, holding a rearview mirror that he had somehow detached. Gripping the metal rod of the rearview mirror, he extended it beyond the big tree, and the mirror clearly showed the battle situation outside. The white smoke produced by the exploding grenades thrown by the German soldier filled the forest, making visibility in the forest even more blurry. It's time to escape, otherwise we'll definitely be completely annihilated, the sergeant thought to himself. With a sharp crack, the rearview mirror in the German sergeant's hand was hit by a bullet and flew out of his grasp. Shaking his left hand, which was bleeding profusely from a torn tiger's mouth, the German sergeant turned and shouted to his comrades, "Throw another round of grenades, then retreat." After shouting 4 or 5 times, confirming that everyone had heard him, he saw his comrades throw the 4th round of grenades. Now was the time. The German sergeant fired his submachine gun wildly with one hand outside the big tree, then followed his teammates, twisting and turning, using the cover of the trees to escape out of the forest. Just as they were about to escape the forest, with the bright sunlight outside the forest almost in sight, countless bullets came from the left flank of the German squad. 3 or 4 German paratroopers were successively hit and fell to the ground. The German sergeant ignored the wounded soldiers in his own left arm, which was gushing blood after being shot, and lunged out of the forest in a flying dive. Rolling behind a dirt slope, the German sergeant turned and crawled to take cover behind the slope, then turned his head to look at the road. Seeing the 4 armored vehicles standing ready, he pointed at the forest and shouted, "Fire, fire quickly!" The 4 armored vehicles on the road had already detected the situation in the forest, but they had not dared to open fire because they did not know the exact situation inside. Now, finally seeing comrades escaping the ambush, they quickly joined the battle. 3 MG-34 machine guns immediately began sweeping the forest, suppressing the French's pursuers. Under the cover of the armored vehicle's firepower, the dozen or so surviving German soldiers bent over, running in S-shaped routes, and escaped onto the road, scrambling into the rear compartments of the armored vehicles. Seeing the German sergeant leaning against the vehicle compartment, gasping for breath, a corporal at the front, who was directing a 37mm cannon to fire at the forest, said happily, "Steiner, it's so good to see you. I thought you were finished." "Great, still alive," Sergeant Steiner said weakly to his close friend, Mayer. There will be more fresh content from the novel Third Reich Eagle on the official WeChat platform, along with a 100% lottery prize for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the official account QDread and follow it. Hurry up! #96 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 96, Battle of the Bridgehead Roman 4 in the woods. Captain Thomas repeatedly stared at the M1 semi-automatic rifle in his hand, then threw it to a messenger, instructing the messenger to deliver the semi-automatic rifle to Colonel Martin in Ston village. Captain Thomas was greatly surprised when he received the battle statistics handed to him by his adjutant. 17 Germans were killed, and 5 wounded were captured, making a total of 22 casualties for the Germans, but his own side suffered 11 killed and 22 wounded. Biting his lip and staring at the battle report for a while, Captain Thomas showed an unpleasant smile on his face, thinking that no matter what, it was considered a victory, and he should be happy. With an unenthusiastic smile, Thomas ordered his subordinates to return to the edge of the woods to set up defenses, continue monitoring the movements on D24 highway, and at the same time contact his superiors via radio to inform them that his troops had been exposed and could no longer ambush the Germans. Outside the woods, Sergeant Steiner lay in the carriage, with a medic taking out iodine and gauze to bandage his left arm. Sergeant Steiner shouted to Mayer, "How many people returned in total?" 12, including 4 wounded, yourself included, Mayer shouted back. "How many went in total?" Steiner asked. 34. Steiner was silent for a moment before saying, "Their numbers are at least 3 platoons. It's a godsend that 12 of us managed to escape. It's just that Lieutenant Paper hasn't returned, so you are in command here now," Mayer said. Steiner raised his right hand to wipe away the sweat still continuously rolling down his forehead, and said with his eyes closed, "First report what just happened to the company commander. He will decide the next course of action." "What do we do next?" "Retreat beyond the range of the French machine guns and await orders until the main force arrives." 15 minutes later, 17 251 type armored vehicles drove from the north side of the highway, accompanied by 4 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4. After converging with the remnants led by Sergeant Steiner, this German force menacingly monitored the woods from outside. On D6 highway, east of D24 highway, the main force led by Major Schulz was speeding south. After receiving Sergeant Steiner's report, Major Schulz became even more determined to bypass the woods and attack Ston village from the open ground to the east. Bypassing the vast forest, Schulz led his troops directly to Labus's village. Stationed in Labus's village was the 10th Company of the 3rd Battalion, 213th Infantry Regiment. Although they were reinforced with all 6 25mm anti-tank guns of the 213th Infantry Regiment, they still couldn't help but feel intimidated upon their first encounter with the German armored forces. Captain Robert the commander of the 10th Company, while ordering his subordinates to prepare for battle, also contacted Colonel Martin in Stan village, informing him of the perilous situation Labasas was facing. Thinking that if Labasas fell, Stan village would be directly exposed to German firepower, Colonel Martin immediately dispatched one of his last two remaining companies, the 12th Company, to reinforce Labasas. The 12th Company had just gone halfway when they saw scattered French remnants running from the eastern road. These remnants from the 10th Company, upon seeing the 12th Company, rushed into the 12th Company's marching column in a panic, shouting, "The Germans are crazy, run!" They babbled incoherently as they rushed past the 12th Company's formation and fled towards Stan village. Captain Durand, the company commander of the 12th Company, intercepted a lieutenant officer, and after slapping the lieutenant twice, the lieutenant sobered up and recounted the fall of Labas's village. After Schulz's forces formed a battle formation east of Labas's village, he immediately ordered his heavy weapons battalion to unleash a barrage of fire on Labas's village. After 3 volleys from 14 No. 4 tank destroyers and 6 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, half of the houses on the east side of Labas's village were reduced to ruins. Captain Robert, the commander of the 10th Company, who was hiding in a house in the southeastern corner of the village, observing German movements, was also hit by German artillery fire and severely wounded. The German shelling continued, and German soldiers launched a charge. They rode in 40 to 50 armored vehicles, forming a semicircle with Labas's village as the center, rushing toward the village. The machine guns on the front of the vehicles wildly swept all exposed French soldiers, plunging into Labas's village without stopping along the way. The infantry of the French 10th Company had never seen such a brutal fighting style. Seeing armored vehicles rushing toward them like startled bulls, the morale of both the infantry and the anti-tank gunners collapsed. Captain Durand was about to ask more when he suddenly noticed a commotion at the front of the marching column and then heard someone exclaim, "The Germans! The Germans are here, run!" Captain Durand was furious and quickly ran to the front of the column, wanting to find the person spreading defeatist talk. Before Captain Durand could reach the front of the column, he saw panic-stricken soldiers turning and running towards him. When he saw the scene behind those soldiers, Captain Durand was speechless. On the highway, on the grass, in the fields, countless armored vehicles were rushing towards him. The tracks and wheels of the armored vehicles raised countless yellow dust, even changing the color of the sky. "Retreat! Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Captain Durand finally understood what kind of enemy the fleeing 10th Company had faced. Against such an iron torrent, flesh and blood were completely powerless. Captain Durand shouted as he ran west. His loyal orderly brought his beloved warhorse. Leaping onto the warhorse, Captain Durand shook off one soldier after another, taking the lead in escaping back to Stan village. Standing on the dirt slope of Stan village, Colonel Martin took in everything to the east, both the fleeing French soldiers and the charging German vehicle convoy. His lips twitched a few times, and Colonel Martin was speechless about everything happening before his eyes. He had originally thought that after his careful planning, he could hold out until dark, but he never expected to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. He had fought the Germans for 4 years more than 20 years ago and was extremely clear about their combat effectiveness. When did the Germans become so formidable? Or have we become weaker? Labas's village is less than 3 kilometers from Stan village, a distance that German armored vehicles could cover in an instant. Looking at the approaching armored column, Colonel Martin bit his lip, stomped his foot, and said, "Retreat. Order the troops to retreat immediately. We are going to the woods to the southeast." Upon receiving Colonel Martin's order, the French forces in Stan village felt as if they had been granted a great pardon. From their elevated position, they had a clear view and had already spotted the charging Germans and the fleeing friendly forces. Although they had not yet engaged the Germans, their psychological defenses were already crumbling. Now, receiving the order to retreat, they quickly gathered their weapons and, led by their officers, fled. As soon as Colonel Martin's troops left Stan village, Major Schulz's troops rushed in. Major Schulz shouted to the French stragglers they caught along the way, "Don't block the way. Go to Stan and surrender to us." While shouting, the armored vehicle carrying Schulz drove past one dazed French soldier after another, following them into Stan. In the forest northwest of Stan village, upon hearing the retreat order from the radio, Captain Thomas's expression instantly froze. After the Battle of Labas's village began, the German forces in the northwest direction of the forest also launched an attack on the forest simultaneously. With the support of Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 and 251 type armored vehicles, they quickly drove Captain Thomas's 9th Company deep into the forest, then halted their attack. Just as Captain Thomas wondered why the Germans had stopped their attack, he received Colonel Martin's order to retreat. Before Captain Thomas could recover from the shock of receiving the retreat order, a soldier exclaimed, "The Germans! The Germans are coming from the south!" Captain Thomas was startled and quickly ran toward the exclaiming soldier. Before he could reach that soldier, another soldier shouted, "The Germans from the north are charging over." Major Schulz, after occupying Ston village, did not forget Thomas's troops. He dispatched a company of paratroopers to the south of the forest, who then entered the forest on foot to launch a pincer attack on the French forces in the forest with the paratroopers from the northwest of the forest. Confirming that his troops were in a perilous pincer attack, Captain Thomas, on his first battlefield, immediately panicked until an old orderly who had participated in World War I reminded him in his ear, "Those 5 German wounded are still in our hands. We can use them." Thomas suddenly realized, and then sent the old soldier who spoke German to shout to the approaching Germans, "Don't shoot. We have your wounded here, and we will no longer resist." The novel Third Reich Eagle will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% lottery prize for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the official account QDread and follow it. Hurry up! #97 Volume 1. The First Battle of Poland Chapter 97. The Allied forces counterattack. Major Schultz successfully captured Ston village and immediately sent a battle report to Manteuffel on his right flank. Manteufel's reply was to construct a defensive line on the spot, because according to aerial reconnaissance, a large number of French armored units were moving north and would encounter the Hermann Göring regiment by tonight at the earliest or tomorrow morning at the latest. Schulz immediately contacted the 2nd Battalion of the Großdeutschland Regiment, which was resting in Barksun village, and asked them to send personnel to take over the French prisoners in Ston village so that the Hermann Göring regiment's troops could focus on dealing with the French counterattack. Major Grem gladly accepted this mission. While Major Schultz was actively preparing for battle in Ston village, in Florence, on the north bank of the Meuse River, General Rundstedt, commander of Army Group A, stood facing the sky in the northern part of the town, watching the chaotic, indistinguishable formations of aircraft in the sky. As the war progressed to May 8th, the British-French Allied forces had already noticed the breakthrough of the 19th Panzer Corps in the Sedan area. In the Montmedy area, 15 kilometers northwest of Sedan, and the Dinant area, 40 kilometers north, Germany's 41st Panzer Corps and 15th Panzer Corps also successively broke through the French 9th Army's defense lines and successfully crossed the Meuse River. The French 2nd Army was stationed in the Sedan area. The 2nd Army and the 9th Army both belonged to the French 1st Army Group. General Billat, commander of the 1st Army Group, noticed the collapsing right flank defense line. He immediately suggested to Allied Commander Gamelin, dispatch all available bombers to destroy the German pontoon bridges in the Sedan area and prevent the main German forces from crossing the river. Billat stated in his report to Gamelin, the bombing operation on May 9th will determine the course of the war. For the Air Force participating in this operation, their battle reports can only state victory or defeat, with no mention of casualties. At this time, not only Billat, but also Gamelin and even Churchill, far away in London, turned their attention to the Sedan area. Billat's report immediately received attention, and the bombing operation jointly executed by the British and French Air Forces was carried out with high efficiency on May 9th. Not only in the air, Gamelin also drew 3 reserve armored divisions from the reserves for a ground counterattack on the German bridgeheads. From dawn on May 9th, British Blenheim bombers and French Breguet bombers, escorted by fighter planes, swarmed towards Sedan in formations, bombing the 3 pontoon bridges on the river in the Sedan area at all costs. The German Air Force retaliated, successively dispatching the 2nd, 53rd, and 57th Fighter Wings, as well as the 76th Destroyer Wing. They formed the 3rd Combined Fighter Group to defend the pontoon bridges on the Meuse River. Hundreds of fighter planes and bombers from both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the skies over the Sedan area. British and French bombers, disregarding the obstruction of German fighter planes, rushed toward the pontoon bridges, attempting to increase their hit rate with low-altitude bombing, but fell into the fire net of German ground anti-aircraft firepower. On the ground, German air defense units also joined the battle to defend the pontoon bridges. The entire 102nd Anti-Aircraft Regiment, the 1st Battalion of the 18th Anti-Aircraft Regiment, the 1st Battalion of the 36th Anti-Aircraft Regiment, the 2nd Battalion of the 38th Anti-Aircraft Regiment, the 71st Light Anti-Aircraft Battalion, the 83rd Light Anti-Aircraft Battalion, the 91st Light Anti-Aircraft Battalion, the 92nd Light Anti-Aircraft Battalion, and the 7th Air Defense Battalion of the Hermann Göring Regiment, a total of 54 88mm anti-aircraft guns, 81 37mm, and 198 20mm anti-aircraft guns, fired fiercely at the British-French Air Force. Allied bombers were shot down one after another, and Allied pilots who luckily avoided the anti-aircraft fire also dropped their bombs in a panic, with bombs merely raising tall white water columns on the water surface on both sides of the pontoon bridges, but none hitting their targets. Under the fierce air raid, German vehicles on the 3 pontoon bridges continued to flow incessantly, and the tanks and vehicles of the 1st, 2nd, and 10th Panzer Divisions still queued in an orderly manner to cross the river. After watching the air battle in Florence for a while, Rundstedt walked steadily, taking a few staff officers onto a pontoon bridge, and found Guderian at the midpoint of the bridge. Rundstedt pointed to the fiery scene in the sky and asked Guderian with his usual calm expression, "Is the situation here always this lively?" "Always," Guderian replied. "At the current pace, all your troops will cross the river today. The 41st Panzer Corps is 15 kilometers northwest of you, and at their current pace, they can basically keep pace with you. The 15th Panzer Corps is 40 kilometers north of you, which is relatively far, and the 4th Army following them is even further. Shouldn't you wait here for a few days until they catch up with you, and then start heading south after your right flank is secured?" Rundstedt asked. Guderian knew that, according to the plan, after the Kleist Panzer Group crossed the Meuse River in the Sedan and Montmedy areas, it would immediately attack south along the left bank of the Meuse River, and the 12th Army would follow him. On their right flank, the 4th Army, also part of Army Group A, would also move south after crossing the Meuse River. Their responsibility was to guard against French attacks from the direction of the French interior. Rundstedt was concerned that the 15th Panzer Corps, serving as the vanguard of the 4th Army, would not be able to keep up with Guderian's advance speed, exposing the 19th Panzer Corps' right flank to the French. Understanding Rundstedt's concerns, Guderian said, "We don't need to worry about our flanks. Let the enemy worry about their flanks. Our only task is to advance, and keep advancing." Rundstedt raised his eyebrows. Guderian's answer was exactly as he had expected. "All right, after crossing the river, you just keep going forward. I will be responsible for your right flank, and as for your left flank, for now, the Meuse River will be responsible," Rundstedt said. After the two reached a consensus, Rundstedt saw that night had fallen and set off to return to Army Group A headquarters. After nightfall, the air battle over the Meuse River also came to an end. On this day, the German Air Force's 3rd Combined Fighter Group dispatched a total of 814 fighter sorties, shooting down 89 British-French Allied fighter planes and bombers in the Sedan area. The ground air defense units achieved even greater results, with the 102nd Anti-Aircraft Regiment alone shooting down 112 British and French aircraft, and other air defense units also achieving certain results. After a day of fighting on May 9th, out of the 474 Royal Air Force aircraft operating in France, only 206 remained operational, with bomber losses being particularly severe. The Royal Air Force headquarters had to strictly order the bombers of its forces stationed in France to operate only at night, as they could no longer bear the huge losses caused by such suicidal combat. On the night of May 9th, Allied Commander Gamelin received a battle report stating that the Allied Air Force's attempt to prevent the German forces from crossing the river had failed, and they had suffered heavy losses which would affect the subsequent support and protection of the Army in future operations. It seemed they could only rely on the Army. Gamelin had no choice but to place his last hope on the 3 reserve armored divisions, hoping they could complete the heavy task of destroying the German bridgeheads. The novel Third Reich Eagle will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% lottery prize for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the public account QDread and follow it. Hurry up! #98 Volume 1, First Battle with Poland Chapter 98. Sword and Shield I. In the early morning of May 10th, as dawn was just breaking, the distinctive hum of airplane engines echoed over Ston village. A small, high-wing monoplane circled continuously over Ston village. In Tanne, 8 kilometers west of Ston village, a plane of the same model was cautiously surveying the German defensive lines on the ground. In Ston village, Major Schultz looked up at the French reconnaissance plane flying lower and lower, then said to Major Graham standing beside him, "It's getting bolder, daring to fly so low. We've really indulged it too much. Don't we have anti-aircraft guns? Why don't we shoot it down?" Graham asked. The position of the anti-aircraft guns cannot be exposed too early. The task of shooting them down will be completed by professionals, Schulz said. Graham watched Schulz rub his shiny bald head, again revealing that mysterious smile mixed with pride and confidence, thinking to himself, for an operation like shooting down a plane, is there any weapon more professional than an anti-aircraft gun? Graham's question was quickly answered. Soon after, 4 black dots appeared in the sky northeast of Stan village. The 4 black dots moved incredibly fast, reaching the skies above Stan village in the blink of an eye. They were German fighter planes. Major Graham quickly saw the Iron Cross insignia on the wings of the 4 planes through his binoculars. The French reconnaissance plane also spotted the ill-intentioned German fighters and hastily turned its nose to fly south. Of the 4 rapidly approaching Mi-109 fighters, 2 maintained their direction and continued flying southwest, while the other 2 turned their noses and swooped down from above toward the fleeing French reconnaissance plane. The French reconnaissance plane weaved in the air, flying an S-shaped path, trying to evade the German fighters' pursuit. Its reaction, in the eyes of the Mi-109 fighters, was merely a dying struggle. The 2 Mi-109 fighters relentlessly pursued the reconnaissance plane and opened fire one after another. Soon, countless white fireworks, scattered by exploding cannon shells, appeared in the sky. After both fighters fired a round of shells, thin wisps of black smoke first appeared on the French reconnaissance plane's fuselage, which then converged into a thick black smoke column. Trailing a black smoke column and dazzling flames, the French reconnaissance plane plunged toward the southeast. After seeing the French reconnaissance plane crash into pieces on the ground, the 2 German fighter planes proudly flew away. Soon after they left, the other 2 Mi-109 fighters also shot down the French reconnaissance plane scouting near Tannay, following closely behind their comrades. Graham witnessed the entire brief aerial battle from Stan village. After pursing his lips, he said, "They truly are professionals. You actually have air support on call. I'm starting to envy you a bit now." Schulz looked up at the northeast, answering irrelevantly, "Look, the reconnaissance planes are coming." Graham looked up and indeed saw 2 black dots appear in the sky northeast. That commander said that in the war 20 years ago, whoever controlled the sea controlled the land. But now, whoever controls the sky can control both the sea and the land. We must grasp the pulse of the times and keep pace with it. Otherwise we will inevitably be ruthlessly abandoned by the era. I admit the Air Force is important, but I think the Army is more important, Major Graham said, dismissive of Schulz's theory of Air Force victory. Schulz showed a "I knew it" smile. He did not try to persuade Major Graham to accept that commander's philosophy, and instead said, "I hope the French can move faster." Colonel Manstein said, "We can only wait until 12:00 noon at the latest. At 12 o'clock, if the French still don't launch an attack, what will you do?" Graham asked. "If the French don't come to us, then we'll just have to go to the French," Schulz replied with a smile. "I wonder how long they can hide in that forest." "They're really patient," Graham said, looking at the forest to the southeast. Deep in the forest 1,500 meters southeast of Stan village, Brashaw, commander of the French 3rd Reserve Armored Division, Grandsar, commander of the 10th Corps, and Colonel Martin sat around a round table about 1 meter in diameter. Brashaw pointed to the map on the table and said, "The 5th Tank Half Brigade is assembled. The 16th Motorized Hunter Battalion and the 319th Artillery Regiment are also deployed. Should we wait for the 7th Tank Half Brigade to arrive before launching the attack, or attack now? We can't wait any longer. If we wait, more and more Germans will cross the Meuse River and the enemies we face will only increase." 2 infantry battalions of the 71st Infantry Division and the 10th Combat Tank Battalion are already in position, and they will assist you in launching the attack. Plus the remnants of the 213 Regiment, we now have the strength of 3 tank battalions and nearly 4 infantry battalions, which is enough to fight a battle. We must fully trust the combat effectiveness of the B-1 tank, Grandsar said. Brashaw raised his left eyebrow and glanced at Brashaw. Although he still hoped to launch the attack after the entire division had arrived, since Grandsar was the highest commander here, he could only choose to reserve his opinion. A captain staff officer from the 3rd Reserve Armored Division rushed to the 3 men and reported to Brashaw, "Both of our reconnaissance planes have been shot down by the Germans. This is the last intelligence they sent." After reading the report, Brashaw handed it to Grandsar. The reconnaissance planes discovered a large number of German forces gathering north of Stan. "It seems we must launch an attack quickly. We need to recapture Stan Heights before the Germans from the north move south, to seize advantageous terrain for future battles." Grandsar was about to speak when his ears suddenly twitched a few times, and he looked up at the sky. Through the gaps in the tree branches and leaves, he saw a plane circling in the sky above the forest. Brashaw and Martin also spotted the plane. "We must drive it away, otherwise the artillery battalion won't dare to open fire," Brashaw shouted. A few minutes later, the French Army's 625 mm anti-aircraft guns opened fire one after another, and four 13.2 mm anti-aircraft machine guns also joined the effort to shoot down the plane. Dense shells and machine gun bullets were fired at the Fi-156 reconnaissance plane. Seeing rows of tracer rounds flying past the plane, the reconnaissance plane's pilot broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly pulled the control stick, making a serpentine path in the sky, and after fortunately dodging the French anti-aircraft fire, flew south. Watching the German reconnaissance plane fly south instead of fleeing east, a premonition of ill omens suddenly rose in Brashaw's heart. Shaking his head to dispel the inexplicable cloud in his mind, Brashaw immediately issued the combat order. An hour later, south of Labas's village, looking at the French tanks and infantry charging across the mountains, Sergeant Steiner calmly took a puff of the Cosmos brand cigarettes he had just lit, and said to his close friend Corporal Mayer beside him, "It's time to avenge Lieutenant Paper." #99 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 99. Sword and Shield Part 2. Labas's village was attacked by the 41st Tank Battalion of the 3rd Reserve Panzer Division, which was equipped with 34 B-1 BIS tanks and supported by an infantry battalion. Behind them, Colonel Martin led the remnants of the 213 Regiment, about 2.5 companies, as a reserve. As the overall commander of the attack on Labas's village, Colonel Martin stood with his arms crossed, confidently staring at his attacking force, a slight curve at the right corner of his mouth. He had already reconnoitered, judging by the density of foxholes and trenches on the outer defenses of Labas's village. There was at most one company of Germans stationed there. Moreover, the terrain around Labas's village was flat and open, with few bushes for concealment, making it an easy to attack and difficult to defend location. It would be an easy task to eliminate the Germans there with a tank battalion and an infantry battalion. Unlike Labas's village, which was under heavy military pressure, Ston village presented a different scene at this time, with a rain of shells continuously falling on the southern part of Ston village. Amidst the intense flames and smoke, the buildings in the southern part of Ston village turned into ruins one after another. The 24 105 mm howitzers of the French 3rd Panzer Division's 319th Motorized Artillery Regiment and the 36 155 mm howitzers of the 71st Infantry Division's Heavy Artillery Regiment mercilessly poured shells onto Ston village, as if intent on leveling it. On the northern slope of Ston village, Major Schultz and Major Graham had run here as soon as the shelling began, using the reverse slope terrain to avoid the fierce French artillery fire. Not only them, but most German troops in Ston village, except for a few observation posts for alert, had also moved here. Major Schultz pointed to Labas's village to the east and said, "Look, the French want to outflank us from the east." Graham picked up his binoculars and looked towards Labas's village, clearly seeing the tanks and infantry rushing towards it. He anxiously asked, "The enemy has at least one infantry battalion and more than 30 tanks. Can our men hold them off?" "There's only one company in the village. They definitely can't hold it," Major Schultz said, shaking his head. "Then we can only retreat, otherwise it's just a waste of soldiers' lives," Graham said. "That's what I was thinking too," Major Schultz said with a smile. Seeing the defenders fleeing in armored vehicles through his binoculars, Colonel Martin couldn't help but burst into laughter, and without turning his head, he said to his staff beside him, "The Germans are quite smart. They know when to run if they can't hold." After laughing for a while, Colonel Martin then issued two orders: first, to report to General Grandsar that Labas's village had been recaptured, and second, to order the troops that had captured Labas's village to reorganize their formation and prepare to advance westwards to Ston village, less than 3 kilometers away, to cooperate with the main forces attacking from the south to sandwich Ston village. Upon receiving the report that Labas's village had been recaptured, Grandsard's spirits lifted, and he immediately dispatched the 49th Tank Battalion, which was ready for battle. The 49th Tank Battalion was also equipped with 34 B-1 BIS heavy tanks, and with the support of an infantry battalion, they majestically rushed towards Ston village to the north. Labas's village was in chaos at this moment. 34 B-1 heavy tanks passed through the village, preparing to reassemble west of the village, and the infantry were also reforming under the loud shouts of the officers. For a time, inside and outside Labas's village, the roar of tank engines and the shouts of officers filled the air. South of Labas's village, Colonel Martin received a report that more than 20 French wounded soldiers were found in the village and needed care. Without needing to ask, Colonel Martin knew that these wounded soldiers were definitely soldiers of the 213 Regiment who had been captured by the Germans. To care for the wounded and also to take over the defenses of Labas's village, Colonel Martin led the remnant of his 213 Regiment onto the road leading to Labas's village. When they were about 500 meters from Labas's village, a commotion broke out in the 213 Regiment's marching column. Soldiers stopped in their tracks, looking in horror at Labas's village ahead. The commotion quickly reached Colonel Martin. He jumped out of his Citroën car and stood by it, looking towards Labas's village. Labas's village was still in an uproar, with the sounds of exploding shells mixed with the shouts of countless soldiers, the wails of the wounded, and the roar of tank engines. The surviving French infantry scattered and fled, with French soldiers seeking cover everywhere in the road ditches and in the open fields outside the village. A small portion of French forces, seeing the unfavorable situation outside the German artillery's coverage, had already begun to flee south. The 41st Tank Battalion's more than 30 B-1 tanks were unscathed by the shelling. The thick armor of the B-1 tanks protected the tank crews. Their physical safety, however, could not mask their inner panic. Hearing the fierce explosions outside the tanks, the screams of the infantry, and the clanging sound of shell fragments hitting the tank's steel plates, the tank crews became disoriented. Should they continue to attack west or retreat south? They certainly couldn't just stand there and endure the German artillery fire. North of Labas's village, the paratrooper company that had just fled came running back. Sergeant Steiner lay on the front of the armored vehicle, expressionlessly watching the masterpiece created by the artillery battalion's brothers in Labas's village. The firepower of 12 105mm howitzers and 4 150mm howitzers was enough to suppress the French infantry in Labas's village. After the French scattered and took cover, the German artillery's lethality against them sharply decreased, but they were pinned down and unable to move. No one dared to stand up and run around at this time. Sergeant Steiner was watching intently when the armored vehicle's radio operator suddenly leaned out of the co-driver's seat and shouted, "The company commander says to open fire." Sergeant Steiner then waved to the mortar team, who had been waiting in the compartment. A few seconds later, 2 muffled thuds came from behind him, and 2 shells flew out of the compartment, drawing 2 graceful arcs in the air before landing in Labas's village. Soon after, the 2 shells landed, accompanied by a hissing sound like a viper's tongue. Green smoke emerged from the shells. A dozen seconds later, almost a quarter of the village was covered in green. Sergeant Steiner confirmed the accurate landing of the green smoke shells, then turned his head to the sky to the northeast. In the sky, a group of black dots gradually grew larger, revealing their graceful seagull-like shapes. Under the cover of 10 Mi-109 fighter planes, 20 Stuka dive bombers flew over the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, the green-shrouded Labas's village was so dazzling. The pilots of the Hermann Göring regiment's attached flying artillery regiment quickly found their target. 20 Stukas dived one after another, and the piercing shriek once again resounded across the battlefield. The Stukas dived almost vertically toward the ground, dropping 50-kilogram and 500-kilogram bombs onto the French. Under the power of 500-kilogram aerial bombs, even the B-1 tank could not escape. 7 B-1 tanks, relatively close to the 500-kilogram bomb's impact point, were flipped over, their undersides facing up, and their tracks spinning idly. After dropping their bombs, the 20 Stukas mimicked fighter planes, flying at low altitude and strafing the ground with their cannons and machine guns, creating dozens of bloody paths. Clearly seeing the horrific sight of a B-1 tank with both tracks off the ground, thrown by the blast wave, Corporal Steiner pursed his dry lips and glanced at the fiery red swastika flag spread on the armored vehicle's front hatch. He thought, "I hope no rookie pilot is so blind that they can't see our identification marks. My armored vehicle can't withstand this level of destruction." After losing 7 tanks flipped over and 4 malfunctioning tanks abandoned by their crews, the French 41st Tank Battalion unceremoniously fled, leaving the infantry to face the German artillery fire alone. South of Labas's village, Colonel Martin's remnants of the 213 Regiment had already slipped away, retreating to the forest where they had started. 10 minutes later, the 41st Tank Battalion fled into the forest, and the German planes completed their mission and returned victorious. Upon receiving the company commander's order, Steiner raised his MP-38 submachine gun and shouted to Mayer beside him, "Prepare to attack." A few seconds later, the engines of the paratrooper company's more than a dozen 251-type armored vehicles roared, shooting towards Labas's village like a dozen sharp arrows. To the west of the village, a company of paratroopers also launched a charge towards Labas's village in 251-type armored vehicles. The two companies, with great tacit agreement, bypassed the open field next to Labas's village, met triumphantly in the southern part of the village, and cut off the French infantry's retreat. After reforming into an arc-shaped formation, more than 2,251 type armored vehicles charged towards Labas's village. Some French soldiers, fleeing south in a panic, saw the steel monsters charging toward them and threw down their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. A few French infantrymen, hoping for a miracle, turned and fled towards Labas's village, but were caught by relentless bullets and fell into pools of blood, riddled with holes. As they got closer to Labas's village, the armored vehicles gradually slowed down, their compartment doors wide open. Paratroopers agilely jumped out of the compartments, following the armored vehicles as they charged into the village. The German artillery fire had ceased, and the French in Labas's village had not yet recovered from the German artillery's assault when the Germans charged into the village. MP-38 submachine guns, M1 semi-automatic rifles, and MG-34 machine guns wildly swept through the French. French infantry fell in swaths like wheat cut down in a field, and the remaining ones scrambled to raise their hands to the Germans. #100 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 100, Sword and Shield Part 3 on the north slope of Ston Highland. Schulz smiled and said to Graham, "See, the problem of Labas's is solved." Major Graham remained silent, frowning and thinking about how he would fight this battle if it were him. Colonel Manstein said that we paratroopers are born to encircle others. Unless there are special circumstances, we will never dig trenches and hold positions in a certain location, confronting enemy infantry and tanks head-on. That would be a waste of our strong mobility and the powerful equipment that Colonel Manstein worked so hard to get for us. Graham came back to his senses and asked in confusion, "Someone has to maintain the stability of the front line. If you don't stay in the trenches, who will? Are you going to let the tanks stay there?" Schulz, facing Graham's question, coughed awkwardly twice, then retorted, "What do you think?" Graham was stunned by the question. He really didn't expect to get such an answer. Seeing Schulz's flickering eyes, Graham suddenly realized, "You mean our infantry should stay in the trenches?" "That's right." Colonel Manstein said that in a defensive battle, the ideal situation is for infantry to stay in the trenches in front, reinforced with anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, and no. 4-tank destroyer, forming a solid shield to resist the enemy's attack. We paratroopers fighting in armored vehicles and tanks can then confidently act as a sharp sword, striking the enemy from unexpected positions. If we abandon armored vehicles to stay in the trenches, it's like tying one of our legs and sending us to fight, completely wasting our equipment. A sword and a shield? Graham repeated softly, feeling that he had learned something new from Schulz, the bald major. "I understand. You are modern cavalry fighting in armored vehicles. Asking you to stay in the trenches and fight enemy infantry is like asking cavalry to leave their horses. Only laymen would do that. Your duty is to constantly attack while sitting in armored vehicles," Major Graham said. "That's right. The defense of tanks is also offensive. We must attack, and attack again." Did Colonel Manstein also say that? Graham asked. General Guderian told Colonel Manstein, and Colonel Manstein told us. It took a lot of effort to form this mobile warfare mindset. My predecessor, Major Kruger, was sent to the training camp to train new recruits because he always clung to the infantry trench warfare mindset and couldn't form a mobile warfare mindset, Schulz said with a lingering fear on his face. Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel is such a strict person? Graham was a little surprised. Colonel Manstein said at least 100 times that he gave us the best land combat equipment in all of Germany. If we fail to unleash the proper power of this equipment due to improper use, it's a desecration of Colonel Manstein's hard work and we don't deserve to remain in command positions, Schulz said. Looking at the thoughtful Graham, Schulz continued earnestly, Colonel Manstein said that motorization is the future trend of the Army's development. My personal suggestion is that you'd better learn how to use armored forces in advance. Given the status of your Grossdeutschland regiment in the Army, it will definitely be upgraded to a Panzer division in the future. Don't make the low-level mistake of using a Panzer division as an infantry division at that time. Hearing Schulz's advice, Graham raised his chin and said to Schulz, "What do you think I'm doing here, giving up my precious rest time? Just to help you guard prisoners?" The two looked at each other for a few seconds and burst into laughter simultaneously. South of Ston village, Grand Sarge stared dumbfounded at the scattered B-1 tank wreckage in the distance, and the dozen or so R-35 light tanks hurriedly reversing to escape. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto his cheeks. The 49th Tank Battalion's attack on Ston village had just begun when a dozen German tanks without turrets emerged from the woods west of Ston village and attacked the 49th Tank Battalion's left flank. After a volley from the German tanks, 4 or 5 B-1 tanks stopped, spewing black smoke, and the tank crews frantically opened their hatches and fled the tanks. The ammunition of one B-1 tank even detonated, sending its turret flying into the air, and 7 or 8 infantrymen following that B-1 tank were caught in the explosion and lay on the ground screaming. With their flank under attack, the B-1 tank battalion immediately reacted, turning their vehicles to the west, aiming their thick front armor at the enemy. Gransard was both surprised and delighted to see the B-1 tank group ambushed. He was happy that these Germans had finally shown themselves and his arranged reserves could be put to use. After dark yesterday, he had sent reconnaissance troops to scout the woods to the west to see if there were any German ambushes. As a result, those scouts were driven away by German infantry, confirming Gransard's suspicion. To deal with the unknown number of Germans who might rush out at any time, Gransard specifically kept the 10th Combat Tank Battalion as a reserve, ready to launch a counterattack and severely punish the German ambushers once they appeared. Now the German forces hidden in the western woods had shown themselves, but the result was beyond Gransard's expectation. There were no infantry in the ambush, only tanks. Although the battle situation was somewhat different from what he had expected, Gransard still sent out the 10th Combat Tank Battalion, ready to wipe out those dozen German tanks in one fell swoop. Gransard had no doubt about the combat power of the B-1 tank. Compared to the tall and mighty B-1 tank, those dozen German tanks looked very short and had no turrets. Their own B-1 tanks not only had turrets, but each tank had 2 guns. Coupled with the support of the 10th Combat Tank Battalion's 45 R-35 light tanks, their side had a clear advantage in both quantity and quality in this battle. Victory was only a matter of time. Unexpectedly, the outcome of the battle was completely beyond Gransard's expectations. Those dozen German tanks retreated into the woods while fighting. The pursuing French tanks did not destroy a single German tank, but instead, one after another, they began to emit black smoke and stopped. The B-1 tank's 60 mm 45-degree sloped front armor was useless against those German tanks. The clumsy B-1 tanks were destroyed one after another, and the tank crews fled in all directions. The black smoke rising from the burning French tanks added a strange atmosphere to the battlefield. Gransard's body suddenly shook, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He clearly saw something smash through the rear armor of an R-35 light tank, tumble to the ground, and roll for more than 10 meters before stopping. After the object stopped, Gransard clearly identified it through his binoculars. It was an engine. The engine of that R-35 tank had been blown out by the German artillery. Did I just hallucinate? Yes, it must be a hallucination. Gransard rubbed his eyes, comforting himself. At the edge of the woods west of Ston Village, the gunners of the 1288 mm anti-aircraft gun were sweating profusely as they swung the muzzles and loaded shells, working with the No. 4 tank destroyer outside the woods to destroy the French tanks charging toward the woods one by one. Whether it was the tall B-1 tank or the small R-35 tank, they were all equal in the face of the powerful 88 mm anti-aircraft gun and were destroyed one after another on their way to the charge. A dozen R-35 tanks attempting to turn and escape exposed their more vulnerable rear armor to the German guns. They only managed to escape less than 200 meters before being penetrated by pursuing shells, following in the footsteps of their comrades. The infantry following the tanks were much luckier. When their covering tanks were drawn to the west, 10 Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 suddenly rolled from the north slope of Ston Highland to the south slope, pouring 105 mm shells down on the French infantry formations from above. After 2 or 3 volleys, the French infantry exposed in the open field could not withstand such devastating firepower and fled in groups of 3 to 5 toward the woods. Compared to the tank units, the French infantry were fortunate. At least 2/3 of a battalion of French infantry managed to escape, while the unfortunate tank units suffered total annihilation. Before Gransard could recover from the blow of his proud tank units being completely annihilated, Colonel Martin rushed to his side, saying dejectedly, "Labhausen has been recaptured by the Germans. Their firepower is too fierce. They even use aerial bombs against our tanks. It's truly terrifying." Gransard looked at the still shaken Colonel Martin, too shocked and angry to speak for a moment. "German planes! They're here again." Colonel Martin suddenly pointed to the sky northeast and said. Gransard shouted, "Quick, get deep into the woods, they must be coming for us." Before he finished speaking, Gransard took the lead and ran deep into the woods. Only after reaching the depths of the woods did he realize that he had merely been startled. The German aircraft in the sky flew straight south, completely ignoring them. "It seems they haven't discovered us," Gransard said, breathing a sigh of relief as he watched the distant aircraft in the sky. Artillery position. Our artillery position is finished. Brasha rushed to Gransard's side, shouting like a madman. What happened to the artillery position? Gransard asked, gripping Brasha's shoulder. German tanks, countless of them. They rushed into our artillery position from the west. The artillery position is completely destroyed, and our retreat route has been cut off, Brasha shouted. Impossible. Where are the troops of the 71st Infantry Division? They were responsible for defending the west. Where are they? The 71st Infantry Division has collapsed, and our retreat route to the south has been cut off. Our only retreat route now is to the east, to the right bank of the Meuse River, where there are no Germans, Brasha shouted. It seems that's the only way now, Gransard said. 2 hours later, Schulz handed over the defense of Ston village to Major Grem, and he himself led the 1st Paratrooper Battalion and the Heavy Equipment Battalion to continue south, finding Manteuffel 20 kilometers away in Bontville. While Schulz was fiercely fighting the French forces in the Ston area, 8 kilometers west of Ston, in Tannay, Manteuffel rendezvoused with the 1st Panzer Division's 1st Armored Brigade, which was advancing south in force. He then cooperated with the 1st Armored Brigade to launch a brilliant right-hook operation, breaking through the 71st Infantry Division's defenses in one fell swoop and attacking the heartland of the 3rd Panzer Division. Not only did he take out the artillery positions of the 3rd Panzer Division and the 71st Infantry Division, but he also cut off the retreat route to the south for most of the 3rd Panzer Division and part of the 71st Infantry Division, forcing Gransard to lead the encircled troops to escape to the right bank of the Meuse River. At this point, there were no longer any main French forces that could resist the German advance to the south. Just as Manteuffel was reorganizing his troops, preparing to charge toward the French-Swiss border with the 19th Panzer Corps on the north bank of the Meuse River, Chen Dao stood on the front of Hanthe 1, looking at the long queue of vehicles waiting to cross the river in Dontry town, and let out a long sigh, saying, "This Hanthe is finally going to cross the Meuse River." This journey has been even more difficult than squeezing onto a train during the Spring Festival travel rush.
Thanks for joining Fanfiction Reader. If you enjoyed it, hit subscribe and come back for more fan-made adventures.